Do you know what we're here for?
The equal parts. Oh my gosh.
Illegal.
how people come for you already. I don't know if you know this.
That's hot.
Phrasing.
Are you not entertained?
Follow the ritual.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. I got boxes full of Pepe.
Oh, never occurred to you.
Interesting.
It's just crazy enough to work.
Yeah.
Donald Trump spent a lot of quality time with my wife.
Don't be creepy.
Consequences.
Well, here we are again. Good to see all you folks on this Sunday FUNDAY. It's gonna be a weird one. Gonna attempt to stream longer than we've ever streamed before. That's right. I didn't stream last night, which I said I was going to. So to make up for that, I'm going to try to stream literally all day, all night, into the early morning hours. We got a lot of content to go through, in fact, partially because we've just been inundated with things, and so it's really not going to be, I don't think, that hard to find a bunch of stuff to talk about here, so... Well, with all that said, I suppose we better get right to it. Buckle up those seatbelts, spacefans. About to take a little journey through the unknown. Ah, there we are. Well, so I will say what's up to people in chat. Oh, and no Opus, Soul Life, and Aaron W123 in the YouTube chat with Robot Cat coming in a close fourth. Del Solvere, Medi Doctors, Choki, Dirk Gently. I think that's it. It's quiet. Too quiet. I'm also in top chat. Not good. Also, one thing I've noticed, unfortunately, still, even though we are technically monetized on YouTube, not able to actually get paid yet. Even though I've actually passed their payment threshold, I need to receive a letter, and of course, receiving letters in space can be difficult. So I'm currently waiting on that. So I would say to all people considering to donate today, do consider if you're not already a patron, becoming a patron, at least at this time. Not that donating is a problem. I totally welcome it. I'm sure that my letter will arrive at some point here, but still waiting on all that, unfortunately. But we got a lot to talk about today. But we're gonna try and have fun at the same goddamn time. It's gonna be a weird setup today. I've got a bunch of places in here where we're probably gonna take massively long, not really breaks, but like sort of, I don't know what you want to call it. We got the COP29 to look at. We got a hearing in Congress over UAPs, otherwise known as UFOs. And we got a shit ton of stuff to get into. So let's just start it off. Let's just get right into it. But we are, in fact, approaching the holiday season, that being especially Thanksgiving. And what is it, like 10 days from now? I don't quite have it figured out in my head, but it's like 10 days from now. So let's start with a little holiday talk on this Sunday Funday.
Well, our third annual Better Together Season of Giving campaign is underway. And for the third year in a row, CBS New York is teaming up with our partners at the Community Food Bank of New Jersey for a turkey drive.
Exactly 1 week from today, we'll be live at 3 locations in New Jersey, and I will be at the ShopRite in Livingston with Tony Sadiku. So if you're in the area, please come by and say hello and consider a donation. Joining us now on the couch is Elizabeth McCarthy, the president and CEO of Community Food Bank of New Jersey. Elizabeth, great to see you again. Thanks for being here.
Thanks for having me.
Tell us a little bit and tell our audience a little bit more about the organization and the work that you guys do.
Sure. So we cover about 15 out of the 21 counties of New Jersey. So people don't really think of New Jersey as a place where you'd see such food insecurity, but 1 in 9 people in New Jersey is
I
actually
also
food
forgot to
insecure
mention
and needs
this.
assistance from the food bank.
Speaking of donating, if
It's kind of astonishing to hear
you're
that
interested in
1
donating
9,
things
and
right now,
we talked about this a little bit off camera.
one thing you can do, although I don't quite understand yet, I have to look further into how it works exactly, but you can now donate Patreon memberships to people. I don't know quite how it works. So what I think might actually be the case is you need to become a free member on the Patreon. So if you go over there on the Patreon and just follow on Patreon, you'll I think you might have access to potentially getting a free month of Patreon gifted to you, or you could potentially do the same. So do consider that. I don't quite understand how it works yet, so don't quote me on that, but I think that might be the way.
Time frame wise, obviously this is the time of year when people do think about giving and the holidays, but this is something that you deal with all.
You think it gives you a gift link? Okay, all right. Well, Moanope thinks it's a gift link.
When people
Whoopsies.
About giving and the holidays, but this is something that you deal with all year round.
It is a year-round issue, but we do see people, having turkey drives, having food drives, coming to volunteer around the holidays, which is wonderful. But anyone who wants to get involved year-round, we are there.
So let's say for any of our viewers, I should say all of our viewers who just heard that I'm going to be in Livingston and want to, I'm joking, but want to come by. We have 3 of them. What should you bring? What should you expect? What kinds of things are helpful in terms of donations, food, money, time?
All of the above. We distribute about 85,000 turkeys, hams, and roasters, but we also put together holiday boxes of vegetables and cranberry sauce and stuffing, so people can come to the store, do some shopping right there while they're shopping for themselves, pick up a few items, or can go to our website to learn how to volunteer.
This can be a really sensitive issue, I know, for families, and people may be reluctant to reach out and ask for help. But if someone is struggling with food insecurity, what would you say to them? How can they reach out for that help?
All of our partners who run pantries and soup kitchens really treat people with so much respect and dignity. We do not want anyone to not come just because they're sort of afraid of some sort of stigma. It is a welcoming place, and everyone is welcome.
This is such an important point, because in this world where you don't have to be in one place to help, you can do anything online. If you can't make it in person next weekend, what kinds of things, if you think the community...
Yeah. Time of giving right now, so do consider giving. Not exclusively, but perhaps including Patreon memberships of the Galactic News Network. Not only will it help keep the Galactic News Network alive, but you'll give somebody access to some pretty sweet benefits. Alright, now let's keep it moving. Stay in New York. Let's go here. Apparently there is a big change happening in New York as it relates to dining sheds. I don't know if you're all familiar, but in the midst of the pandemic, a lot of restaurants decided to put outdoor dining sheds out in an attempt to keep business alive. But many are slated to come down here this November. You hate the holidays? I'm sorry. I don't make the holidays that just
by the end of the month,
exist.
all outdoor dining sidewalk sheds will have to be taken down.
It marks the end of a pandemic-era program, which at first was championed by New Yorkers as a way to keep restaurants open. Then it was criticized, with people saying that the sheds are too big, they cause too many problems like excess noise and the rats.
All right, so what's in the store for the future of outdoor dining in the city? Fox 5's Jessica Formoso takes a closer look.
The so-called outdoor dining sheds became a lifeline for restaurants across the city during the pandemic.
Without that, we would have had nothing, so that was big for us.
It's credited with saving at least 100,000 jobs.
When it started, permits were required. There were very few rules in place. According to the Department of Transportation, during the height of the pandemic, between 6,000 and 8,000 restaurants put up dining structures.
There was a couple of rules, but not what they are now. And it was pretty much for free. Just the cost of building it, and they let you build pretty much as big as you wanted.
Fast forward to 2024, in just weeks, many will disappear, and that's because the city has implemented a new outdoor dining program known as Dining Out NYC. Here's how it works. Restaurants will have to pay for a license. First on the list, these sheds will have to be dismantled. On top of that, there are a number of fees that need to be paid, including licensing fees, $1,050 for a roadway or sidewalk cafe, or $2,100 for both, which is how much Manny Colon, owner of Manny's Bistro, will be paying.
Then you have security deposit, which is $4,000, and then there's also a public notice fee, which is $800. Then you have square footage fees. So now we're up to $15,400 just as the startup.
Under the new guidelines, there is a standard design. Sidewalk seating areas must remain open and cannot be fully enclosed or roofed. The existing street structures will have to come down by the end of November. The new ones will go up
it's
in
lagging
April.
again, isn't it?
To me, it's worth it because, again,
It
people
is.
want to sit
Son of a
outside. Will I make
hold on. Why is it doing this to us? It started lagging at the beginning, then it stopped. Now it's back again. This is very rude.
How rude.
All right, hold on. I'll be right back. Okay, seems to be back to working again. So I guess we'll try this a second time. Alright, chat, where were we? Well, we were talking outdoor dining sheds. But let's keep talking holiday stuff real quick in New York. First here at CBS New York from a day ago.
Welcome back. The Holiday Train Show returns this morning to the New York Botanical Garden in the Bronx. The annual tradition includes model trains traveling throughout the garden around plant-based replicas of New York City's landmarks. You can also enjoy the magic after dark during Holiday Train nights, which start next weekend. The garden is open from 10 to 6 each day. You can get tickets at nybg.org.
Another sign the holidays are just around the corner.
Yeah, we've got plenty of signs at this point.
Yes, we do.
Marching on towards them.
That's right. The weather being one of them. It's getting chilly out there.
So true. What's happening here? Why am I... Ah, there we go. Wow, this T-Rex certainly seems ready for the holidays. Even equipped with a bad sweater and a Santa hat. Anyway, that's about it. It's just a bunch of footage of this dinosaur here just going to town in Santa gear and all. Why is the stream lagging again? Don't do that. Why do you hate me? Why does the stream hate me? I don't understand. It's like I did something to YouTube personally to offend it. Somehow to cause this, it's incredibly offensive to me. It's like the second we stop watching videos, but we go to over here to all these places. I don't understand why. Well, the last stream, after about 30 minutes, which is what we're getting close to, we got, I mean, the stream ran perfectly fine. So hopefully that's what we get to here today. Because yesterday, I mean, what was it? No, it wasn't yesterday. Friday, we, my God, 6-hour stream after the initial lag. I mean, we were able to add emotional support characters to the very end. So, I mean, that's saying something for sure. Because usually the ability to do something like that is usually curtailed midstream. Okay. What in the fuck? What am I going to do with this lag situation? The stream's definitely behind me by must be 30 seconds right now. Or it's lagged. Or it's just super lagged out right now. It's hard to even tell. All I know is that you're definitely not where I am right now. I'm just sitting in the office staring off into space. Oh, now we're back to the office. Still looking kind of, yes, very laggy. We're being repressed, I know. It's true.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Oh, girl, baby girl.
Well, hopefully it will unlag itself. It was perfectly fine. It was perfectly fine for quite a while there. So rude. Play some clip. We were just playing clips. That's why we're paused right now, because clips were lagging and we're trying to wait out the lag right now. Please hold. Yeah, that's gonna be a big part of it. Have I tried turning it off and turning it back on again? Very funny, very funny. Full of jokes. Try another clip. Let's see how this goes. Actually, not even another clip. We'll continue watching this T-Rex go at it right now. Full Christmas garb. Hey, these two have matching sweaters. Actually, no, they're not. Oh, yes, they are. It's hard to tell. Pretty sweet. Pretty sweet. Not gonna lie. It's a great sweater. By great, I mean terrible. But that's sort of the point. You know, around this time, you gotta embrace the bad sweaters. Clip seems to be kind of lagging still, which is great. I love that. I do love that for us. I do. Okay. I'm sure at some point it will go back to being as pristine as it was on Friday. Which was honestly perfect. I mean, we went 6 hours, like I said. Emotional support characters. I mean, I had full functionality all stream. Well, she's on the thumbnail, and it's time to, yeah, we're still in New York City, so we might as well stay with some, NYC stuff. But this next video about to watch contains somebody on this thumbnail. You might be able to guess who it is if you look hard. She's in here somewhere. Alright. Let's go to Navarra Media from 2 days ago, where they were on the New York City streets talking to people about stuff and things. So specifically, the win of Donald Trump for a second fucking term. Start here, please. Yes. Correct.
But that you think are going to happen.
It's lagging again, isn't it? I can see it doing it. I can see it happening right now.
This is some sort of
Son
event,
of a bitch.
just to jog your memory. In 16 to 20, Trump
Wait,
suggested
why?
you drink bleach in order to cure COVID.
You are
that
a
was
bastard.
No one's bingo card. The first.
I literally went back here, clicked this, and said, hey, start at the beginning. Instead, you go to 2 minutes in. It's just, wow. Just wow.
We're in New York. It is our last day here before we head home. It's the Monday, the 11th. That means it's Veterans Day here. This is a big parade. But first of all, we're here in Washington Square Park,
Veterans
which is
Day.
basically a sort of a speaker's corner, but magnified 10 times. To talk to people about how they are feeling. New York is often assumed to be a bit of a liberal enclave, but recent polling and indeed recent voting patterns have suggested that's not the case at all. It's very conflicted, it's a very divided city. And so we're going to see if we can find some of that variety and speak to people here.
So we're out here in Washington Square Park. What do you want to do today with this interview? How do you want to take this?
Well, I was trying to interview you about the election and see what it is that you think about that. But maybe you should just ask me the questions I was going to ask you.
Okay, so the election. What are your thoughts on the election?
It's kind of what I expected to happen, to be honest. I expected you guys to do this. I think there's a lot of bloodlust out there. There's a lot of violence out there. There's a lot of need for a sort of... People are really fucking angry in a way they can't really express, and Trump gives them a way to express that.
Yeah.
And the Democrats need to learn how to express anger.
Oh my God. It is like...
I was a Hillary volunteer in 2016. I started selling buttons immediately after that.
Buttons. Let's go. Alright, I'm pissed off. Why does it keep lagging? Doesn't make any sense. So random. It is literally so random. It seems to be completely unrelated to anything I do. Although it can't be possible because, I mean, recently we've had some of the least laggy streams I've ever had. So, I don't know. I think it's always multiple things going on with with all this. Ah, Jesus Christ. Navarra trolled the fuck out of New Yorkers. You know what? It's probably deserved. I mean, the fact is, what are New Yorkers gonna do aside from doing the same thing as usual, which is voting for voting for Democrats? And having that be the thing that happens every election, and yet, you know, because of that, it makes sort of what do you call it? Oh God, my brain is broken. You know what's breaking my brain right now? In fact, the number one thing breaking my brain is the fucking lag. Staring at this stream, looking at it like this makes no sense. Makes no sense at all. we lagging the same amount on the regular stream as we are? Let me look at this. No, we're not. Oh my god. The short stream is perfect. This is so stupid. Wow. The short stream looks perfect. Regular stream looks... Doesn't even make sense. Nothing about that makes sense. We're being repressed.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Shadow banned. Deep state. They won't let us talk about the AI or the UFOs. What do I play? This is ridiculous. Are we? No, we're not lagging the same amount. Not even close. In fact, I would say short stream doesn't appear to be really lagging at all. I don't know. How many people are watching? I just realized I'm not even on multi-stream right now. We have more people watching on Shorts than we do on Twitch. But Twitch is lagging the exact same amount that YouTube regular stream is lagging. None of it truly makes any sense, really. The streams are like 1 second apart now. Well, I'm not talking about the difference in the streams in terms of how far behind one or the other one is, but whether or not the animation, whether it looks smooth, or if it looks like just completely frozen in time. Oh, there we go. Now it's running randomly while I'm talking about it. How great. How great. How good and also great. Here we go. We did it. I don't know what we did, but we did it. It's really not perfect, though. Could be better. So since you don't own a computer, a comp oil? What's a comp oil? A comp oil being comp. Since you don't own a computer, you're being repressed. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what that means. But we do appear to be looking pretty good. So let's get back to it. What were we doing? Oh, that's right. Novara Media. On the New York City streets. Let's see what's happening here.
Massive demand, and that people were in the streets, and they're immediately, you know, all of these giant protests set up with thousands and thousands and thousands of people across the country and across the world attending or planning to attend protests. So it just feels a little quiet this time.
Is there going to be reflection on the part of the Democratic Party? Are they going to be able to realize what's gone wrong here and adjust accordingly? Or is there going to be a head in the sand response?
There are incumbents being voted out all over the world. It's not unique to America. So it's possible that it doesn't have anything to do with, I mean, I thought Kamala Harris ran a great campaign considering she had 107 days to do it. I thought it was fantastic. So I don't know that it really is that the Democrats did all these things wrong and Trump and his people did all these things right. Like, maybe they're just lucky and maybe it's just the state of the world right now.
The campaign that Harris ran was very milquetoast, very centrist, very not really in touch with, bread and butter issues, with working class issues. Trump was like talking about like no tax on tips, like such a powerful slogan. So, the right outflanked the centrists, the Democrats on populist issues, right? But like people do respond positively to progressive and leftist and socialist policies if it's worded the right way to avoid, the negative connotations coming from years and years of propaganda.
We're trying to build sort of a second Trump presidency bingo card. So we want things that are sort of surprising, people might not have thought of might happen, but that you think are going to happen in the next 4 years. Can you give us some sort of event, just to jog your memory?
Yeah.
In 16 to 20, Trump suggests you'll drink bleach.
Yep.
In order to cure COVID. I don't think that was no one's bingo card the first time round, but it did happen. So can you think of a surprising event that you think might happen that other people wouldn't have thought of?
Maybe not the most surprising, but I've heard that RFK Jr. is up for health commissioner, and if that happens, then bye-bye fluoride, bye-bye, antiviral
See you later.
policy. Just, I think we're going to be going back to a lot of diseases that we haven't seen for a long time. So you know what? I'm going to say Black Plague comes back.
Ooh, that's an interesting one.
Right now, I'm focusing on the mental health part. I had friends that were literally curling up in my chest to cry after the election. Like, people are really scared. I have friends that might get deported themselves and are concerned about their futures economically, socially. So I'm just trying to, turn the depresso into espresso, turn the sad into
espresso
mad.
Wow.
People, okay,
espresso into espresso.
Let's get active, let's...
Yeah. I like that. She's vibing right now. She's vibing real hard. And he's just staring deeply into the camera right now.
Rearrange this. But yeah, it's just about getting comfortable with the facts and coming up with a plan after. We need to gather our strength right now.
Was it a low enthusiasm election amongst your friend group?
No. It was a high stakes election. It was a low joy election. Nobody was excited to vote for Kamala.
She ran entirely on joy. That was the entire platform.
Yeah. She's funny. She had Beyonce on the Megan. Love it, slay.
A lot of joy talk.
Her policies are kind of
Not
whack, though. They're just not as bad as the
joy,
other
apparently.
guys, right? So it was definitely same energy as 2020, like fuck Trump, save America. It wasn't about her. It wasn't about us liking her. Get deported themselves. It was just lesser of two evils.
Yeah, and that's coming from New Yorkers, right? That's, but that's what we've been saying to some degree here, is that, that joy was beyond manufactured. It was pretty much non-existent. In fact, there was a lot of chatters that I recall, including myself, talking about how we would prefer to never hear the word joy again by like the middle of the DNC, not even the late. It was like mid DNC. People are like, okay, that's enough joy. Thank you. Let's talk some policy and how we're gonna improve some stuff. What was I doing? I was doing a thing. I'm trying to remember what it was. Oh, right. Trying to make this. I think this might be the problem. I'm sorry, chat. We got to test something because of all the lag that we've been having. I want to see if this will solve it. Let's hope so. Fingers crossed, everybody. Pray to Gary if you believe in Gary. And let's continue.
Emma Vigland, who is a commentator with the Majority Report, one of its hosts. And we're going to see what she thinks has happened in this catastrophic election for the Democratic Party.
The Democrats are in a way worse position, in my view, than they even were in 2016, because there was always still that opportunity, like, okay, we can get back that Bernie momentum, he'll run again. Now they've crushed that part of the party, and they've tried to reorient their coalition towards people making over $100,000 more a year, a professional managerial class, that even with the fact that they've become more pro-labor than under the neoliberal Obama era, their constituency that they cultivated in the never-Trump era, that will have ripple effects going forward unless they course correct really quickly.
The Democrat Party is a party of deep contradictions at the moment. It's the party of liberal managerialism and ostensibly, at least historically, the working class,
it's the party of the ceasefire and the party of the genocide. It's the party of like all these different things.
Yeah.
What is a coherent coalition that can emerge in 4 years' time and beats J.D. Vance, who will almost certainly be the candidate in 2020?
Hey, look at that.
The Democrats have to be bold.
Am I the only one seeing this?
And they have to be.
This is working. And you know what's funny is I did half of this last time, but I didn't do the second half. I am so glad I just tested this just now. Perfect. Great. Let's never change this ever.
For the working class, which includes policy proposals that aren't just maintaining the Affordable Care Act. It's single-payer health care. We're going to deliver for you. This is our vision and how we're going to get it done in a way that's material and easily digestible. They have to embrace the anti-war movement, which creates legitimacy with groups who, in this country, who are victims of colonization or U.S. empire, and that's non-white people. You can be clear on opposing war, opposing genocide, and then also building up systems where we're proposing things like single payer, proposing things like actually free college for all, so we don't have to put bankers in between you and your education. There is no way out but through, and through means creating an alternative that is both bold and also inclusive enough to bring these folks over, because unfortunately, we could have gone two ways in the era of Trumpism. We could have gone the Bernie way and we could have gone the Trump way. And the Democrats chose, by crushing the Bernie movement, to go that other way. And we see the results of that. So it's not going to be easy.
Is Donald Trump going to become a fascist president?
I think, fascist is a tough word, right? I think he ran a fascist campaign in many ways.
For sure. You need to apologize to everyone?
Imagining of a...
You apologize to everyone who said the world was ending? Well, that's complicated. I mean, even here we were talking about, it was like the Duma report early on. We were doing stuff like that. But I felt like I was being a little bit too hyperbolic. And so yeah, you have to apologize to everyone else for having given up on that narrative to some degree. Obviously, I'm kidding. I don't like to think that it is actually ending, but we do have quite a few problems happening all at once, seemingly. Why am I on top chat? Oh, right, because I switched. Right. Okay, cool.
Of a mythologized past, the otherizing and targeting of minorities and the enemy from within. These are dissenters. I mean, that's fascist language. And then, of course, like the corporatization of the government as well, just handing it over to Elon or handing it over to whatever industry. All of the infrastructure is there, especially if the Republicans retain the House, which it appears that they likely will along slim margins. Fascist is a really intense word, and so I think it's a bit of a wait and see. But I do think that they're going to gut the administrative state in order to target whoever that they want to target. The thing that may save us is that Donald Trump is the laziest person on the planet. I'm not even joking. I think his primary goal in this race was to get out of jail and make sure that he didn't get locked up.
Sorry.
And now those cases are going to go away.
I'm going to back it up. Doing sound shouts over ammo. I couldn't help myself.
Illegal.
Okay.
Jail and make sure that he didn't get locked up. And now those cases are going to go away. He's probably going to golf and fart around and give it over to Elon, or hand it over to J.D. Vance. But that's scary in and of itself, because Vance is actually ideologically a Christian nationalist, somebody who wants like almost a Viktor Orban style politics of keeping women barefoot in the kitchen and subjugated. And they ran a campaign directed at the manosphere. They ran a campaign where in the closing days, Trump was fantasizing about Kamala getting knocked out by Mike Tyson at his rallies, and was getting his audience to chant that she's a bitch. Like, with abortion rights being on the ballot and this being the result, I don't know how you can't take away from it that at least the constituency that they want to build is one that wants to subjugate women and elevate men in a way that we see flare-ups of different kinds of racism or bigotry at different points in our society. I do think we're at a point right now where there's heightened misogyny, and you know, there's a whole separate conversation about the online media space that's enabled it, but Trump galvanized that anger, and that's something that we need to watch out for.
It's Veterans Day. We've already bumped into some veterans just there who are having a bit of a party on their own, but
yeah, I mean, now that the numbers have settled out, it's pretty clear Donald Trump did slightly better than I suggested early on. He got, I think, 1.5 million more votes than he did in the 2020 election. But Kamala Harris still had over 10 million less votes, I think, than Joe Biden. And so it's really sort of a bifurcated sort of situation. And of course, we talked about how multifaceted it is. But of course, yeah, Donald Trump did manage to get that base and to energize specifically men, as we saw in the numbers leading up to it and in the results, but also that the the Democratic voter depression, the repression, the sort of demobilization was in full force as well. So it can't be blamed on one thing alone. Unfortunately, it's just not that easy.
we're going to go up to the parade. We're just going north through Manhattan and see what people are there thinking. You're here for Veterans Day?
Yes.
What does that mean to you?
Wow, a lot. I'm a veteran, retired Army, so it means a lot to me, and I'm just happy today because I just wanted to hang out with a bunch of veterans, and I came here, and today just turned out to be better than I expected. I was a little bit everywhere, I was in the States, I was in Germany, I did the Gulf War, obviously did the Gulf War and Iraqi freedom. So I was a little bit everywhere for 20 years. So it was a career.
Do you think people who are veterans now look back on Operation Iraqi Freedom and they think we were misled, we were lied to by the Bush government?
Personally, I feel a bit lied to because I didn't learn a lot of things until after my service. That's when I really started getting into my own self-education.
Yeah,
so
that's how lies work.
I learned some truths, and I learned some lies too. And yeah, I don't like it, but if I could do it all over again, I'll still be a soldier.
Yeah.
Yes.
Do you have feelings about the election?
Weird vibe.
The next question.
Next question. Get the fuck out of here, dude. Oh my god.
Give me a scale from 1 to 1.
It's too much. Okay. We're ending it here at Anthony Weiner. Too much, man. That's too much.
That's too much, man!
Okay. Actually, wait, no. And we're skipping past Anthony. We just don't need Anthony for any reason. I'm shocked. I don't even know how they found him, honestly. I thought this guy lived under a literal rock somewhere. But nope, they're gonna just sort of popped up out of nowhere. Sorry for I didn't give anybody a sort of forewarning of that Anthony Weiner jump scare. All right, let's get back to it. They're going to, what is this, the Washington Heights? Yeah. I think so.
So although Anthony Weiner might not want to talk to us about it, there are major areas of New York that have swung quite heavily towards the Republicans, and Trump in particular, of course, at the presidential level. We're heading uptown, up Manhattan,
Weiner
to this
is your
red
goat?
area up here, which is one of the areas
What
that
are you
swung
talking
very heavily
about?
for Trump.
I like Trump.
What do you like about Trump?
Well, he take care about business and what really people need. We don't need a war. We need jobs. We need
Weiner is no
someone
one's
that
goat.
says,
I don't believe you.
You know what? This year we're gonna cut taxes for you.
Do you feel the tax burden?
Yeah, when he was in the power, I feel more safe. He was talking all the time about illegal immigration. Me, for example, I wait 22 years to arrive this country because I want to do it in a legal way. So when I see people doing it another way, I feel like, wow, I waste a lot of time.
You feel like it's not fair that other people are coming in without using the system as it's supposed to be used?
I'm Dominican, and we got our problem with the same thing, immigration problem.
Yeah, what's interesting is that the Dominican Republic happens to be one of the countries the U.S. has worked with hand in hand to, allow immigrants in. The U.S. picks and chooses who they think deserves to be in this country. It's often incredibly arbitrary and perhaps, directly related to some things. Sometimes it's racism, sometimes it's imperialism, sometimes it's a little bit of both. It all depends. Whoops.
Everybody need to respect the rules. Without rules, what we are.
Came here at the age of 3, but we went through the right legal means. And if everyone went about it that way, then everyone's entitled to that piece of the pie. But if you're not going about it in the right way, then we're just losing out.
We are voting for Trump. Yes, we did. And we're going to fucking continue to regulate America.
I mean, I'm pretty sure the Washington Heights went for Kamala. But, okay, at least this one guy apparently voted for Trump. And then a couple other people.
What does that mean?
We're going to get that shit right.
Maybe we got it wrong and Trump is our savior.
Regulate all this fucking immigrant shit.
That's right, people. I'm here. I'm here to save you.
Hell yeah. They are
That's right.
violating my rights. They are taking my resources away from my community, which is why I can't fucking progress. It's very simple.
So you want me to speak Arabic or French or Spanish or English? What do you want?
Somebody's bragging.
English, okay. Democrat, they feel they...
He says, by the way, just gonna very not nonchalantly throw in the fact at the beginning of this interview that I am multilingual. Write that down. Is that on camera? Great, thanks.
You don't do anything for nobodies. I personally don't feel anything for Democrat. They do anything for people, for majority of people.
So they passed this big thing called the the Inflation Reduction Act, which is a big infrastructure bill, $1 trillion. It was supposed to be making infrastructure for America. You didn't feel any of that?
Honestly, I don't feel anything. Everything is increased. If you go, we used to go to a supermarket. We fill the cart for.
That's the problem, is that regular people are most affected by the sort of, consumer prices, things like that, and that's how they view the economy. If it's more expensive now than it was last year, then that's a problem, right? And that's, part of the problem with how we sort of frame the inflation argument in general, right? Because I think that a lot of it has, first off, it has political implications like we're talking about right now. But it also, it mostly favors a particular class, the way that we talk about it, right? Because it's like, when we've been hearing about how inflation's going down and down and down, and supposedly. It's way down now, to the point where the Federal Reserve feels like they can lower interest rates and all this other stuff. But the fact is when they say it's going down, it just means that the rate at which it's going up on a monthly basis is going down. But at no point in the last, I think at least 5+ years have we had a negative, might be slightly less, but we basically haven't had negative inflation. We almost never have it, right? And that's, people, that affects people, unfortunately. And, we can't solve it with interest rates. That's not the solution. It's about, government having to step in, because, capitalists are going to continue to just do what they can to make more money.
$50 or $180. Now, if you go to any supermarket in New York and you want to fill up your, you want to do grocery, at least $300.
100% Trump all the way. He grew up in New York. He's got a New York attitude. He's got a New York mouth. I'm Pete the Greek from Washington Heights. I won't give you my last name just in case you want to send the FBI after me, all right?
Wow.
If you live a tough life and you come into this country and, you're going to work 7 days a week to make that money to pay those bills.
Is that good?
Yeah, if you stay away from the wife for a little while, sure, why not? She'll drive you crazy in the house if you stay home, so might as well bring in the money and have a smile on her face.
Jesus Christ. Oh my fucking God. Fact is New York is a tapestry, a rich tapestry of all sorts of different people and opinions. And Navarro, I think, is just having fun, specifically looking for Trump supporters, because that's clearly what they've done here. At least that's how it feels. I could be wrong, but it's true. New York is filled with all sorts of characters. Okay. Now, let's move it along. Stay in New York. End it with this. Here's the AP archive. New York subway therapy. Show you a different side of things here. This has now been resumed in the wake of the Trump election. Where are we? There. Yeah.
How you still here? How you got beyond that? Yeah.
People will walk up and spend 1 minute and come up to me and say, wow, this is amazing, this made my day, this made my week, I really needed this. It seems like such a small thing, but it can be really, really important to the people that participate.
So you started this why? I just wanted to...
I put that I choose kindness even when it's hard, because I've had a hard time wanting to lash out whenever I've been treated not so awesome by some people recently, and it's easy to want to be mean back, but being kind is the best thing to do.
So now's my time to take advantage.
This project is not a reaction to the election, but because it invites people to express how they're feeling at the time that they're feeling it. Certainly the context of the election influences what people write about.
Yeah, and also like your safety is top priority, so exactly make sure that your things are...
I feel like this is a really good idea. I mean, I think especially somewhere where people can walk by and physically.
You hate watch parties because you just want to talk over them. One great thing about Discord is we could make completely silent watch parties, and you could just use the chat because in Discord, inside of voice channels, you can not only stream what you're watching, but you can also, I mean, especially like the moderators and myself, we can make particular channels so that nobody's allowed to talk and that you can only type in the chat, which accompanies each voice channel. So it's one of the cool things about that. So you can talk over it, but nobody will actually hear you talking over it. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what we're talking about watching, but just noticed that one comment.
See what other people
Whoopsies.
are feeling and what other people are thinking. I think is such a beautiful thing, and I don't know, being able to express something that is on your mind in such a place like this, I feel like is really important.
What makes this book special?
So I keep a collection of notes. I'll show you a few. One note that really stood out to me, I try and keep some of them safe, and this one in particular really stood out to me. It showed up on Sunday, and there's a story here, and I don't know what the story is, but I find ones that really make me think about what someone's going through. They're so arresting.
So yeah, I just thought that was an interesting story. one for us to talk on a Sunday fun day about mental health in this moment. As I think it's difficult for a lot of people right now to process this election, to process what the future even looks like. And perhaps writing your thoughts down might be helpful. And, you know, in a way, the chat in YouTube and Twitch or whatever else are kind of like that, you know. So do, or the Discord, you know, whatever. In fact, I feel like I need to make a mental health section in Discord as well. All right. So many things. I feel like there's so many things I need to do all the time. Need to be better at delegating. All right, let's do some other stories now. Let's go here. Talk about this. Grubhub, if you're not familiar, is a food delivery app very similar to like a DoorDash, Uber Eats, Instacart type of thing. They were recently sold in whole. A major loss. And a number of other sort of business stories for us to talk about, but let's start with that.
Time now for Consumer Confidential with David Lazarus. That's right, Laz is here in studio with us, and we're talking about some of these food delivery services. Grubhub just sold for a fraction of what it was purchased for during the pandemic.
A small fraction. Yeah. All right, our theme today is reversal of fortune, and Grubhub is at Exhibit A. 4 years ago, Grubhub was purchased by a European company for $7.3 billion, and that reflected its value during the pandemic of getting food to people's homes, and indeed, it brought genuine value to that equation, as did Instacart and a number of other food delivery companies. Today, Grubhub was sold back to a U.S. company for $650 million. That is a 91% drop in the company's value. Who's the buyer? Well, it's a company called Wonder here in the U.S., which is run by a former Walmart exec.
I'm sure this means that the service will improve.
A lot of that $650 million purchase price is also debt. What Wonder is going for here is the Grubhub name. And so that might explain why they would do this, because they're already in the field. Nevertheless, this transaction and this enormous drop in value really underlines the fact that it is very, very hard to profit in the food delivery game.
It is wild, though. 90% loss from just a few years ago during the middle of the height of the pandemic. They're pretty crazy. Oh, boy. Well, I wish I had that, that sound bite that the MR does. You're playing a game called capitalism.
During extreme circumstances like the pandemic, obviously there's a call for things like Instacart and DoorDash and Grubhub. Goodness knows my household used Instacart straight through the pandemic. I mean, a lot of people did, but then now think about it. How often do you use the service now? I don't. A lot of people love the convenience of the food delivery companies. However, to profit at this game, you've got to overcome one of the big issues, and that is running smack dab into consumer thriftiness. Consumers will pay a modest fee for convenience, but not a lot. And when it comes to food delivery companies, well, you might encounter a service fee, a delivery fee, a small order fee, and this is how your $15 hamburger.
I mean, they're all doing it. And shit, that hamburger shouldn't be $15. But, Jesus Christ. It's so true, and it's pervasive. Yeah, and there's lots of competitors out there, and fact is people aren't staying in the house as much as they were back in 2021. Hold on, I'm gonna, where are we at on time right now? I'm not saying that we're going to end this stream or anything like that. I just, you know, usually give us a break every couple of hours. But we're not quite there yet. It's also lagging again, though. Why is it doing this? What is happening? What was there another story inside this story? Oh, yeah, let's do this one. Looks like Amazon is trying to take on Temu, as it's become a big competitor of theirs with their discounted prices. Let's see what's going on here.
Not a big surprise because Amazon, obviously the big dog when it comes to e-commerce, feeling some heat from the Chinese companies Temu and Shein, and they specialize in, lower priced goods made by Chinese factories. Amazon wants a piece of that action. So it's now launching Amazon Haul, which is a little piece of Amazon world that you'll be able to access through the site that is intended to be Amazon's bargain basement. And this new service is intended to serve up mostly Chinese goods for $20 or less. So if you're the sort of shopper like Sam here who lives for $1 eyelash curlers or a $3 nail dryer, well, Amazon Haul is going to be your best friend. What's the catch? Well, free shipping is available only for orders under $25. And remember, we're talking about $1 doodads here. Moreover, you'll pay $4 for shipping on most orders, so suddenly your $1 thing has become a whole lot more expensive. On top of that, the things will be shipped directly from the Chinese manufacturer, not via the Amazon warehouse, which means overnight delivery, forget about it. You might wait up to 2 weeks to get that $1 doodad, and then finally, any order for $3.
How could we ever leave? How could we ever live with 2 weeks? Oh my God!
Okay.
Wow.
I understand why Amazon wants to get in on this part of the e-commerce world, but you got to figure as well, Amazon, well, their status is the digital department store. They have everything for everyone, and they also have fast service, fast delivery, and superlative customer service. All
right. Okay. Do they though? Temu is trash and Shine is shite. Well, what will the new Amazon discount store be? Doo-doo. Amazon discounts are doo-doo. Does TikTok have a shop? Really? I literally did not know that. Okay, now let's go to a few other stories here. God, we got so much stuff to talk about. I don't know why I keep saying a few more. We got literally 100. We got 100 plus stories to go through. More than that. At this point, we have like 130 stories to go through still. You've never been tempted by the Temu? I've also never bought anything from any of those places, but I know they exist. I've heard of people buying stuff from there and getting things that were incredibly cheap. All right, let's go to this now in Texas. Shocking story.
Tonight we begin with rattled nerves on a runway in Dallas. A bullet pierced a Southwest jetliner just feet from the cockpit as it taxied for takeoff. It is the latest incident in a week of problems for planes and passengers. CBS's Jason Allen leads us off tonight at Love Field. Jason?
David, you know that there are all kinds of sounds you hear when a plane is getting ready to take off. Well, Southwest Airlines tells me in this case, the crew of the plane heard something above all of that was out of place. It turned out to be a bullet hitting the side of the plane as they were headed out toward the runway, about to take off.
Southwest 2494, we'd like to return to the gate, need to have an inspection done here on the aircraft.
The passengers and crew on the 737 were moments from takeoff when a bullet hit the right side of the jetliner just below the cockpit. The FAA says no one was hurt. The aircraft returned to the gate and passengers exited. A Southwest source tells CBS News it appears to be a stray bullet. We asked travelers about it at Love Field today.
Does any of that cause
a stray bullet aimed at a plane? Weird.
any hesitation before you're getting on a plane today?
I ain't worried about it.
but I know I ain't going to Haiti, though.
The FAA stopped U.S. airlines from flying to Haiti this week after gangs shot 3 U.S. jets. Former NTSB Chair Robert Sumwalt spoke to my colleague Chris Van Cleve.
How dangerous is it for a plane to get struck by a bullet?
Obviously, when you have people shooting at an airplane, it's not a good situation.
Go, 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 go! In Denver, a rush to the exits. 108 passengers evacuated on this Southwest flight Friday. A cell phone battery caught fire as the plane was preparing to depart.
We were lucky because we were delayed 30 minutes. If we hadn't been delayed, that phone would have caught on fire in the air.
And trouble on a Scandinavian Airlines flight headed to Miami.
Shit is getting crazy on planes lately.
Passengers on board shaken by severe turbulence over Thursday. It turned around.
It turned around all the way over here. I feel like it would have been faster just to go all the way. Okay, yeah. Stuff's getting pretty weird out there on the tarmac. Okay, let's go to this business-related story. Apparently, Ben & Jerry's is claiming the parent Unilever, massive conglomerate, is silencing them over their stance on Gaza.
Illegal.
Ice cream brand Ben & Jerry's said in a lawsuit filed Wednesday that the parent company Unilever has silenced its attempts to express support for Palestinian refugees. The lawsuit is the latest sign of the long-simmering tensions between Ben & Jerry's and Unilever. A rift erupted between the two in 2021 after Ben & Jerry's said it would stop selling its products in the Israeli-occupied West Bank because it was inconsistent with its values. That led some investors to divest Unilever shares. The ice cream maker then sued Unilever for selling its business in Israel to its licensees there, which allowed marketing in the West Bank and Israel to continue. The lawsuit was settled in 2022. In its new lawsuit, Ben & Jerry's says that Unilever has breached the terms of that settlement. The new lawsuit says that Unilever is required to respect and acknowledge.
Not gonna lie. This is making me want Ben & Jerry's right now.
Ben & Jerry's independent board's social mission. In response to a Reuters story, Unilever said in an emailed statement that its heart goes out to all the victims of the tragic events in the Middle East, but that it rejects the claims. Within the lawsuit,
BDS Unilever? Yeah, they should. Everybody should. It's a little hard, not gonna lie. Unilever owns so much stuff. Like, it's pretty wild, the sort of the gambit which Unilever products run. But yeah, do check the back of that back of those things, all of the things really, because they get all the way into healthcare products and soap and all that stuff, food. They get into I mean, honestly, you'd have to pull up a list to be 100% sure just what all they have their hands on. It's a lot.
Ben & Jerry's said it has tried to call for a ceasefire and support the safe passage of Palestinian refugees to Britain, as well as back student protests at US colleges and advocate for a halt in US military aid to Israel, but that it has been blocked by Unilever. Ben & Jerry's has positioned itself as socially conscious since Ben Cohen and Jerry Greenfield founded the company
Bohemian
in 1978.
Raspberry. What is that?
It kept that mission after
that looks
Unilever
good.
acquired it in 2000.
Oh, God.
In March, Unilever said it will spin off its ice cream business, including Ben & Jerry's, by the end of 2025.
Okay. Oh, shit, my phone died. Hold on. I'll be right back. Okay. I'm back. Yeah. Well, we got a very similar type of story, but this one is honestly even more troubling. Not gonna lie. Let's go to Canada here. To this. This is from 2 days ago out of Global News. Police raid the Vancouver home of pro-Palestinian activist who apparently was facing hate crime probe for their activism.
Residents and neighbors tell us they were petrified when they woke up to heavy banging and a massive police presence on East First Avenue near Victoria. If you take a look behind me, you can see where the window's been boarded up. Witnesses tell us that police had busted the glass. This is the home of Charlotte Cates. This operation happened at around 9 o'clock in the morning while residents in other units were still asleep inside.
I thought I heard something downstairs too, and then there was this giant bang and the house shook, and I opened the window and there was like smoke everywhere in these guys.
Several officers with rifles moved in with an armored vehicle. Witnesses say there was heavy smoke from a flashbang.
I feel scared just because I don't know what's going on. I've never experienced anything like that before.
What was your gut reaction when you see that?
Duck. I would say duck.
Vancouver police raided the home of Charlotte Cates, the international coordinator of Samidun, a pro-Palestinian group, which was recently declared a terrorist organization by the Canadian government. Vancouver police tell Global News they had a search warrant.
This is part of it.
I wonder what they did that counted as terrorism.
Group, which was recently declared a terrorist organization by the Canadian government. Vancouver police tell Global News they had a search warrant.
This is part of an ongoing investigation. It's a hate crimes investigation.
Samidun has already been banned in Germany. Soldiers raiding operations there last fall.
I was arrested.
Cates, who was in Iran recently accepting a human rights award, has not been charged with any offense. Neither has Samidun.
We're looking to get your side of the story.
Residents and neighbors extremely upset.
Wait, the organization hasn't been charged with an offense? There's a terrorist organization that hasn't been charged with an offense. I love that. I love that vibe. Illegal, you did nothing wrong. But you're a terrorist. Hold on, we're just going to go through all your stuff.
They say the use of force was excessive.
It also just felt unnecessarily over the top because this is a neighborhood with families and older people and disabled people.
Given the level of force, I was expecting that there might have been, possibly a gunfight. Our emergency response team is often used in the execution of search warrants when we believe there could be a risk to the public or a risk to the officers.
Vancouver police releasing very few details. We don't know exactly what they were looking for.
Details, I would say.
We do know that one person was arrested, but the VPD are not releasing that person's identity. We did do a knock on the door here at Miss Cates' residence. We also reached out to her lawyer, and we're still waiting for a response. Chris.
All right, Romina, thank you.
Yeah, it's an incredibly troubling story, I think, probably to anybody here, because most people in this chat are pro-Palestinian. And or at least, pro ceasefire, at the very least. I think
David and his wife head to Florida almost every year for the winter,
in these
always
chats,
keeping an eye on the exchange rate.
Shorts chat.
My wife watches the.
Oh, I feel like it's completely different audiences somehow between Shorts chat and regular chat some days. But yeah, shocking that this woman is being charged with hate crimes for activism for a supposed terrorist organization, but it started off clearly not as one, and is not. The fact is, I mean, if you're being charged as it doesn't make any sense, because the supposed terrorist organization that they are claiming has done nothing wrong because it's being charged with no crimes. Why? How does any of this justify charging this woman with anything or going through her home? It just mystifies me. Completely nonsensical, but is sort of just a clear falling into fascism. We've seen a bunch of examples like this in Canada. In fact, it seems like Canada has been going harder than the United States on some of this in some ways, which has been incredible to watch. So we're going to stay in Canada really quickly and talk about how the loonie is at its lowest level in almost 5 years. That's right. Unfortunately, if you are a Canadian, your money is not going as far as it has in the last 5 years. Let's take a look at this story.
On New Year's Day on Vendetta Beach.
Jim David and his wife head to Florida almost every year for the winter, always keeping an eye on the exchange rate beforehand.
My wife watches the financial quotes every night on the news, and if she sees some movement and she sees a good deal, we'll buy our American dollars and jock them away.
They've bought half the cash they need, unsure when to purchase the rest. After starting out the year over 75 cents to the American dollar, the loonie has had ups and downs. It was already trending downward by the time the U.S. election came around. Then it took a post-Trump tumble.
Since the election in the States, the trend has been down for the Canadian dollar as for the euro in Europe, and because there's just a lot of worry about international trade.
Canada may be America's next-door neighbor, but there's a distance between the two economies right now. The unemployment rate in the U.S. is lower than Canada's, and its interest rates are higher, luring investors.
For example, a 2-year government bond right now, you make over 1% more in the United States than in Canada for the exact same 10-year bond.
It all adds up and could result in Canadians paying more for some imported goods like fruits and vegetables. And cross-border travelers won't see their dollars go as far. But Canadian exporters, on the other hand, could stand to gain. Selling commodities like lumber and oil for American cash can be a boost. But now...
Okay. Cool. Well, there we go. It's true. The U.S. dollar has been making ground against pretty much all currencies in a short period of time. Although it was much higher at one point a number of years back against things like the euro and the British pound. But right now, Canada's not doing so hot in terms of currencies. All right. Now let's go to a couple of very interesting, sort of groundbreaking stories here. Back to back. First, let's start with this one. BBC News from a day ago. Malcolm X's family sues the FBI, CIA, and NYPD over his murder.
Relatives of the black civil rights leader Malcolm X are suing US law enforcement agencies for complicity in his assassination 6 decades ago. They claim the CIA, the FBI and the New York Police Department were aware of a plot to assassinate him but did nothing to stop it. The family is seeking $100 million in damages. 3 men were convicted over his death, but 2 were exonerated more than 50 years later when the case was re-examined. Raymond Hamlin is a lawyer acting for the family.
So you ask yourself this last question. Why would the government prosecute 2 individuals knowing those individuals had no involvement in the assassination? What was it that our government, that this city was trying to protect?
Our correspondent Rowan Bridge is following developments from Washington. He gave me this update.
Malcolm X was a charismatic but controversial figure within the civil rights movement of the 1960s in the United States.
I'll tell you this. I know this much about the price of lumber. The price of lumber is way down. It's nearly a third of what it was at the height of the sort of high commodity pandemic pricing stuff. I mean, it was over 1,000 per. How do they measure it? Cubic. I forget. Point is
0 Megastar just cheered 100 bits. No step on sync.
Much appreciated. What was I saying? Oh yeah, lumber. most commodities. In fact, today the day for us to talk about this? Got so many things to talk about. We might as well get into it at some point, maybe. I don't know. I guess we could get into this right now. But commodities are way, way down, technically. So when you have all these corporations complaining about cost increases and all these other sorts of things, it's definitely not the cost of things like lumber, things like like most of these things, corn. It's wild. Just how far down they've come, and yet they continue saying the same stuff. Oh, it's everything's too expensive. We can't lower prices.
To start off with, a sort of black nationalist movement, and he became famous for saying that black people should use whatever means necessary to claim back their civil rights, including violence. But he split from the Nation of Islam. He went on a pilgrimage to Mecca and came back with a very different sort of viewpoint. He moderated his earlier views, and that had created a lot of tension with the Nation of Islam, and he received death threats to his life, and he feared for his own safety when he returned to the United States. And then he was giving a speech at a ballroom in New York when he was assassinated. He was shot dead in front of several hundred people. And the allegation now is that there was complicity by the authorities in Malcolm X's death. This all comes off the back of a letter which was allegedly written by a New York police officer before he died in 2020, where he said he had infiltrated Malcolm X's organization and got his security team to commit offences so that they could be arrested by the New York police before Malcolm X gave that speech. And then the allegation is also that there were undercover officers in the ballroom who did nothing to protect Malcolm X and allowed that shooting to go ahead. And there has always been controversy over whether the authorities were complicit in his death or not. And I think this...
Yep, and we will see. I mean, there's been a lot of talk about it, not just since 2020, but before that, although more evidence has come to light on this, which is why, at least in my estimation, this case is probably coming to light now from the family, or the suit is coming at this point now, after sort of going through all of the more recent things. I think it does make a pretty clear sort of case. Whether or not it will work out, we will see. I think I see someone in the chat saying they'll probably get a settlement. Up be. I don't, we're gonna have to keep track of what's going on with that, and we will try and bring you, up to date news with it. Although lawsuits can be difficult in terms of getting updates. Oftentimes, these things are taken out of court. Depends on how the family decides to handle this in many ways. Now let's go to a different story, a story that we actually talked about earlier this week. Yeah, that that being the purchase of Infowars through bankruptcy court auction by the fake news organization known as The Onion. And the fact is, I was almost done with this, but then I watched this part of this Hasanabi react to it, and I felt this is perfect for a Sunday fun day. Let's try and continue having fun. I guess that's presumptive. I guess some of you may not be having fun yet.
Let's watch. Morning, the satirical news site The Onion has just won an auction to acquire the media outlet Infowars. Right-wing conspiracy theorist Alex.
Before we get started, I must also disclose that I'm a big fan of The Onion and the new / kind of older direction that they're going towards right now. I'm friends with some of the people. Some of them are my moots. Okay, so full disclosure.
I forgot to mention this, and maybe I'll wait. I'll wait. We'll wait. I'll wait. until the first break, and then I'll tell you.
There, and that, I look forward to seeing what they cook up.
It's both hilarious and also very serious, Jim. For those who don't know, The Onion, this is the print newspaper of The Onion. The Onion's a longtime comedy brand, a satire brand, making fun of real news.
I assume they
The
stopped
Onion was
doing
fake
the print
news
version
before that slogan ever erupted in our politics. Here's an example from The Onion paper, Jim. Trump launches his own brand of voting machines. Like, that's the kind of humor The Onion is known for, but they're doing something very serious here.
I wonder how much a yearly subscription to The Onion
for the
costs.
Infowars media empire.
the paper
Infowars,
version.
of course, a very different kind of fake news. Infowars and Alex Jones, he's all about fear of immigrants, fear of Democrats, fear of government. He is a disinformation artist, and it was his defaming of the Sandy Hook families that caused all of this to happen. It was that lawsuit, it was that $1.5 billion judgment against Jones that sent this to auction, and as of today, a judge has ruled that The Onion, a satirical news website, gets to own all of the Infowars assets. So as we speak, Jim, Infowars.com, the website's already been taken down, and now the new owners, whether they use it for comedy or they use it for advocacy, we're going to find out in the months to come.
Fascinating, especially after Alex Jones caused so much pain for the families of the Sandy Hook victims, defaming them, just putting them through hell. A lot of people are seeing...
And that's why...
Yeah.
Did you just say gold is cheap right now? It's a good time to invest in it? Now, whether or not it's a good time to invest in it, I don't know. But it is literally at an all-time high right now. So I don't know what you mean by cheap. I suppose it's all perspective, isn't it?
Justice here.
You have to read the Onion's fake parent company CEO's message. Yeah. Global tetrahedron CEO, chairman, media proprietor, entrepreneur, human trafficker, thought leader, and venture capitalist. This is, once again, for those of you who don't know, because there's, plenty of neurodivergence in this community, like they're saying that they're going to continue the brand of Infowars, but in a satirical fashion. Having said that, however, people literally thought this was real and got mad at them. But yes, I am very excited at this, and I look forward to the work that they put out. And not only do I look forward to the work that they put out, I hope I can work with them as well.
It is 7:50 right now. I'm about to upload this to X. I just got word 15 minutes ago that my lawyers and folks met with the U.S. trustee over our bankruptcy this morning, and they said they're shutting us down even without a court order this morning. The
Deep State
Democrats,
coming for us.
Onion newspaper. They asked, did they outbid? They said, well, it was competitive. So they changed all the bidding rules, made it secret 2 days ago. I had a bad feeling. I told you that. Just like they tried to shut us down back in late May without a court order. They're supposed to have a court order. There's going to be injunctions filed. I'm about to go live out of Harrison's American Journal studio. I don't know what's going to happen, but I'm going to be here until they come in here and turn the lights off. I'm going to say, where's your court order? So this is all going down right now. They want to silence the American people, but we're not going to be silenced. Be sure and follow me at the Alex Jones Network at AJN Live on X right now. They're filed in court to take real Alex Jones away. That's totally unconstitutional. The judge already said no, so they filed in other courts. So the live feed going up by the time you see this at AJN Live and at real Alex Jones right now. Share this everywhere. This is a total attack on free speech.
Total attack.
Completely out of control.
It's a total attack on free speech. But I'll be here, even in the dark, without an internet connection, talking to whoever can hear me about all this stuff.
The private security hasn't even been told.
They cut him out. They cut this part out on CNN because they were too afraid of the truth about the deep state pedophiles coming after him. I've thought about it, and I've gone back and forth on this. I wonder if it would be good for Alex Jones to be the press secretary. Because, on the one hand, obviously, it's really damaging for American public consciousness. But also, some in the White House press pool deserve that fate. You know what I mean? Having to deal with Alex Jones, I would watch that every day. I would watch that press briefing every day. I would sit there tuned in every single damn day. I would never miss a second of it.
They tried to tell them last time, the other U.S. trustee, to shut us down on that court order. These folks said no. So this is all happening right now. This is the tyranny of the New World Order, desperate to silence the American
tyranny
people.
Of the
mandate of Trump against the
world order.
They don't care. So the system still thinks it's in charge. I'm going live right now from what probably will be the last transmission from this building. God bless you all for your support. Please support our sponsors so we get funds to stay on the air at the Alex Jones Network, the AlexJonesStore.com. Take action. I need your support. Infowars is really the detonator for this whole global movement that's happening. Your support did that. You're the reason it's happening. You are the resistance. God bless and good luck.
For the chatter to say he criticized Israel, no the He did not. He used to. He used to go above and beyond. He used to not just criticize Israel. He used to criticize past Israel. If you know what I mean. What's really interesting about Alex Jones's transition was the worst thing that
I'm glad they edited it that way. Oh god. He really did though. Really did.
You know what I mean? What's really interesting about Alex Jones's transition was the worst thing that possibly could have happened to him that made him like objectively more popular too was when he hugged and kissed the Trump administration. Like he used to be a massive critic, massive. He was like Bush did 9/11, Bush did 9/11 for Israel, you know, Bush and the Jews did 9/11, that type of right?
Yes, 9/11 was an inside job. It was a staged event to launch the Iraq war and to set up a domestic police state here in the United States.
Like all the craziest and some not so crazy conspiracy theories, like for every insane that he would say, there would be like one truthful thing, like the surveillance state. Like in the 90s, he kept talking about the surveillance state and it was just completely correct.
And they can dial in and listen to what you're doing even when the cell phone's off. So it's just a massive system. And as insiders told me over a decade ago, the phone companies aren't tapped by the NSA. They are the NSA. They have whole floors of their installations where everything goes through it.
And that's part of the reason why I've always found him to be like potentially a federal agent until recently when this stuff happened to him, because he seemingly was untouchable, right? If you're the Fed and you want to discredit like a lot of the crazy shit that you're doing that people would look at and go, what the that's crazy. You want a guy like Alex Jones to be saying some of the truthful things and then simultaneously say like insane stuff as though there are interdimensional space vampires who are pedophiles who are, you know, existing amongst us.
And it's like some type of interdimensional blight or succubus has like attached itself to people. And it's like either
that is true. That is actually true, everybody. We do have to talk about the interdimensional blight that is ravaging the country right now.
And that's what it is. I've talked to a lot of top psychologists, a lot of top PhDs who are even atheists, and they said, listen, you study enough, you look enough, you get into situations enough, you'll run into people that are clearly possessed and who even know information about you you've never...
It's the 32nd dimension. Coming true.
Told them, and they're not guessing. Something else is coming through them. And folks, that's what this is.
So like that was in order to discredit like the real things he talks about, right? I've always been this Alex Jones fan, as you guys know, who maintained the position that he might be a federal agent. But the worst possible thing that in my mind, ruined Alex Jones, which simultaneously made him like so much more popular, was when he became a government stooge. Like when Trump went to his show before he got elected in 2016, he realized like, oh, it's happening. Like I am a part of the government now. And basically, most of his commentary after that point was no longer about having almost this like bipartisan anger towards the globalist elite that are pedophiles, right? But instead it was like just purposely directed in the direction of the Democratic Party. I guess my point is my goat was washed, you know, and my goat was made docile. For those of you who don't know, I've been a massive fan of Alex Jones for many years.
Is that true?
I've openly stated that I think we don't deserve him as a society, that like he is in many respects. Like me and Linklater,
I don't watch enough Hassan to actually be I'm not capable of refuting
that
this.
If you could experience him in the way that I experience him and many in this community have, then he's one of the greatest performance artists of all time, right? But the issue is, especially with like our level of educational attainment in America, people were not entertained by him. They believed him. Like the point is that you're supposed to be entertained by him. You're not supposed to.
People don't understand how many levels of infotainment is actually happening.
I am agnostic
on
in
Infowars.
my analysis when I talk about like the content that
how much
media
elk
personalities provide.
needs to be harvested
There's not really
for one
anyone else
episode.
like Alex Jones out there. Like he was fantastic. He was endlessly entertaining all the way back from the days of public broadcasting all the way to the very end. And I think a lot of people might say, Hassan, when did your career peak? Was it at the DNC? When did your career peak? Was it when you played Among Us with AOC, and it was none of those things. My career peaked when Alex Jones noticed me and did a segment on me. This is from July 25th, my birthday, 2020, where Alex Jones did an entire story. I believe this was after the 9/11 comments.
He's funded by Gulf dictators, hundreds of millions. George Soros and Google. He wears jackets that say bash fascist.
Wait, is this real? What the fuck? When is this from, dude? How did you find this, dude?
And has a club in his hand. He's a young Turk. They tasted the blood of 1.5 million Christian Armenians, and they'll taste man flesh again.
Jesus Christ.
Bow, submit, turn your weapons in. The nephew of Turd Breath, Sink Turd Breath, Hassan.
Oh my God. This is so cool. Oh my God.
Oh my God.
This is
It really
the
is.
best
It's
birthday gift ever, dude. Alex Jones.
Hassan Pecker. You can't make up that name. That's his name, Hassan Pecker. And if you're a radio listener, you can't see it. He's got his red stars, his Antifa flags, his communist flags, got his baseball bat, and he's going to call you a fascist, even though he's funded by the Nazi collaborator George Soros, and he's going to attack your daughter like they did out in Oregon.
Oh, I'm dying. This is literally this is the dream. He's talking about how I'm going to have sex with your daughter, dude. Oh, that's so cool. He even said that.
He's gonna
like, this is like a cameo, okay? This is like if you paid Alex Jones $1,000 to do a cameo. This is the best cameo that he could ever make.
Chase women down. That's what he's pushing, and uninterrupted for the Young Turks members. And this is the sexy death porn. The sexy terror porn.
Destroy the sexy death porn.
Corrupt them all. And their desperation as America's pulse comes back and as we stand up against the Chi-Coms and defend the Second Amendment and rediscover God and family. Hassan of the Young Turks declares that America deserved 9/11, close quote, praises brave soldier who took Representative Crenshaw's eye. Isn't that just darling? Oh, when you go to a Young Turds event, they always go, there's a big crowd of 700 viewers, and it's a Google set. It'll be the Google event. So let's hear from...
This is so insane.
Oh, hit pause, back it up. I forgot, he's real jealous that Joe Rogan...
Oh my God.
By the way, he's a super libertarian.
We should have gotten a trigger warning for that.
And right-winger. He just knows how to, survive in L.A., I guess. Really smart guy. That's why I get mad at Joe, because he's as smart as I am or smarter. He knows all this stuff, obsessed with it. He knows more than I do in some cases. And he plays dumb, and I've told him to his face. But anyways, he has the congressman on, and Pecker is mad. He has this tiny audience, so he thinks, well, I'll attack him and say something really scandalous.
Wait.
You and your
so
you and
sad.
your tiny audience there, Mr. Pecker. All right, that was more Hulk Hogan. I don't work on my Alex. I need to work on my Alex Jones impression. All right. We're 2 hours in, which means I gotta take a break. But we are gonna keep the content coming all day. By the way, before we get into all of that, let me tell you some stuff that's currently going on for the next month? I think it's a full month. I can't remember. Oh no, until the end of this month. We may run a different promotion soon, but let's get to it. Well, I hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Now, let's talk about that promotion I was just talking about. Because not only can you contribute by way of Twitch, PayPal, Cash App, you also have Patreon, and for a limited time only, that's right, you can get access to the Patreon, become a Galactic patron for not $3 a month, but for the first time ever at a discounted price. All tiers for the first month are now available until the end of this month at half off. Want to be a Galactic patron? Well, guess what? $1 $1.50 or something like that. You want to be second or third tier? Well, guess what? Half off of those too. That's right. Making it available. So yeah, you got YouTube, you got Twitch, you got Cash App and PayPal, but guess what? You can get all sorts of super sweet benefits for an even lower price than ever before. So do consider that. If one of the mods would throw the Patreon link into chat, that'd be great, because right now I have the window closed. It seems to be one of the things that's making the stream lag lately. So, yeah. I will have a solution for that hopefully soon, but if you can just throw a link in, that would be great. So, everybody consider donating and or becoming a Patreon member, as you are the only thing keeping the Galactic News Network alive.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Anyways, enjoy this space break, and I'll be right back. Whoopsies. I let the movie. I let the music die. Well, get back to those seats, Space Fams, as the second of many halves is about to start. Who knows how many halves we're going to have today? Unclear. Like I said, the structure of today's stream is going to be a little weird. We're going to hit all the normal places, but we're going to do it in an extra slow fashion. So, I'm going to actually stick with this same video. That's literally how this is going to go down. I figured, why not? Sunday fun day. And considering how well the stream software was running on Friday, I was hoping we would be able to, you know, do this stream super long. I feel like we all deserve a Sunday fun day. Don't forget, Galactic Stream completely brought to you by viewers like you. Alright, yeah, let's go back to this. Hassan talking about The Onion and Alex Jones.
Dude, that's so sad in comparison to what my audience looks like now in comparison to Alex Jones's audience. Oh no. Oh, Alex, I wish what could have been.
And then all the meth heads and child molesters that watch my show, literally, they'll think I'm powerful. Oh, you're such a big man, Hassan.
You guys are all meth heads and child molesters. Alex Jones called you guys meth heads and child molesters.
Harsh.
Oh my god, I'm fangirling super hard right now. Oh man, that's great. I can't believe you guys found this. I had no idea this existed. This is so good.
Flabby arms. I bet he's got some big old giant bitch tits. I'm sorry, it's a family show. Just go ahead and roll this.
This is awesome.
America deserved 9/11, dude. F it. I'm saying it.
We're there to partner with them. We're not there doing our own thing. We're there partnering and training
in a video
and
game,
equipping and enhancing their capabilities.
We totally brought it on ourselves, dude. Holy shit. We did. We did in a video game, whatever, hypothetically, politically.
Hit pause again. Back it up 10 seconds. Oh, like the Armenians deserved because they were there before the Muslims took over Constantinople, and then you drove them into the mountains, but because they were Christian, they became still super wealthy because they were such good people.
Hassan did it.
Wait.
Hassan did it himself.
Wait, did he just say that there were good people automatically because they're Christian and they are wealthy because Christian people are good people and wealthy and Muslims are bad? Wait, what? That's so weird. Oh, this is awesome.
And so you're named after the group that murdered them, and you've got a club, and you say you're coming for us. Let's continue with this psychopathic worm.
He's saying that, like, I'm going to do the Armenian genocide on white Christian men in this country. It is kind of sad that we're, like, revisiting this right now in the eve of his destruction. But yeah, flabby arms, dude. Are you?
Wow.
Flabby arms,
Wow.
Dude? Go
Wow, Hassan,
here, bro.
taking the opportunity
opportunity
here. Good God. Come on, Hassan. Have some restraint, pal.
Well, it's because Turkish, that's the other reason. And people just lie all the time.
I wonder if he, like, is he trying to imply that I'm going to kill Armenians or something? Like, what the Also, why the would his audience care? Like, honestly, they're fucking Alex Jones fans. It's so weird.
Holy
He's so intellectual.
Look at the way that this dip is running.
I don't think anybody's ever accused
I love
Hassan
that
of being
bleeping
intellectual.
my words because this is a family show. As Alex Jones simultaneously is like making an argument about how Muslims are bad automatically and Christians are good and make a lot of money because they're good Christians. It's very weird, but you got it's great.
Justifying genocide right now. Like, how is this? How is anything I'm saying controversial?
This is a deranged pervert. I apologize.
This is a deranged
That
pervert.
literally is about the Saudi genocide in Yemen, which at the time I was very upset about because Bernie Sanders had demanded to stop selling arms to Saudi Arabia. And Dan Crenshaw was talking about why we have to keep giving Saudi Arabia arms while simultaneously talking about how they hate us because they ain't us, these Muslims, they all just want to destroy the United States of America.
He had to pull a trigger warning on his audience, dude. He was so flustered and frustrated because he
His virgin ears had to hear those disgusting words, man. Alex Jones, who combats psychic pedophile vampires. Folks, listen.
I wouldn't
You
put
already know
stuff
it's
in your
AlexJones.com,
ears, honestly. It's probably not a
Infowars.com.
good
I'm
idea.
locked away in a FEMA camp right now because Obabe, President Obabe, the Muslim Kenyan, has locked me away, folks, and I will prevail.
Okay, all right. All right. I've reached my limit on this video now. Let's keep it moving. Let's keep it moving. It was fun. It was worth it. I gotta say, I almost want to watch more of it, but we have so much more to talk about. We're only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We're only like a dozen videos in. We've got 122 to do, so we probably should stay focused. What do you think, chat? All right, let's go here. CBS Evening News from a day ago. Businesses brace for Trump's proposed tariff hikes.
China. I have to have my China.
Wait, what? Oh, no, I forgot. Actually, wait, I forgot we have more videos than we're not doing that first. We're going here to a little known place, I'm sure, within this chat.
Sam Cedar on the Majority Report, here with Emma Vigland, and want to welcome to the program Gareth Gore, writer and editor based in London, author of Opus, The Cult of Dark Money, Human Trafficking, and Right-Wing Conspiracy Inside the Catholic Church. Gareth, welcome to the program.
God, we have 100.
Good afternoon from London. Thanks for having me on, Sam and Emma.
So, wait, you're a financial writer. So, walk us through how you sort of came on this topic. I mean, it's pretty timely because I don't know how clear it is that J.D. Vance is officially a member of Opus Dei. That's part of this, but there's a lot of indication that he's extremely sympathetic, if not a member. But start with how you came across this story.
So I've been working on this book for 5 years now. And I mean, as you say, I'm a financial journalist by background. I've been covering finance for the past 20 years. And I came to this story completely by accident. So basically a bank in Spain collapsed and I was sent to report on it. And I just started digging because so many bits of the story just didn't make any sense. And the more I dug, the more interesting this whole story got. And I initially found all kinds of financial ties to Opus Dei. And then things got even stranger. I found that not only were the financial ties to Opus Dei, but there were also all of these financial connections to these hospitality schools around the world where teenage girls had basically been recruited into a life of servitude and enslavement. So yeah, I mean, that's how it started. And I've just been kind of beavering away, trying to get to the bottom of this story for the past few years. And the book finally came out a few weeks ago.
All right. Well, let's back up for a minute. Give us how many members?
So you're not picking up on what we're talking about here. I figured we kind of transition into the more strictly political with this video, which is why it's here. From the Alex Jones conspiracy theories to this very real world sort of actual conspiracy fact about this sort of quasi what do you call it? Clandestine sort of Catholic organization called Opus Dei, which this guy is an apparent expert in due to having done a great deal of research on the topic.
For a minute, give us how many members of Opus Dei? Well, first, let's start with what is Opus Dei? I don't think, I remember talking about Opus Dei, I want to say 15 years ago in the context of like Scalia and Robert Novak. But who is Opus Dei and how many people are there?
So I think most of your listeners, and certainly myself, I mean, people would kind of know Opus Dei through the Da Vinci Code, which of course was a highly fictionalized version of reality. But Opus Dei is a Catholic organization. It's an officially recognized part of the Catholic Church. It's been around for almost 100 years. It was started up by this Spanish priest called José María Escrivá, who went around telling everyone that he basically received a vision from God. for a new organization designed for, I guess, for serious Catholics who wanted to take their faith a step further, but who didn't, want to go all the way of becoming priests or nuns. They wanted to be more serious Catholics. And he built this organization initially around this very kind of benign philosophy of basically you as an ordinary Catholic, you can serve God better by striving for perfection in everything you do, which, nobody can really argue with. But then, the backdrop to this was the Spain in the 1930s, a time of, the country was on the brink of civil war. The workers were rising up. They'd overthrown the monarchy. They were demanding new rights for themselves, turning their backs on the church. And Escrivá saw all of this and was horrified. And so this quite benign philosophy that he'd started out with, he began to evolve it. And Opus Dei started to become much more reactionary, much more militant, and much more political. And that's the Opus Dei that's still alive and well today. It still presents this kind of benign facade to the world of we just want to help Catholics. But behind this facade, there's a very political kind of underbelly that's hidden from the public and from many members as well.
And is there a theocratic difference? Like, is this like, I'm not well versed in Catholicism to the extent that, is this would you call it a sect of Catholicism, or would you say that it's simply I don't know.
I am personally shocked.
Brotherhood within the context of Catholicism. Like, there's no theological.
Bewildered that Sam, of all people, doesn't know the inner workings of Catholicism. Of all people, really, Sam? Come on.
I don't know. Some type of brotherhood within the context of Catholicism. Like, there's no theological difference, is there?
No. So this group absolutely kind of ascribes to the teachings of the Catholic Church, but Opus Dei diverges from certainly the current Pope on a number of issues, not least things like gay marriage and, support for LGBTQ issues. But I would argue that the Catholic element to Opus Dei is a front, and it's something that the organization, which I would argue the organization is more political than it is religious, but it uses Catholicism and religiosity in general as a means to kind of, I guess, convince people to, drop their guard, to welcome the organization into their homes, to teach their kids at school. So I think Catholicism is just a front, and it abuses the legitimacy that it has from the Vatican in order to win recruits and in order to gain.
You think Mark Wahlberg we need? I was gonna say we need Nick Cage. I mean, that's my first go-to. And Mark Wahlberg, he's honestly kind of far down on my list. First, it would be Nicolas Cage, and then at least, after him would be my brain just broke. Fuck. Why can't I think of his name? Tom Hanks. And then the original, of course, Indiana Jones, aka who's the original fucking, oh my god, why is my brain broken? I think Mark Wahlberg's at least number 5 or lower, but we don't have time to compile this list right now.
The recruits and it's fascinating. I didn't realize how few members there are of Opus Dei. It really, and that is sort of built into it, in terms of who they seek to recruit and what statuses and how they refer to the statuses within the organization, or I guess externally. How many people are in Opus Dei?
So globally, there are about 100,000 people in Opus Dei. In the United States, it's not a particularly big country for Opus Dei. They have about 3,000 members. But one interesting element tells you everything you kind of need to know about Opus Dei. So you would expect as a Catholic organization that, the big Opus Dei communities would be in, cities with a rich Catholic history, like Boston or Chicago or New York. I guess perhaps these days Miami because of the Hispanic population. But no, the biggest community of Opus Dei members is actually in the DC area. 800 of the 3,000 American Opus Dei members live in the wider DC area.
It's like
and
over
that's because
25%.
the organization, and something you're just touching on there, Sam, it's because the organization right from the beginning has targeted the elite. You can't go onto the Opus Dei website.
Right. It's like an elite. It's clearly an elite political organization, quasi-political, clearly theocratic leaning. Well, not leaning, but explicitly theocratic in nature.
Has targeted the elite. You can't go onto the Opus Dei website and punch in your details and say, I'm interested in joining. How do I become a member or whatever? Now, they find you and they target you. And they specifically target people who are either wealthy or powerful, because the organization, being political and reactionary, what they want to do is push through change in society. And the way they do that, I mean, the founder of Opus Dei was very clear about that. The way that you change society is by recruiting people from the top of society, the people, people in politics or the judiciary, people in journalism or business who are in positions to push through the types of change that you want to
Yeah, you want to see. Yeah, well, I mean, if you are a psychotic theocrat, specifically. Oh, boy. And this is the kind of stuff that we have to worry about coming through. And I mean, J.D. Vance is, because of, like, Peter Thiel and some of this other stuff, he's a recent Catholic convert, if I'm not mistaken. And, these are the kind of people we're going to have to be worried about. The explicitly theocratic. Now, let's go back and get into some business stuff. Some more business stuff, at least. But in America, let's go down, talk about the businesses in the United States currently bracing for Trump's proposed tax hikes.
China.
President-elect Donald Trump campaigned on raising tariffs, especially on products from China, as a way to boost manufacturing in this country. But CBS's Carter Evans met a small business owner who's worried about the impact they could have if enacted.
So you want to fill this warehouse up?
Yeah, definitely.
Bobby Jabahiri is trying to stock up his warehouse with appliances from overseas while he can still afford them.
We've been preparing for the last 6 months for Trump to win.
His company manufactures products in China, and he says President-elect Trump's threat to increase tariffs will force him
the space
to charge
police.
more.
Our Evolution air fryer, about $130 right now. Trump tariffs come in, $200 plus right off the bat.
Will people pay that?
Absolutely not. I wouldn't pay for it.
Trump wants to impose a blanket tariff of 10 to 20% on all imports and an additional 60% or more on goods from China.
It would decimate our business, but not only our business, it would decimate all small businesses that rely on importing.
Does China actually pay the tariffs?
No. We're getting the bill. The bill comes straight to us from the government.
It's important for the American people to understand that the people who pay tariffs are...
Now, one thing I was thinking about this, and I know that I don't have the sort of reach to make this sort of happen, but I know there's been some sort of very similar things going on in the ether, such as the... oh shit, what was the name of the movement? Oh my god, my brain just broke. You all know the movement where people were trying to spend literally $0. Maybe it's called the $0 a day. I forget what it was called. But there's been that sort of thing. I think what we should, I think what people, leftists especially, should attempt to do with all this going on, and maybe not just leftists, but just people in general, should avoid buying things. Because like the thing is, not only are small businesses probably doing this, but I'll bet big businesses are also doing this. So if we only buy from small businesses and completely stop, to whatever degree we possibly can, buying from big businesses entirely, right, they might be stuck with a ton of inventory, forced to liquidate at low prices, or actually start dropping prices, right? Because they're the ones who have the most effect on the economy, right? Is the big businesses, the Walmart, the, you know, Target, like these kinds of big, you know, they're the ones with the most pricing power, right? And if, you know, you don't want to hurt the small businesses, of course, but you know, these other guys, I mean, if they do start doing this, they're gonna be sitting on who knows how many billions of dollars worth of goods, and we could potentially hurt them even more. With all of that, I don't know. I'm just thinking out loud. Maybe it wouldn't work out the way I'm thinking, but if enough people did it, I think it would.
Importers, not China, not foreign governments, not foreign companies. That's going to come down to your wallet.
Brian Peck teaches international trade law at USC and says Trump's tariffs could also be a negotiating tactic.
If he doesn't like a certain practice or a certain policy initiative, he can use it as leverage to threaten them.
A recent study suggests Trump's proposed tariffs could cost middle-income households more than $2,600 a year. In 2018, when Trump slapped tariffs on imported washing machines, prices jumped almost $100. But foreign appliance makers also moved some production to the U.S., and a year later, they had created 1,800 new jobs. Still, other countries retaliated with tariffs on U.S. exports, which led to job losses.
You import air fryers. Why can't you just make them here?
Well, there's no factory in America. A factory that could potentially produce hundreds of thousands of air fryers in 1 year, same quality, there's nowhere in the world other than Chinese.
So what if someone said, well, maybe it's about time we start building them in the U.S.?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah,
go
do
build
it.
them, and I'll come buy from you. No problem.
Seriously.
His advice, if you're considering...
But I love how this guy frames it like that, as if it's that easy. I'm not sure he's even smart enough to know that it's not that easy. Because obviously there's a reason people went to China, right? Like that American companies packed up and went all the way to a different country across an ocean and started doing stuff over there, right? Like it's not it's not just happenstance. It's just 'cause it's not because they like the weather more, right? And it's like it's like, wake up, dude. Wages there are much lower in terms of cost structure, but there's also a whole bunch of other sort of like top-down things, the way that certain things are set up because of the fact that so many businesses have gone there, that in fact it reduces costs of not just because, I mean, the fact is wages have been going up in China over the last couple decades, but the fact is they have systems there in place for all of this stuff. So it's not like you can just pick up a factory and move it. You have to build it, right? And you have to employ the people to fill it, and all these other sorts of things. And I mean, it's not like it's a bad idea, but it would in fact not probably even affect prices all that much because American wages are higher, right? So I mean, that's not a solution either to it. And we talk about all the time, price controls, governmental involvement. Talk about it with rent, and the fact is it probably should be looked at in a bunch of other places. We've seen how there's been actual collusion happening, not just with things like RealPage, but with, over practically every single market that exists that touches consumers. All right, now let's talk about a different business situation. This one should be fun. And guess what? Leading into this here, I'm going to make a quick plug. I haven't yet made a Nightbot command for this. I should. But guess what? You can now follow me on Blue Sky. At someone already has the Galactic News Network at Blue Sky, which is very upsetting. I don't know who did that. But fuck you. Whoever did that. But GalacticStreamLord, you can find me on Blue Sky. With the title Galactic News Network, I honestly need to look into who actually took that, because maybe we should go after them.
Help! I'm being
Just kidding. We won't go after them, but maybe, I don't know, there was some sort of discussion that needs to be had. We'll see. Either way, I'm on Blue Sky. Can you guess why we're talking about that right now? Oh, right. This is from 3 days ago. KTLA5 with the story. 1 million users. That's right. 1 million users have left X for this platform. Which one's that?
Let's talk about, by the way, I have 238 followers on Blue Sky.
Okay.
Mark this down. It's an interesting world that we're like starting over in here.
Do I need to start Blue Sky?
And it's kind of fun. I
need to start. She sounds so concerned. Did you hear her voice?
They want to be the place where you watch
We have to hear that again.
video podcasts.
That is fucking hilarious. She sounds genuinely concerned. She's like, no, not another social media, please. Please. Guess what? Probably. Answer yes.
That we're like starting over in here.
Do I need to start Blue Sky?
And it's kind of fun. We'll talk about it in a moment. First, let's start with Spotify. Taking aim at YouTube. They want to be the place where you watch video podcasts. The company held their annual Now Playing event and announced two big moves. First, it will start paying podcast creators who get lots of views, and it will let paying subscribers watch video podcasts without ads. But keep in mind, that does not include what's called host reads. Those are the ads that hosts read themselves that are built into the shows. Now, according to Edison Research, YouTube is the top place for podcasts.
I love how they need to clarify
31%
that.
of weekly listeners.
It is fucking
Spotify
hilarious.
Has 27%. Apple Podcasts, surprise to me, 15% share. Video podcasts are particularly popular and continue to grow.
Cheap production.
Yeah,
Right?
That's exactly what it's
Yeah.
all about. Some X-users jumping ship to a new platform called Blue Sky. You might have heard of it in the past week or so. The open source social media platform says they've seen an influx of over 1 million users in the past week, bringing their total to 15 million users. So
Whoa, what just happened? Excuse me.
still low, but a good start. Many of those are fleeing X after the election. They're unhappy that owner Elon Musk used that platform to support President-elect Trump. Now, Blue Sky was originally created by former Twitter CEO Jack Dorsey in 2019. It's been around for a while, but it was recently open to everyone. So it had to be invite only for many years. Now it's open to everyone. The decentralized platform lets you post text, photos, and more. You can also better customize what you see, and it's easy to take your data and move to another platform later. My initial thought.
Well, I'm sure Elon's fine with this. I'm sure he's not crying himself to sleep right now, wherever he is. Let's go here. Keep talking about this. Because I'm highly amused by this. But remember, you can follow me on Blue Sky at whatever, at Galactic News. At GalacticStreamLord. .bluesky.whatever.
We'll call it the exodus from X. It seems the results of the U.S. election could be pushing more people off the social media platform known once as Twitter, a result of their frustration with the direction of the site since Elon Musk took over. And now Musk, of course, is taking on a more prominent role in Trump's upcoming administration. Benefiting from this could be Blue Sky, which has gained more than 1 million new followers in the last week. I'm joined now by Carmi Leavitt. He's a tech analyst. Carmi, good morning to you. Let's start with Blue Sky. What is it?
It's essentially a clone of what Twitter used to be when it first launched a few years back.
I just realized I need to change my handle to
like
something
Twitter,
else.
just with a different logo. And that's by design.
Let's hope this is real.
It was founded
Let's
by
hope this one
Jack
exists.
Dorsey, who was the original creator of Twitter. And he wanted to create something that was different than Twitter, that was more open source, that was what's known as decentralized, that wasn't kind of locked into its own world, but would communicate more effectively with other platforms, would allow users the freedom to choose which services that they use. It was much more community minded and focused. And since then, of course, they've broken with Twitter as Elon Musk took over. And they were invitation only until earlier this year. But what's been happening since then is that every time X kind of has a controversy, every time Elon Musk says something that makes people uncomfortable, every time he just introduced a new block feature that is not a block feature. In fact, you block people, they can still see what you're posting. It drives another exodus of users away from X, looking for an alternative to get back to what they thought Twitter used to be. And Blue Sky increasingly is that target for them. It almost seems to be a refuge.
I took down my. I used to have. I don't know if everybody remembers this, but I used to have my Twitter details like right here, where all the other things are like on the screen right now. But I took it down and put Patreon there instead. Now I'll put Blue Sky up somewhere. Trying to think of what I would take down to put it up. I guess I could make them smaller. I feel like they're already hard as fuck to read though.
Less hostile if
Oops.
Will. Now, 1 million visitors or 1 million new subscribers and followers in a week. Could this have a big impact on X?
I mean, it certainly gets a headline, but just if you look at the overall numbers, Blue Sky is still a speck in the ocean compared to the size of X. Elon Musk claims that they've got 600 million monthly active users. I kind of doubt that number. They had half that when he took over, and we know full well all the controversies they've gone through since then. So whatever that number is, it's still a lot larger than Blue Sky's claimed 15 million. So it's still relatively small, but growing fairly quickly.
Yeah, it does seem to be growing quite quickly. Undoubtedly. Can I change? I'm sorry. Let's go to the next one. We're gonna keep talking about this. Then we're gonna use this to segue into something else. How far are we into the stream now? 2.5, not bad. Oh, I can do it. I can do it. Okay,
now,
sick.
some news outlets have decided to quit X, formerly known as Twitter, since the election of Donald Trump, whose campaign was financed and supported by X's owner Elon Musk. Sweden's newspaper of record, Dagens Nyheter, became the third major outlet to leave X on Friday, citing a harsh and extreme environment on the website. The UK's Guardian newspaper and Spain's Vanguardia have done the same. Since buying Twitter 2 years ago, Elon Musk has drastically reduced content moderation. We can now talk to David Chavalerius, sorry if I'm butchering your name then, do correct me, research director at the French National Centre for Scientific Research and author of the book Toxic Data. Thanks for speaking to us.
Hello.
So Musk has both reduced moderation, but also appears to, in some places, applied heavy-handed moderation on other accounts, perhaps ones critical of him. Have you noticed a kind of double standard at play?
Yes, so there is many cues that Elon Musk has made some intervention on X to favor his opinions. First, we have to see that all these things are
formerly
quite
known
opaque
as Prince.
because we don't.
Or X, formerly known as X, according to this guy.
Have access to the inside of X Twitter, but we can see what's happening outside. So what we see is that he has increased the toxicity of the networks. I mean, he has overspread toxic content, and also he has put some user immune to, for example, community notes, and he has promoted this kind of ideologies throughout Twitters. We also have to say that Elon Musk has 200 million followers on X, and he has architecture X so that when he says something, everybody on X is listening to it because it is broadcasted broadly to every user. So he has weighted a lot on X user perceptions of these elections and also more widely to American users because he has also used this kind of data to, for example, send SMS to user and set up lots of deceptive campaign to make Kamala Harris appear incompatible with American voters' values. But it was based mostly on fake news.
Now, I wanted to just zoom in on one thing you mentioned there.
Okay, now, I think it's probably a good time for us to move on to this. Start talking about politics, and specifically the new Donald Trump appointments and how that's all been going, which may be foreshadowing for some. As well, at least for some of these picks, not going so great almost immediately. Yeah. Let's do this. Let's go to the majority report. Talk about, well, the CEO of not Blue Sky, but of course of X, Elon Musk. See how he's doing.
Donald Trump is crazy. He's crazy. People know this. He's, I guess, a huge narcissist, I'm told. I'm not terribly familiar with all this psycho babble speak. But This is fantastic. And let's be clear. This is stuff to make you feel good, because both of these men are horrible human beings who are going to do horrible things to the planet and to individuals and people and whatnot.
Illegal.
But to watch them, to watch Trump embarrass one of them, you know, it's a little bit of comic relief. Here is Donald Trump at the American First Policy Institute Gala.
Ooh, sounds
in
fancy.
Mar-a-Lago. This is just another way. Put money in my pocket. Guess what? Galas don't have to be for not-for-profits.
What's wrong with getting making a little money for gala? I mean, come on. Do you know how much a gala costs to do? Can't always be for charity. Okay? Those plates and the food, all those, the waiters always asking for money all the time. Might as well make a little dough.
He starts at home. But this is pretty good.
Relax. We have a man who has a seriously high IQ. You know, I'm a person that believes in high IQs, and this is about as high as they get. He launched a rocket 3 weeks ago, and then he went to Pennsylvania to campaign because he considered this more important than launching rockets that cost billions of dollars. Elon Musk. Elon. What a job. What a job he does. And he happens to be a really good guy.
Really
good. He likes this place. I can't get him out of here. He just likes this place. And you know what? I like having him here, too. He's good. He's done a fantastic job. Really an incredible mind, and he's an unbelievable entrepreneur, sort of everything. I'm asking him, what do you do best? And we were not able to figure it out, but it's a lot of things.
So many.
Yeah.
Jack of all trades.
Now, this was get that this piece here. This was on yesterday, but on Wednesday we're starting to see a little bit of a pattern. This is on Wednesday. During his first meeting with Republican lawmakers on the Hill as president-elect, Trump asserted his power over Musk, mocking the tech billionaire for sticking around so long. Elon won't go home. I can't get rid of him, Trump said Wednesday, until I don't like him. Apparently everybody was laughing. But, you know, when the jokes... There's a thing called kidding on the square that Al Franken has talked about.
So what now?
And with Trump, like he's not capable on some level of the type of artifice that is associated with, like, he's not going to create some type of fiction around here, and it's seeping out. You can see how he's trying. Like, we can't figure out what he's good at. I mean, he's so good at everything. But he did know that it was more important to get me elected than to put a rocket ship on the moon. So here is Donald Trump, the beginning of Trump embarrassing Elon Musk. And the question is, will Elon Musk be enough of a cuck that he'll be okay with it and not lash out? Or is he so arrogant that he'll be pissed and want to put Trump in his place? My guess is it's the former. He
wants attention.
Will you grab the USA thing again?
Oh.
Because you can hear it here. This is the like, hey guys, how's it going? You
guys want some cookies?
Do some partying?
He's only in it for the sort of
validation
and attention. Like this is a guy who has so many failed promises of like when we're going to go to the moon or what's going to be put in a tunnel in Vegas, and you know he's a flim-flam charlatan.
Yeah, I mean, this is the kind of positive energy that America is all about. USA, 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 USA. Wah!
There you go.
Boots on the Moon 2030.
Whoa!
If only some kids let them sit next to him at lunch.
I know it.
Instead of just...
I know it. It's so much of what this is about.
People had just been nicer.
I'm going to
Elon.
make everybody pay
about 30 years
for
ago.
how I felt awkward as a kid. Hey, Donald
30,
Trump has
40
once
years
again
ago.
told us just how far he's willing to go to get his way. The other day, he suggested the use of military force on Election Day and after against the enemy from within, known as left-wing.
It's true. He did say that. Sam's right, as he often is. You know, I thought because of all that, because of what, you know, Sam was talking about with regards to bullying and all that, I thought maybe we'll get some of this back with the Donald Trump administration. Do anybody remember this? Let's go to this from 6 years ago. Here's a little clip The Guardian News has up for us. Fingers crossed, everybody.
Thank you.
Be best.
As a mother and as First Lady, it concerns me that in today's fast-paced and ever-connected world, children can be less prepared to express or manage their emotions, and oftentimes turn to forms of destructive or addictive behavior such as bullying, drug addiction, or even suicide. So today, I'm very excited to announce Be Best, an awareness campaign dedicated to the most valuable and fragile among us, our children.
Yes, of course.
And now it is my pleasure to call my husband to the stage to sign a proclamation.
This guy hates bullying.
Today, May 7th.
I'm sure this will come. January 21st. Be Best will be back. For sure.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Oh, you're doing such a great job, honey. Thanks for saying words. All right, now get out of here. Go that way. Okay. So hopefully people will be their best very soon. Very, very soon. Not their best. I'm sorry. They will be best.
Well, President-elect Trump filling out another
Please hold. Thank you. Yes. I'm sure we can. It will be. I'm sure it'll be back any minute now, and we can count on that. Everybody will immediately be best. I am so ready for it. Okay, well, we got a new addition to the Trump shadow team, who has been added in the last 24 hours. New energy, the secretary. Same energy as the rest, sort of insane pick. Let's go here to Fox News with the story. I'm sure they're actually pretty excited about this one. Yeah, Trump has selected an interesting individual, perhaps not shocking to some, but is really... certainly, I think, sends some sort of message here about what the Donald Trump administration will be all about.
Well, President-elect Trump filling out another important administrative role. He has tapped his campaign's 27-year-old National Press Secretary, Caroline Leavitt, to be the youngest White House press secretary in history. And we just got some...
That's not the one. That's not the one. Although she is a new addition as well. We'll talk about her some other time, actually. But actually, maybe we should talk about her now too. Hold on. You know what? Maybe we will.
Pick, so let's go straight to Bill Malugin. He's live in West Palm Beach, Florida, with the name. Who can you tell us? Who is it, Bill?
Arthel, good afternoon to you. Just moments ago, we got the announcement out of Mar-a-Lago that Donald Trump is selecting Chris Wright to be his energy secretary. That is an important position that holds responsibility over the nation's thousands of nuclear weapons, amongst other responsibilities. So there you have it. Chris Wright will be the energy secretary nomination. We're also still waiting for a treasury secretary nomination. And there's a couple of names floating around. Let's take a look at them right now. Number one is Capital Management CEO Scott Bessent. Number two is the Trump transition co-chair Howard Lutnick. Bessent is a...
Okay, they've gone too far, because this is really the thing. Chris Wright, a CEO of a fracking company, is going to be the next energy secretary. So if you were wondering how Donald Trump was going to be on climate, things like that, well, there you go. That's what you're going to be getting here.
Right now, number one is Capital Management CEO Scott Bessent. Number two is the Trump transition co-chair Howard Lutnick. Bessent is a Trump economic advisor, and he says the people that Trump is bringing in are going to get the job done. Take a listen.
It's not about supporting me. It's about the cabinet that President Trump's going to create. Then I was recently sat in a meeting with he and Elon Musk on this new, the Efficiency Commission.
Mm-hmm.
Like, yeah, who else could do that? You know, from and you know,
nothing's been done yet. Literally nothing has been done.
And another position we're waiting to hear on is FBI director. Now, former FBI agent and former Congressman Mike Rogers is reportedly being considered for FBI chief. Sources telling Fox News that Rogers met at...
Oh my God, we have so many more to talk about. These people are all insane picks. This is wild.
Mar-a-Lago on Thursday with the Trump transition team, and his name is in the mix, possibly for FBI director. But let's take a look at the bigger picture now, because remember, Election Day was less than 2 weeks ago. Here's where we stand now. Trump has made over 20...
Look at this psychotic list of people. Now, we've talked about most of these idiots. Pete Hegseth, Kristi Noem, Mike Huckabee, Bill McGinley. Did we talk about him? I can't remember if we talked about him or not. Did we? I think we did. John Ratcliffe for sure. Of course, Elon Ramaswamy, Gabbard, RFK, Burgum, Collins, Scavino. We went through this whole goddamn list. Wiles, Waltz, Zeldin, Miller, Homan, Stefanik, Rubio, Gates, Sauer, Blair. We really hit all of these people. We honestly, we are so up to date right now. We are crushing it in life.
For his administration already. Some have been splashy and controversial. Others
all literally all. I mean, depends on who you're asking. Of course, this is Fox News, so but let's go here now to News Nation, talk a little bit more about this pick.
In Florida, where we find News Nation's Libby Dean. Libby, what are we learning about the new addition to Trump's incoming cabinet?
Natasha, a stacked Saturday schedule for President-elect Trump here at Mar-a-Lago today. He announced a new cabinet pick and he met with House Speaker Mike Johnson.
Ew, the way that she says it's so gross.
Saturday,
Great
President-elect Donald Trump making his nomination for who will head up the Department of Energy. His pick, oil executive Chris Wright. Wright is the CEO of Colorado-based Liberty Energy and has been a leading advocate for fracking and other types of oil development in the U.S. In his announcement, Trump calls Wright a leading technologist and entrepreneur.
A leading technologist.
Chris will be a key leader driving innovation, cutting red
Fracking has
tape,
been
and
around
ushering
for
in
decades.
a new golden
Leading
age of American
technologist.
prosperity and global peace. Wright will
On the
also be a
cutting
member
edge.
of the newly formed Council of National Energy, which will be led by Interior Secretary nominee Doug Burgum. Also on the agenda Saturday, a strategy meeting with House Speaker Mike Johnson, who's been a frequent Mar-a-Lago visitor.
Okay,
Johnson
all
was
right.
in the
Enough
crowd
about
there
Mike.
Thursday as
Mike Johnson. Who took this picture? This is such a weird photo. What the fuck is this I'm looking at? Did I know he was a Jehovah's Witness? Wait, who? Which one? Who? Chris Wright is a Jehovah's Witness? I'm not sure. You gotta be more clear. I did not know. Actually, don't know most people's religions. Now, let's talk a little bit more about that new pick for White House Secretary, or I mean, press Secretary, Carolyn Leavitt. Here's Carolyn Leavitt on her own channel, a clip where she was on Tucker Carlson's channel. She seems very proud of this interview.
Well, there aren't a lot of swing districts left in the United States. New Hampshire's 1st district is one of them. Caroline Leavitt is running in that district. Her primary is next week. So this race has gotten incredibly nasty. So nasty that yard signs have been appearing in the district calling her KKK
No.
So why are they attacking her like that?
God.
Our rule of thumb is
terrible.
If the attacks get really vicious, if they stray from the issues into things like character, you're a bad person, you're a racist, it's usually because you're a threat in some way. Is Caroline Leavitt a threat? We're not sure.
Maybe.
We thought we would talk to her tonight. Caroline Leavitt, thanks so much for coming on. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much for having me, Tucker. I really appreciate it.
Oh, of course. So what is this? So it's a congressional district in New Hampshire, right? It's one congressional district out of 435. Mm-hmm. Why is this race so nasty? What's at stake, do you think?
Mm-hmm. Well, I am running in my home seat, New Hampshire's 1st congressional district, and the Democrats are viciously smearing me with the signs that...
Oh, vicious smears. Vicious smears. How terrible. By the way, she's a big-time pro-life advocate, big-time into the old Catholic schools and charter school stuff. She seems real weird. Apparently, she was an intern for Kayleigh McEnany back in the day. She must have been in like high school at that point. How old is she? 27? I guess not. I guess not. She would have been an adult. But yeah, weird. Seems like a kind of a bad lady.
Talked about because I stand for strong borders and strong law and order. So apparently I'm a racist.
Why is Tucker still? Well, this is from 2 years ago. Remember, this is a snippet from 2022, while she was running against Chris Pappas in New Hampshire, which she lost. That race, but yeah, she's this is on her YouTube channel, a re-upload.
Stand against men competing.
She's also
in female
apparently
athletics.
an associate
so
of Steve Bannon.
I'm a transphobic and a
yeah, her and Steve Bannon are apparently really close. So I mean, if Steve Bannon thinks you're the sort of person that he should be hanging out with, my guess is you might very well be a white supremacist. Certainly getting those vibes right now here on the Tucker Carlson Hour.
homophobic. That's what the Democrats do. They can't stand on policy or solutions, so they attack you with personal smears. But it's not just the Democrats in this race, Tucker, that are attacking me. It's the Republicans, too. In fact, $5 million of dirty, dark, super PAC money from the Congressional Leadership Fund, Kevin McCarthy, Defending Main Street, have been attacking me and my family with television ads over the last week. And why is
television ads? Oh, God. In a political campaign? Unheard of.
Could you drum up?
Never has that happened before, ever. Never has anyone ever run an attack ad in a political campaign. It's the first time, and this poor woman is just the historic first recipient of it. What? Of course, that's complete nonsense. Now, let's go to this, because, you know, a couple of the recent nominations Donald Trump has thrown in there is, well, how do you put it? They are not, things have been happening ever since that happened, you know, as these things do. Let's start with Pete Hegseth, see how that's going. He's supposed to be the new, what is it, Defense Secretary?
Vanity Fair was first to report that
It's not Seth. It's Pete. Pete Hegseth.
Seth Pete
was,
Heg.
Investigated for an alleged sexual assault in October of 2017. Hegseth's lawyer said that the allegation was, quote, investigated by the Monterey Police Department, and they found no evidence for it. CBS News political correspondent Caitlin Huey-Burns is in West Palm Beach and joins us now. Caitlin, break down these allegations and how the campaign's responding to them.
Hey, Vlad, good to see you. Yes, this pertains to Pete Hegseth, who has been nominated for Defense Secretary. These are allegations made in 2017, and we're hearing from the campaign, or I should say the transition team now, it's the transition team, writing back against all of this. Let me read you the statement from the transition team. President Trump is nominating high caliber and extremely qualified candidates to serve in the administration. Mr. Hegseth has vigorously denied any and all accusations, and no charges were filed. We look forward to his confirmation as U.S. Secretary of Defense so he can get started on day one. And this comes, of course, as there are lots of questions.
Ooh, she didn't finish reading that. Or Stephen Chung, the new the new communications director. He's been director for the campaign, but now I guess he's going to be for the White House, right? But he plans to do day one to make America not just great again, but also safe again. Wow. Masaga. We have Ma from RFK. Then we got no longer MAGA, but Masaga. Looking forward to that. Seems like a good start here with Pete Hegseth. Let's see how things are going with Matt Gaetz, who's supposed to be the new, what is it? Hold on. Let me look at my list. I can't even remember now. What's the nonsense pick that they were giving
the Trump
him?
transition, the president-elect is rapidly filling positions for a second administration. But will
Attorney
some of
General,
these more
that's right.
controversial picks
Nothing more
survive Senate
sensible
scrutiny?
than that.
ABC's Mary Alice Parks leads us off from Washington. Mary Alice, good morning.
Yeah, but good morning. There are real questions about whether some of Trump's picks will be able to make it through the Senate confirmation process. Senators making it clear they want more information about former Congressman Matt Gaetz, in particular, who was nominated to be Trump's attorney general. This morning, a growing number of Republican senators making it clear they want to see the House Ethics Committee report into Trump's pick for Attorney General Matt Gaetz. The bipartisan committee was investigating Gaetz for allegations of illicit drug use and sexual misconduct. Sources telling ABC a woman testified he had sex with her when she was only 17, and a lawyer representing another woman telling us his client testified she witnessed it. Gaetz calling the allegations invented and saying it would constitute false testimony to Congress.
I have not had a relationship with a 17-year-old. That is totally false.
Sources telling us the committee was preparing to vote to release that report as early as this week. But then Gaetz resigned from Congress after being nominated by Trump, abruptly
Nobody can see what's
ending their
happening.
investigation. House Speaker Mike Johnson on Friday, after spending the night at Mar-a-Lago with President-elect Trump, arguing now the report should be shelved.
I believe it is very important to maintain the House's tradition of issuing ethics reports
Of course.
on people who are no longer members of Congress.
Yeah, why would you want to do that? Especially not with a Republican friend like Matt Gaetz, Mike, of course. Gotta keep tradition. Can't continue because now he's not in the House anymore because he quit suddenly, and not because of this. Is because he's gonna be, he's gonna be in the next government, and it's not weird at all that he would leave Congress before the end of his term.
Still, it is senators who have the constitutional power to consent or not to a president's picks. And several now saying they want to see what the House investigators found.
Whoa.
Texas Senator John Cornyn even suggesting he's ready to issue a subpoena for it. Trump also filling out his West Wing team, announcing that his campaign's communications director, Stephen Chung, will come to the White House in that.
Stephen Chung's head is shaped like a fucking potato. This guy is like, I don't. What is going on with this guy? Why is he in charge of communications when he's like just? Oh God! All right, whatever. We're moving on. Okay. All right, yeah, we already talked about Stephen Chung earlier. Sort of an off-putting dude. Not as off-putting as Matt Gaetz, though. Honestly. Let's go here. Keep talking about this Majority Report. Sam Cedar. Tommy Tuberville, judo Christian, has some stuff to say about all this.
Is there a single thing about Matt Gaetz that we don't know at this point? I mean, yes, okay, everybody's waiting for this ethics report to come out. But Kevin McCarthy, the former Speaker of the House, the former leader of the Republican Party, is on record on video in public saying, I got kicked out of the House because this dude wants to have sex with 17-year-olds. We have like Mark Mullen. Do we have that guy, Mark? We played yesterday. Oh, we played yesterday. Where the guy, and the old one, right? Yeah, we played both, yeah. Where he's like, the guy's walking around with videos of him, you know, of the 17-year-olds he's dating.
Check this out, guys.
And talking about, like,
look what I did.
He's injecting crushed Viagra, you know, directly into his nutsack. I mean, we have a good notion of who
it's science.
This guy is. Apparently, Trey Gowdy has not been paying that much attention.
Trey who?
Senator Joni Ernst says he's got a lot of work. He's got his work cut out for him.
Murkowski
says
literally looks like a Scooby-Doo villain.
What kind of headwinds is Matt Gaetz looking at?
Well, less now that he resigned from the House. They were getting ready to drop a scathing report on him. You know, House Ethics Committee had been investigating him for a long time for a lot of things. But I'm sure these senators are going to give him a chance. They're going to want to read that ethics report. They're going to want to read the investigative file that the FBI and DOJ accumulated on him when he was under investigation for
deep state.
It's like when it turns out the Scooby-Doo villain is actually related to like Voldemort, right? I mean, like that's what Trey Gowdy looks like. Like, you figured me out, me and Voldemort. We had a big plan, don't you see? I don't know why I'm using that accent. It sounds nothing like Trey Gowdy. I'm just doing Scooby. I'm just thinking Scooby-Doo villains. I feel like they all had sort of crazy accents.
Sexual related crimes. So they're going to want to know all of that. I give the president tremendous credit. John Ratcliffe, Mike Waltz, others, absolute A-plus picks.
A-plus picks,
The more you get to know Pete Hegseth and Tulsi Gabbard, the more you're going to like her. The more you get to know Matt Gaetz, the less you're going to like him. I'm going to be really surprised if he can get confirmed.
Right, and so would I, especially after how we blew up Kevin McCarthy. I had no plan B.
The hairdo is weird, right? Well, the thing is, I think I'm just noticing it now that you mentioned it, is that he's got kind of an indent. He's got like I forget what this is called. Where's this? Yeah, you see, like he doesn't have a receding hairline like the two peaks like on the sides, right? He's got the middle one, which is just off-putting. Like it's receding quickly, like straight back from the middle. But he is holding on for dear life, and that shit is like, I mean, it is on its way out.
File that the FBI and DOJ accumulate.
Especially after how we blew up Kevin McCarthy, I had no plan B.
Here's my theory. They're wrong, and everybody is going to go through that Senate. That Donald Trump is saying to those Republican senators, I'm not giving you anyone. None of these are for you. They're all for me. Except for maybe Bobby Kennedy. Who cares? He's going to be a headache
And
anyways.
I would have gotten away with it if it weren't for you meddling communists.
I like the no vaccine thing, but I have friends who make deadly chemicals for a living, so...
Turns out the deadly chemicals people have a lot of money.
I didn't know. When he said get the poisons out of food, I thought just people were putting
Get it
poison. I didn't realize people were making money off it. So Kennedy can go, but the rest I think are going to stay.
There's all these poisons out there because of government regulations.
I saw somebody posted a photo. I need to
regulations.
pull this up, but somebody posted a photo in the Discord earlier of RFK on Trump's private plane, or maybe it was Air Force. No, he can't be on. He's not on those yet. He can't be because he's not the president yet, technically. So yeah, it must have been on Trump Force One, and he was eating McDonald's and drinking Coca-Cola with the boys. The boys. I thought that I could have sworn he was against all of that, but gotta find this photo now. I might have to get on my Discord. Hold on.
Here is
Tommy Tuberville's here, basically saying, you know, let's see what happens if you try to oppose any of these nominees.
Matt
there it
Gaetz
is.
get the
Found it.
votes in the Senate.
I don't know. You're finding all the swamp creatures coming out right now. Everybody's got an opinion up here, but at the end of the day...
Here it is. I found it. Immediately found it. Here he is. He appears to be going to town on some sort of something here. Yeah, look at this. With the boys here. Got the what is that? Is that a quarter pounder? Isn't that the one with the E. coli problems? But yeah, everybody getting in here. I thought that this was bad. I could have sworn, but maybe he's got to do it to, you know, to prove he's on the team.
President Trump was elected by an enormous vote, and he deserves a team around him that he wants.
It's not
us to
enormous. It's
determine
not
that.
enormous.
We've got 53 votes.
It's not enormous because let's not forget that he still didn't even get as many votes as Joe Biden got in 2020. And it's 2024 now, I would point out, with 20 million more people in the country since 2020. And so that would mean that there should be at least more votes existing, and that somehow didn't even surpass Joe Biden's vote count from 2020. Very strange. Very strange.
In the Senate, we can confirm with 51. I've already seen where a couple of them says, I'm not voting for him. Wait a minute. You are not the United States of America. You have
wait
one
a
vote in the
minute.
U.S. Senate. You do not get elected
what do
president.
you think?
Vote with
Yeah,
President Trump. This is
exactly.
the last chance we're going to have of saving this country. And if you want to get in the way, fine. But we're going to try to get you out of the Senate, too, if you try to do that.
What parts of Trump's
I mean, none of this I find particularly surprising, I should say, but there is a reason why they vote. Presumably, if there's a reason why they vote to confirm and consent and advise on your nominees, it's because they may decide against it. You get one vote, so you're not allowed to vote in certain ways. I mean, Tommy Tuberville is stupid, but he also, like, I think he's right in this instance. They're not going to vote against Donald Trump. I don't think they will.
I got to think of, you're not America. It's like, I'm a representative that people voted for, though. Like, I guess whatever. Also, I was looking at his salaries as head coaches. Just $2 million every year for, like, you know.
God. How are you supposed to even make a living? How are you supposed to even survive on $2 million a year? I mean, come on. Speaking of which, you can now donate on YouTube, not just Twitch and Cash App or PayPal, because we're monetized. Although I'm still waiting on this goddamn letter from YouTube in the mail. But yeah, it exists. So, you know, if you think that I should be making more money, do consider donating in one way or another. Also, Patreon. Don't forget, half off new Patreon memberships. First month. Starting today, ending at the end of this month. And new... You know, I think that will also apply to gifted memberships. I'm not sure. So somebody's going to have to check on that one for me. All right. Where are we? Yeah, let's go here. This came out shortly after all of that. It's 18 hours ago. CNN. Trump determined to see Gates confirmed as AG despite controversies. Interesting.
Jessica, we are learning tonight that Donald Trump remains determined to see Matt Gaetz' nomination through. He is very aware of the coverage and the blowback that Gaetz' nomination has received since that surprising announcement. And he has heard from his allies on Capitol Hill and Republican senators who are concerned that Gaetz does not have the support to get to 51 votes in the Senate. But Donald Trump is not backing down. He is telling his allies that he will dig into this fight. He is, quote, 100% in on Gaetz. One source telling us, quote, he is not going to back off. He's all in. And as you said, Gaetz has been trying to build support on his own by calling members of the U.S. Senate, trying to, in many cases, mend fences and build bridges within a body that he has done nothing but burn bridges. He's a political arsonist, really, over the past few years, who has caused inter-party fights and has not tried to make friends. Well, now he is trying to get support as he knows that he faces a tough test ahead. Again, he does have the president's support because, as you said, Donald Trump views the Attorney General as the most important position in his cabinet, and he wants someone who is closely aligned and incredibly loyal to him for that role. He does not believe he had that loyalty from his attorney generals during his first term, and he sees Matt Gaetz as someone who will not only oversee the...
No kidding. Of course Matt Gaetz would be on board with every single piece of Donald Trump's agenda. He has been one of his biggest sycophants.
Dismantling of the Justice Department that he has promised, but also will be a vocal defender of Donald Trump on the media. That is an important distinction that he sees that Matt Gaetz has, and what gave him the leg up over some of the other names that he considered for the job.
Yeah, it is excellent reporting, new reporting tonight. I also wanted to ask you what more you know about Trump's...
Okay, now let's keep this moving. Got plenty to talk about tonight, today, whatever time it is right now. It's almost night. It's a normal time for me, nighttime. All right, let's go here. Back to the Majority Report. Let's talk about supposed anti-war Trump. A thing many people have claimed, doubted, suggested exists, but evidence doesn't quite stack up.
Remember that whole thing, Emma, about Donald Trump is,
anti-war?
Is anti-war. Now, we should also remind you, the amount of droning that he ramped up, even from Obama's numbers, dramatic. He pulled us out of no wars. Reminder. Biden dropped drones to almost non-existence. Got us out of the Afghanistan, and also Saudi Arabia. We stopped.
Hey, thank you for the British pounds, Epimew. I think that might be the first donation of pounds that we've received here. I'm trying to think. I know we've gotten Canadian dollars and US dollars, but hey, much appreciated, truly.
Arming Saudi
Oops.
Arabia's assault on the
Yemen. Trump didn't just exceed Obama in one term with the number of drone strikes. With Obama was in office for 2 terms. Trump exceeded it in 1, but he also removed that policy that Obama put in at the end of his presidency that had reporting requirements for those drone strikes and publishing the number of civilians that were killed. So we also have a less of an understanding and transparency on that front because of Donald Trump. I wouldn't call that anti-war.
And but we saw, all the libertarians and all the anti-war people saying that Donald Trump is the choice. I mean, we will get in the coming weeks to watch what Israel's going to do in terms of of Gaza. I mean, everyone, we have documented, I feel like, as well as any
Seriously
situated where we are, on what the Biden administration had done in terms of encouraging Israel's attacks in Gaza. But with all that said, here I give you your new Secretary of State, not Secretary of Defense. This is just the one who's supposedly going to be diplomatic.
Diplomacy.
Yes, diplomacy first.
Well, that's not the same question. The question I was asked is what you know now. Well, based on what we know now, I think everyone agrees.
Was it a mistake? Was it a mistake to go to war with Iraq?
It was. I'm asking you. Yeah, I understand, but it's not the same question.
But I'm asking. But that's the question I'm asking you. Was it a mistake?
It was not a mistake for the president to decide to go into Iraq because at the time he was.
Really? I'm not asking you that. I'm asking you.
In hindsight,
yes.
Well, the world is a better place because Saddam Hussein is not there.
So
I wouldn't characterize it. But I don't understand the question you're asking.
I'm asking you.
I don't understand it.
Sit here in 20.
So,
but that's
not
to,
what presidents don't.
stop talking so fast.
Make...
Come on, man. Yeah, I just forgot this guy's name. Why can't I think of this anchor's name? Oh my god, my brain just broke. Stop asking questions.
President, knowing everything as we sit here in 20.
But that's 15, not the way presidents don't. A president cannot make a decision on what someone might know in the future.
But that's what I'm asking you. Was it a mistake?
It was not a mistake for the president to go into Iraq based on the information he was provided as president. Well,
all right, so that's his way of saying no.
Trump called it a big fat mistake in the debate stage.
But he was afraid of going against Trump. But we can.
Is it lagging right now?
That was all the way back in 2016.
Does appear to be lagging slightly, doesn't it? Hold on. I'm gonna pause for a moment. Not sure what's happening. I just noticed a little lag, and it's frustrating me as usual. Only the best galactic content is allowed. Chris Wallace, thank you. I knew it was Chris, but I could not think of his last name, and it was throwing me off. Chris Wallace, thank you. I do appreciate that. All right. Sorry. The lag is just bothering me. So it's nasty questions. Chris, why must you ask nasty questions like that? Come on, stream, catch up with us. Let's stop with the lag. I just don't want you to be forced to just listen. I want you to be able to watch the stream at the same time with your eyes. Is that too much to ask? There we go. Looks better. Take 2, 3, whatever it is.
15. I'm sure he is literally, he has changed his tune. In 2016, this is interesting. He uses the phrase "New American Century." Now,
that's not reminiscent of anything.
Listened to this program for 20 years. You will recall that the neocons, Douglas Feith, Pearl, Wolfowitz, Cheney, et al., essentially had developed a whole worldview as to what America should do in the wake of the fall of the Soviet Union. And I think it was 1993, many of those people got together and created a document a document that was a function of a group called the Project for a New American Century. And what it called for was American hegemony to be maintained by allowing for low-grade wars all around the globe so that nothing could rise and sort of like aggregate into a force that would challenge American supremacy. But here's Marco Rubio. When he ran, he was running on, oddly enough, a new American century.
Huh.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
now,
weird.
It is possible he had not heard of Dick Cheney or Paul Wolfowitz or Douglas Feith,
Sure,
or Pearl, or
being very generous.
Any of these neocons.
Pretty small possibility.
And people say Sam is
I think
bad
Jeb Bush
faith.
was also involved in that. He was sort of in the Florida area. Anyways, here is Marco Rubio in 2016.
So if you don't get a deal, what's the alternative? Do we have to go to war? Is it necessary to be absolutely certain they don't have a nuclear weapon or the capability to build one?
And I think that the best way to have achieved that is to leave in place both the unilateral sanctions and the international sanctions. You combine that with a very clear demarcation to the Iranian regime, and that is this: if you cross this threshold, you will face military action on the part of the United States. We don't want that to happen, but the risk of a nuclear Iran is so great that that option must be on the table.
So if it came to that, that would be an option that you would actually
absolutely
consider and use.
And let me tell you why. If we don't do it,
if we don't do it, who's going to do it? Israel's going to do it, I guess.
Great question. Yeah.
The bottom line is,
We'll just give them the money to do it. It's easier. It's less messy.
we had a deal in place in 2016 to inhibit Iran's, to the extent that they had any weaponized nuclear aspirations. Now,
negotiated by his office that he's going to assume pretty soon.
Exactly. And of course, that's not going to come back. And I think this is an indication of the likelihood of war with Iran has increased. This is not a dove that Donald Trump just picked. This guy was sort of like, I don't know, there's Batman and Robin with McCain and Graham, and this guy would have been, I don't know, not Alfred, but, some junior Robin, essentially.
Junior Robin.
And Trump, another war hawk thing that he did was assassinating Qasem Soleimani when he was president, extrajudicially, a top Iranian general. And the only reason that we didn't go to war with Iran was because, as we've seen now with Israel's provocations, Iran has decided to to take it on the chin, essentially, and they haven't escalated. But is it like with a more hawkish Secretary of State and the second time around, after all of the conditions that have been laid bare because of Israel's genocide in Gaza and the way that that region has been inflamed, do I think that the possibility this time around for Iran to respond and drag us into a war, like that's just increased in terms of its likelihood many times?
Yeah, no, I think Emma's absolutely right. I don't see what it's not like they're gonna go for diplomacy in this situation. Certainly not in a way that Hamas or Hezbollah or anybody else is gonna accept in the region, most likely. There's talk of supposed what do you call it? What are they buffer zone they want to create in Ukraine? Things like that. These are things that many the people that are affected by them probably aren't going to be super into. Just gonna move us up a little bit here. Can't watch every bit of everything we're going through today. But let's go here.
I stand for several hours a day. How is standing torture in Guantanamo torture guy? Yeah.
There you go. So, this is...
That's a real thing.
A real thing.
That's a real
That's
thing.
very bad. Yes.
Loose stool. Emma's helping
Playing a
Sam
game
finish
called
his
capitalism.
sentences today like she's his nurse. I mean, I need it. It's been a tough week all around.
In terms of my neurological capacity.
Yes.
Exactly.
I'm staying in the race.
But I am going to enjoy the let's play this clip from Mike Wallace. This is
good, Mike Wallace.
Donald Trump's
He's gonna be the
incoming
next,
national security
yeah.
advisor.
Thank you.
At APAC in 2017. Excuse me, CPAC, and in 2017, and This is a guy who was mad that Joe Biden was contemplating or would ever contemplate getting out of Afghanistan. And here he is 3 years later, basically saying, we need to have people in there more or less like we've had them in Japan or Germany.
15 years in, yes. Are we in for a lot more fighting, and do we need a long-term strategy to undermine the ideology of Islamic extremism, just like we did fascism and just like we did communism? Yes, we do.
How about Christian extremism?
And
Is that a
Gordon,
problem?
I think we're in for a long haul, and
Oh my
I think our
God,
nation's
Seb
leadership
Gorka.
needs to begin telling
The
the American
Gorkas
people,
here.
I'm sorry, we don't have a choice. We are 15 years into what is going to be a multi-generational war because we're talking about defeating an idea. It's easy to bomb a tank, very difficult to defeat an idea, and that's exactly what we have to do.
Can't bomb an idea.
Let me make it clear on what he's saying here. He is saying 15 years into the Afghanistan war that the global war on terror, started by George W. Bush and the neocons, was multi-generational. Multi-generational. Not it's going to take a generation, but multi-generational. And he is saying this 15 years into the war.
Yeah.
This is a guy who is 100% on board with the global war on terror. Very, very excited for young folk to begin to hear this this term again.
Yeah, I think we're all excited to hear this term. Yay, global war on terror. It's back. It's back. More problematic than ever. How are we doing on time right now? Actually, we're kind of getting close to a good place to break, but not gonna do it quite yet. Probably give it a couple more videos here. Be doing a ton of breaks today, I think. So get ready for all of that fun, space fun. Let's go here to Mexico. We are in America, or North America. So let's see what's happening in Mexico. Cientos de mariachis se reúne on... I can't speak Spanish. I'm trying, I can't do it. A bunch of mariachis got together. And all mariachi bands, of course, play the same three songs, no matter where you are. I don't know what she's saying.
Esa herencia que mi papá principalmente nos inculcó por el respeto a la música y respeto a nuestras raíces, principalmente la música de mariachi, que nos ha dado muchas satisfacciones, viajar a otros países, representar México principalmente.
I just thought we deserved a little bit of music to pick us up here on this Sunday Funday. Amidst all of the strife and other sorts of things going on. So I figured that was a good thing to do here while we were still in North America. Now, because it's not a normal day, we're just going to go straight into the environmental half and start talking environmental stuff. First, let's talk about particular transportation method that maybe should take root in a few places in America and others, perhaps other places as well, although America probably needs it the most. Although how this would all work, well, that would require a lot of discussion. So let's go here to a little channel called Not Just Bikes. Let's talk about the Bakfiets. The Bakfiets.
In 2014, we returned to Canada after many years of being abroad.
We had been living in several countries and in cities that were walkable and had high-quality public transportation. But we knew we wouldn't have those luxuries back in Canada because Canadian cities are designed wrong. So before we even got there, I was already researching what car we would buy. I was hoping we could at least drive electric because I personally prefer not to give little kids asthma when I travel somewhere. After the expense of the move, we didn't have enough money to buy a car anyway, and so we went without one for a while. But then we found something even better. This is a type of bicycle known in the Netherlands as a bakfiets, literally a box bike or bin bike. In English, these are usually just called cargo bikes, but that word can apply to many different types of bicycles, so I prefer to use the Dutch word. This bakfiets became our car in Toronto, and we used it for everything. We even took it with us when we moved to Amsterdam in 2018, so we are probably some of the only people in the world to re-import a Dutch bakfiets back into the Netherlands. These are insanely practical bicycles, and you will see them everywhere here, especially around schools and daycares. I genuinely believe that bikes like these have the potential to be the most important vehicles of the 21st century. One of the unexpected benefits for us was just how much kids love riding in bakfiets.
It does look fun. Come on.
Almost universally to sitting in a car.
Like, be real. If you were a kid,
really easy to
I mean, even as,
even
as an adult, I think this would be fun.
Sitting in a bakfiets.
Although it would be
You
much
can tell
harder
this
for
was built by a
the
kid because
biker.
It's all shaky and on a Dutch angle. And this is what a young child
Like, it's
sees
a
in the back of
stylistic
a car.
choice.
There is no question as to which one of these is better from the point of view of a child. Riding like this allowed our kids to see the city as we did, and they developed a mental map of our neighborhood as well. They learned where everything was. They learned every landmark and every street name. This is so much more mentally engaging for a child than riding in a car. Of course, cargo bikes are really nothing new. They have been around for over a century, and they used to be
I've
a common
never,
sight in
as a kid, I never rode in one of
all
these.
over,
In
usually
fact, I
as
don't think I've
delivery
ever even seen one of these in person. But
used to be a common sight.
Hold on, go back.
Bikes
back.
Mentally
Yeah, I used to
engaging for a
ride
child
on one of these. I remember my mom used to have one of these back in the day.
Of course, cargo bikes are really nothing new. They have been around for over a century, and they used to be a common sight in cities all over the world, usually as delivery vehicles. The book Curious George Takes a Job, published in 1947, shows this
I remember
delivery man
this
on
book.
a cargo bike, presumably in New York City. But if this book were published today, most people would be more surprised by the cargo bike than the monkey on the bus. Cargo bikes were also very common here in the Netherlands as well, but they became much less common as Dutch cities, including Amsterdam, became more friendly to cars and trucks in the 1960s and 70s. However, in the late 90s, the bakfiets made a comeback as an environmentally friendly and efficient way of transporting children in crowded cities. But these new bakfietsen are not like their cargo bike predecessors. First, they're a lot more agile and efficient, especially the two-wheeled versions. I really do not enjoy
All
riding
bikes.
a three-wheel
Let's be
cargo
real.
bike
Like,
because they're very slow and clunky. But
Like, all bikes are more agile and efficient from the ones that are from 50 years ago. Hands down. Guaranteed.
because they're really unstable if you turn too quickly. The only time a three-wheel bakfiets is more stable than a two-wheel bakfiets is when it's stopped, but the two-wheel versions have great kickstands anyway, so it doesn't matter. But the big innovation that's really driving this comeback is electric assist, because that's what really makes these go from being an interesting novelty to being car replacement bicycles. It's incredible just how popular these bikes have become in some parts of the Netherlands. Any place where there are young children, you will find bakfietsen. In North America, there's the stereotype of the suburban soccer mom.
Oh yeah, soccer moms. And the vans. Oh, so many vans. Just, oh boy, all suburbs. Although I feel like they've been also taken over by the sport utility vehicle, aka the SUV. For many, not all. Depends on how many kids you have, I suppose, to some degree. Although there are, I mean, if you've seen, there are some massive SUVs that can fit just an insane number of people. So really, I don't even know if vans do provide more room depending on your budget. We're gonna keep on with this bakfietstok. It sounds almost like a word in Dutch, bakfietstok.
Let's be honest, completely car-infested sprawling seas of asphalt.
Meaning talking.
So you do
about
still
people.
need a car.
I can't even do it.
We manage these corner cases by using a local car share program, and I talked about that in a previous video. But even if your situation means you can't go completely car-free as we did, there are a huge number of people who could go from 2 cars to 1 car and a buckfeets. And there are lots of benefits to doing that, especially financially. This buckfeets with electric assist costs us about 4,500 Canadian dollars in 2015. This would seem like too much money to many people in Canada because they consider bicycles to be toys or recreational vehicles instead of being a serious way to get around.
Yeah, it's a lot of
Yet
money.
they wouldn't blink at somebody who
Undoubtedly.
spent that much money on a used car, for example. So when people in Canada would ask about the cost of this bike, and they were shocked by the amount, I would pretend they were shocked at how cheap it was and would respond with, yeah, I know, right? It costs
Thanks,
less
Jeff,
than
for
just
the
the
question.
options on a new car. And of course, a buckfeets has minimal operating costs as well. There's no gas, no insurance.
I
and
love how
they-
this guy is out there in
Even
real
a
life,
very high-end
just
electric
like,
car is like the
just
Urban
making sure to
Arrow
keep
costs
the
around
messaging
$1,000
on all of
in the
his
US because they have to
stuff
be
a certain
imported from
way.
Europe in small quantities.
So funny.
But regardless, any car ownership calculator will tell you you'll be spending anywhere from $7,000 to $10,000 per year to own and operate a motor vehicle.
Very true, and you don't have to keep buying that bakfiets over and over again. All right, now, I guess enough bakfiets talk right now, right? Keep it moving. You know what? Nah, fuck it.
That means you could literally buy an Urban Arrow, ride
Can't
it for
cycle
a year,
on ice.
and throw it in the garbage.
I guess that's true.
And you could do that every single year, and you'd still come out better financially than buying a car. This buckfeets has literally saved our family tens of thousands of dollars since 2015. I am not exaggerating when I say that this has literally been the best purchase I have ever made in my entire life. Even better than the Curiosity Stream and Nebula bundle that you can sign up for by going to curiositystream.com. All the people who skipped ahead just now.
He got the just got us with the old.
Too young to cycle.
Oh wait,
themselves.
he just tried to trick us,
brought
didn't
our
he? He tried to trick us.
Christmas.
Wait.
All the people who skipped ahead just now because
Ah.
they thought this was a real ad are going to miss this clip of my cat going
Aha!
in a buckfeets.
Ah, so cute.
Besides trips to the vet,
I knew
would
we
also
were
use
almost
this bike
tricked.
for large grocery trips, and of course, taking our kids to school when they were too young to cycle by themselves. We brought our Christmas tree home in the buckfeets every year, which was way better than using a car because these bikes are so easy to clean. We used it to take home a used air conditioner, an office chair, a TV, even planks of wood. And I take our large recycling and hazardous waste to the depot in the buckfeets too. In the Netherlands, there are buckfeets available to rent if you need to carry something large. There are these old-fashioned kind big enough to move a couch. And there are newer app-based
Crazy.
services which make it trivially easy to rent one as necessary.
Huh.
Here in the Netherlands, bikes like these are also very popular with daycares for traveling with large groups of children. And I see buckfeets being used every day as commercial vehicles, delivering packages or groceries or mail or electronics. In the Netherlands, these have absolutely become truck replacement bicycles in cities.
Now, in New York City and a couple other places like that, I think these are starting to be used by delivery companies to some degree as well. But it's certainly not taking over by storm at this moment. I think it probably should be. Not only is it good for the environment, but also probably for society, kind of slow things down, make things a little safer perhaps for pedestrians. As the inclusion of these sorts of things, I think, inherently does that. As, you know, what do you call it? The infrastructure oftentimes sort of comes along with this stuff, especially if companies are using it, even though I hate that sort of framing and would prefer us not to be forced to talk about these things in capitalist framing and sort of economics of it all. But, well, it's in the system that we're in, unfortunately, just sort of inevitable and necessary. The Nebula ad is coming with a vengeance. Okay. I'm sure it is. All right, let's take a another quick break, I think. Probably a good time for that. Because we're about to get deep into AI talk, and that's going to take us, who knows how long. We are going to keep going, and I am determined to get through this entire list of videos and really get into the deep, get into the nitty-gritty. It's Sunday Fun Day. Figured it's, you know, I pulled out the stops on this one. I pulled stuff out from all over the place. That was a video from 2 years ago. Like, I'm just throwing all sorts of different things into the mix. Granted, there's plenty of current stuff in here too, so really can't turn away for long, and you'll suddenly have something very current. But we're going to be going all over this sort of discussion of the, you know, the normal galactic topics, but really getting all Sunday Fun Day all over it. Okay. Time for that time. Another galactic intermission. That's right, chat. It's that moment where you should probably check to see if you've liked the stream and are already subscribed. And if you know, I don't need a moment to stretch your legs or maybe grab a snack, something like that. But before you do any of those things, I recommend that you consider contributing to the Galactic News Network by one of the many ways we have available to you now. Places like YouTube, Twitch, Cash App, PayPal, but my favorite, Patreon. Because not only do I get money, but you get super sweet benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. For just a few US dollars a month. Wait! Not a few US dollars, $1.50 for the first month, because for the rest of November we are running a promotion where any new members will get 50% off their first month of Patreon membership. You can have an avatar here by the pool or the bar, the lake, or on the street, something like that. Shoutouts every stream, galactic content, secret Discord channel inside of the Discord, the Galactic Discord, just so many great benefits. Check it out if you're not already in there. And you don't have the money, do check it out anyways, because if you're following, you might get gifted a Patreon membership, as that's now a possibility. So do consider all of those awesome ways to support the stream, as we are completely funded by viewers like you. Alright, chat. Space break. Grab a drink, maybe a snack. I'll be right back. many halves will there be? Who knows? Hard to say. But it is time for us to get back to the content. Which means you better get back to that dang seat of yours so you don't miss a single thing. Let's talk AI. Let's talk AI. And we're going to talk AI, a bunch of different things regarding AI. Some of its potential uses. Robotics, as it relates to jobs, as it relates to it's all sorts of different things, including, we're going to look in, well, you'll see, we don't have to get too deep into it, but we will be talking about all sorts of things. Self-driving cars, I mean, it's gonna be all sorts of stuff. But let's start here from this Sasha Lucioni TED Talk from a year ago. We do not watch a lot of TED Talks here, but we might as well. Sunday Funday. That's such a cute super sticker. Thank you for the $10 super sticker, Narwhal. That is a fun one. Puppy, what is that? Like, what do you call it? I forget the name of that dog. But super cute. Alright. Yeah, that's wild. And this is an ethical company at 25. GPT 500 times. And I mean, who knows what truly, I mean, like, it's people who aren't reporting, you would assume, are probably doing worse, which, who knows exactly how many AI models are being trained at this one moment right now. That's a fair question. Defined ethical. I mean, honestly, it's just going based upon what she's claiming, what her company is claiming to be, right? I mean, from what I've seen her in other places, and she does appear to be at least attempting to address these things, but also engage AI in an ethical way, and to be using it for things that are important. And I don't know, like, it is, you're right, it's hard to define as to whether or not these things are ethical to begin with. And that's part of the question we're going to try and answer here today. We'll see how that goes. AI is going to boil the atmosphere into space. Hey, maybe it'll make it nicer up here for me. Yeah, no kidding. Really shouldn't be. But that's what it feels like. It is. That's where we're at right now. I mean, in many cases. Now you can see why the world is overheating. Well, yeah, that's, yeah. And the fact is, I've always kept my data on, like, drives, like personal drives. Never been a fan of cloud storage, but then I started thinking about what sort of things I'm using that are using cloud storage in the background, like my email or whatever else, and it's like, Jesus Christ, like, how much data does one person actually, like the average person, actually have stored on a server somewhere? Like, and then you start thinking about adding in this AI component to it all, and it just becomes just wild. Like, it almost becomes impossible to even start trying to calculate when you throw in those sorts of variables. Hopefully we figured out how to solve the serious energy consumption problem along with all this. We will be talking about that as we go along. Actually, I don't know why I moved away. I think there's a couple more things I want to talk about in this. I think I was reading chat and it threw me off. It's wild and stupid for them to be doing such a thing. Especially because it's still in the beta stages. It's really not it's not nearly infallible, or, the sort of thing that you can rely on for things of extreme importance like this, especially not without also having human fact checking and testing on top of whatever data you're collecting, right? Like in the post, it's a huge part of all this. We'll get into that too. In fact, we might. No, actually not this time. Either way, let's go to this one now. Is this another? I didn't even think about it. This is another Not Just Bikes video. Awesome. Okay, we'll go right back to Not Just Bikes. Talk about AI in a different way. That being self-driving cars. And the fucking horrifying future / present, which they present. They present to us.
A lot has been said about the future of self-driving cars. Some people take a very negative position, claiming that autonomous vehicles are a pipe dream and will never become a reality. They're just another example of the overhyped nonsense that's typical of tech companies these days. And that may be true, but in several US cities today, you can literally open an app, select your destination, and a car with nobody in it will pick you up and drive you there automatically. So self-driving cars are here today. Which leads to the other kind of commentary I often see online, that self-driving cars are real, they will be coming to more cities soon, and they will solve all of our transportation problems. They'll make the roads safer, they'll eliminate traffic congestion, they'll be environmentally friendly, they'll provide mobility to everyone, and our cities will be better than ever. I actually disagree with both of these positions, which is why I wanted to make this video, because I do believe that self-driving cars are real and they will be in every city in the near future. The technology is getting better every day, and if these improvements continue on this track, they will fundamentally destroy the fabric of our cities. There's a cautious optimism among many urbanists about self-driving cars. After all, the majority of problems within cities are caused by cars. Traffic, pollution, noise, dangerous streets. And there never seems to be enough space available for sidewalks, bike lanes, parks, or anything else because it's all been turned into wide roads and parking lots. Anybody who has tried to get around without a car in a car-centric city knows that human drivers can be really scary, especially when they're speeding or driving distracted, which happens way too often.
This is true
So
and
having
real.
cars driven by computers can't possibly be worse than what we have now, right? And it is possible that with the right incentives and regulations, that could be our future. But given the course we're on, I believe that future is increasingly unlikely, especially when you consider the history of how automobiles destroyed cities in the 20th century, but also the effects of money and capital. It's estimated that over $160 billion has already been invested into the development of autonomous vehicles. So there is a lot of money riding on this technology and therefore a lot of pressure to get self-driving cars to market as soon as possible. When people see these vehicles cruising around the streets of San Francisco, they might believe that this technology is right around the corner. You can go there right now and see them dropping off passengers. They follow the speed limit and appear to drive cautiously. And it's amazing to see that there's nobody in the driver's seat, but that doesn't mean they're always driven by computer.
Well, if it's not driven by a computer, then who could it possibly be driving it? We're told that these are fully autonomous vehicles. I'm very confused. Is it a ghost? Is it a ghost? Tell me it's a ghost. Tell me it's ghosts, and I'm definitely out of here.
As of last November, Cruise confirmed that their robotaxis required human assistance every 4 to 5 miles. I don't know how often this is needed today, but you don't have to watch these cars for very long to see that humans definitely still need to take remote control sometimes.
I'm sorry. Wait, humans? Not ghosts? That's even worse, somehow. Humans. I thought this was completely autonomous. You telling me humans are driving this from some other place? Wait, I gotta hear this again. That doesn't make any sense. I must be... Hold on, let me just turn my volume up here in my headphones, make sure everything's good. Try this one more time.
5 miles. I don't know how often this is needed today, but you don't have to watch these cars for very long to see that humans definitely...
Wait, no, gotta go back even further. That's my bad.
It's amazing to see that there's nobody in the driver's seat, but that doesn't mean they're always driven by computer. As of last November, Cruise confirmed that their robotaxis required human assistance every 4 to 5 miles. I don't know how often this is needed today, but you don't have to watch these cars for very long to see that humans definitely still need to take remote control sometimes.
Weird.
This stupid robotaxi got stuck behind a construction toilet trailer until...
Here's my question. If you need a human to drive it, then... what's the point, exactly?
Could you jump up? Thanks, Jeff, for the question.
Seriously though, what is the point of having it if you need people? If you need a person to drive, isn't that just? Aren't we just sort of duplicating something that already exists then, and then just making it more confusing and unnecessary? Like what? You know what you don't need if you just put a person in here. All of this other crap on top of the car. All of that, and the sensors here and here, all this stuff that they've added to this car, which probably cost tons of money. Unnecessary use of resources, it seems like.
One in the call center could steer it around. This one sat here for several light cycles because it didn't think it could turn right. The drivers behind it eventually gave up waiting and just drove around. Now, you might be wondering about these remote assistant agents who take control. Who are these people? Where are they located? How much are they paid?
I was
what are
thinking
the working
that.
conditions like? But never mind all that. It's a technological miracle. Okay?
Oh, okay.
Shut up and get in the car.
Yeah, I'll stop forgetting.
Now, of course, this technology will
human cost.
inevitably get better, but nobody knows how long it will take to sort out the long tail of rare occurrences that a self-driving car will encounter in a busy city. And as any experienced product manager will tell you, the first 90% of a project takes 90% of the time. And the last 10% of the project will take the other 90%.
Wait, the math ain't math.
The technology is advanced, but fundamentally, self-driving cars are stupid. They're mindless. They make a bunch of dumb mistakes. Recently, in this parking lot for self-driving cars, Waymo vehicles started driving in circles and randomly honking at each other. This happened for days, and this particular video was taken at 4 a.m. The people who live next door were not impressed. There have been dozens of official reports of driverless cars getting in the way of rescue operations, from blocking ambulances to crashing into fire trucks. But it gets worse. Last October, a woman was hit by a car in San Francisco, driven by a human driver, and knocked into the path of a Cruise robotaxi. Cruise said the vehicle, quote, braked aggressively to minimize impact, and while the robotaxi couldn't stop fast enough to avoid hitting the woman, it still reacted faster than any human could. So that's a win for self-driving cars, right? Except that the woman then fell under the car, so as far as the robotaxi was concerned, she was gone.
Damn.
So it continued to drive, dragging her underneath.
No.
A key detail that Cruise initially tried to hide from the press and regulators.
That's not what you want. That's not what you want. Jesus Christ. I'm sorry I'm laughing. It's like laugh or just like utterly just lose it. I feel like it's the two choices right now. I'm going with laugh. It's Sunday fun day, but holy fucking shit. It's just wow.
It's a first for police and fire departments involving a driverless car.
The victim was found to be under the left rear wheel of the vehicle.
Thankfully, the woman survived and Cruise cars were taken off the roads, but this is a scary example of how these cars will make new mistakes that we haven't even considered yet. They are not intelligent. They don't even have the object permanence of a toddler. But that hasn't stopped them from being beta tested on public.
It's true, though. It's but they really don't, though. That's the thing. People don't understand is that they're just not what a human is. And they've just, they've been given data one way or another. And it's not like every company has the same data set. They're using same parameters in the programming to tell it what is and what isn't important. It's pretty horrifying thinking that these things have been unleashed on the public without anybody actually saying yes. Seems like the sort of thing you'd need, what's it called? Consent for? I don't know. Maybe I'm just crazy.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
roads, and the citizens of these cities did not agree to this. Several groups in California have protested against being the involuntary test subjects of multi-billion-dollar tech companies. And a Waymo car was even set on fire earlier this year. Self-driving cars have caused a lot of problems in San Francisco.
Waymo cars in San Francisco reportedly caused a big traffic jam just as baseball fans were leaving Oracle Park Monday afternoon. A KTVU viewer shared this video you're looking at showing two self-driving cars stopped in the middle of the Embarcadero.
The advocacy group Safe
Seems
Street
normal.
Rebel has published video evidence of self-driving cars running red lights, cutting off drivers, cutting off pedestrians, clogging up intersections, blocking streets, blocking public transit, parking in bike lanes.
Seems fine.
And what the hell is this car
Oh
doing
my
to that
God.
old woman?
Oh my
So
God,
the idea
what
that
is
these cars
happening?
will always obey the rules of the
Why is it
road is
chasing
a
that poor woman
fantasy.
down?
Safe
Sorry.
Street Rebel also
We have
organizes
to go
events
back.
like the Week of
If you were that
Cone,
lady,
since self-driving cars
what
are
would you be
programmed
thinking?
to
What would you be thinking in that moment? Oh my God, we have to go back. God, this poor woman.
hell is this car doing to that old woman? So the
Jesus
idea that these
Christ.
cars will always obey the rules of the road is a fantasy. Safe Street Rebel also organizes events like the Week of Cone. Since self-driving cars are programmed to avoid traffic cones at all
I am
costs,
pro
one of the
cone.
best way to incapacitate one is to put a traffic cone on its hood. This is called coning, and it's fucking hilarious. I'm sure these mega corporations will lobby to make this a criminal offense, so do it now while you still can. Safe Street Rebel does a lot of great advocacy work that goes beyond reining in tech companies, so definitely check them out if you live in or near San Francisco. I'll leave a link in the description. These protests may slow adoption, but let's face it, there is no way in hell we're going to stop these things from coming to our cities when there are hundreds of billions of dollars on the line. And to be clear, most of these incidents would not have even happened if the self-driving car companies still had safety drivers like they used to.
In an accident, who's responsible? Well, buckle up, Bob, if you're not already. As you know, oftentimes we do run into turbulence on this stream. Guess what? Gets weird.
But they're under so much pressure to deliver that they'd rather fuck up the city and even potentially kill people rather than to admit that the technology isn't ready yet. Tech companies proudly say that they move fast and break things, and maybe that broken thing will be your spine under a robotaxi, but that's a risk they're willing to take. Self-driving car companies have already lobbied politicians to allow them to operate based only on self-certification, and they've successfully stopped laws that require them to report extensive safety data. Recently, California passed a bill that says police can't even ticket self-driving car companies.
I'm sorry, what? What? This is what I was talking about. I knew it was coming up, Bob, so listen to that one more time. This should be at least something of a clue as to the answer of that question of yours regarding liability and accidents.
Successfully stopped laws that require them to report extensive safety data. Recently, California passed a bill that says police can't even ticket self-driving car companies when their cars violate traffic laws.
Yeah, why not? I mean, of course
It may
not.
be that eventually, on average, self-driving cars will be safer than human drivers in the future, but it is incredibly naive to believe that they will not introduce new safety problems of their own. A self-driving car will try to avoid hitting people and objects, and there are dozens of sensors to make sure that doesn't happen. But these sensors are not infallible, and they require interpretation by software. It's important for self-driving cars not to crash into things that are there, but it's also important that they...
Yes, always try to remember that, because I think it's hard for people to grasp this, but if that human driver isn't at the wheel, it's software that is interpreting, right? It's interpreting data based upon programming, parameters, things that essentially are just like they're very abstract. And so, you know, these things, not only do they have bugs, like all software technically have, these bugs aren't just, you know, problems with a web page or with your Spotify account. This is bugs that are literally driving a machine tons heavy, thousands of pounds heavy, at tens of miles an hour, 50 plus, in some cases 65 miles an hour probably, at least, as long as they're functioning properly. Because say it's not functioning, maybe it's going above the speed limit, maybe, you know, and all these others are just it's not great. It feels weird to be elaborate.
Stop for things that aren't. Like this Tesla in self-driving mode that suddenly came to a stop on the highway and caused an 8-car pileup. You don't want a self-driving car to stop just because there's a bit of garbage blown onto the road or it detects something that won't cross the path of the vehicle anyway. So the software needs to evaluate every object that it detects. The first person to ever be killed by a self-driving car was a woman in Tempe, Arizona in 2018. She was crossing this road at night while pushing a bicycle and was hit by a modified Volvo SUV driven autonomously by the automated driving system developed by Uber. So why didn't all of this advanced technology prevent killing her? It's not that the car didn't detect her, it's just that it didn't think she was anything worth stopping for.
So yeah, that's another thing to consider, is that, you know, you might be dead. It might be too late for you. You know, I know that's a little bit crass and dark, perhaps, but, you know, we were talking about liability. Well, I mean, hey, maybe they'll be held liable in court after you're dead and in the ground, and they'll decide, you know what, that car, you know, probably shouldn't have been doing that thing it was doing.
The crash report from the NTSB provides a detailed explanation. The car flipped between identifying her as a vehicle to a bicycle to a general other category.
Oh, not other.
Sometimes it detected her as being in another lane and other times as a static object that wasn't moving. The software didn't consider her to be an important object that was going to cross the path of the SUV until 1.2 seconds before the crash.
Now, what I'd like to know is, how do I keep myself from A, being classified as other, and B, being identified as any sort of non-human object? What's the best way to get that across to a car with no driver in it? I honestly don't know. I'm not the one who programmed these things, but it does make me concerned when I start looking at these sort of parameters, like, oh boy, yeah, this seems to be lacking some real nuance here. Perhaps
that was going to cross the path of the SUV until 1.2 seconds before the crash, when it was too late to stop without killing her. So when a self-driving car starts driving towards you, you better hope it hasn't detected you as other.
Seriously.
But all this talk about sensors and self-driving obfuscates the real root cause of this crash, which is the atrocious state of American traffic engineering. This area is designed like a freeway with a high speed limit and almost no accommodations for people walking, despite being directly between a rail station and hiking trails. At the time of the crash, the median had a paved roadway designed only to be used by cars if one of the bridges was closed, but it clearly looked like a walking path that was regularly used by people.
I mean, if this isn't a walking path, what the fuck is it? What is this? There's even a light right here. Why do you need a light right here? The road's here. Why light this path? I mean, not path. What is it again? I'm confused.
Crossing this road. Instead of any actual pedestrian infrastructure, the city just put up these use crosswalk signs that are still there today.
That's helpful.
It's disgraceful that traffic engineers put up these signs in a natural place where people would want to cross the road instead of, actually building a crosswalk here.
It's also better than having to tell. It's a much better solution than having to tell, I don't know, people like Waymo or who was it, Uber, they don't get to do self-driving anymore until they figure out their fucking shit. That is too inconvenient. Better to inconvenience just the regular citizenry. The peasantry.
What's worse is that in 2018, it wasn't even physically possible to walk to the crosswalk because of the trees and greenery that had been planted here.
Since the crash, the solution has been to turn the brick roadway into a rough stone path that is hostile to pedestrians.
I'm using this too much.
But they've now cut a hole through the cacti so that it is at least theoretically possible to reach the crosswalk now, though you still have to walk over 200 meters out of your way, plus the time it takes to wait for your turn to cross this highway.
That is bullshit, dude. That's like an extra 15 minutes per... That is wild. Oh my god. So they just, yeah, they really did. They just stuck it to the people. If you use your legs to get around, well, fuck you. That's what this says.
American traffic engineers routinely bend over backwards to make driving as convenient as possible, while making these places actively hostile to pedestrians, then blame the pedestrians when they're hit by a car. In the US, around 42,000 people are killed in car crashes every year, and hundreds of thousands are seriously injured, sometimes with debilitating injuries that will affect them for the rest of their lives. So it's not surprising that the most prominent feature promised by these American self-driving car companies is safety. But the US also has some of the most dangerous roads in the developed world. The most deadly kind of road in the US is the Strode, a road designed for high-speed travel that also tries to act as a destination.
Ooh,
Strodes are rare in other countries, especially inside of cities, but they are all over the US and Canada. The nonprofit organization Strong Towns has been warning about the dangers of this kind of road design for over a decade, and I have a previous video about Strodes if you'd like to learn more.
And I recommend that video. I've actually seen that video myself. Quite informative and sort of eye-opening if you never really analyzed the structure of these kinds of roads, because he makes a great point. Like, crossing this is incredibly difficult, and there is no obvious place to cross here, right? And it's 6 lanes, 6+ lanes of highway, at least fast-moving traffic, and then on both sides, supposed destinations you're supposed to somehow get to. Does not make things safer.
There has been decades of research into road safety, and we know how to make the roads safer, such as the Vision Zero method developed in Sweden in the 1990s. In fact, if the US had roads as safe as Sweden, they would cut their road fatalities by over 80%, without any new technology at all. But many of these design changes require slowing or restricting cars, and that's a step too far for the US. There's no money to be made in making the streets safer, so the only solution to the dangers caused by the old cars has to be buying new cars. Self-driving car companies do not care about road safety. They care about selling cars and technology. They care about safety in so much as it allows them to sell cars. The moment they can convince regulators and the general public that their cars are safe enough, they will stop caring about safety. So you can expect the messaging to pretty quickly go from preventing road deaths to being, yeah, sure, they kill people, but our marketing department says it's less often than human drivers would, so it's...
Oh, thank God. Well, that's good to hear. At least the marketing department has this covered. I was concerned for a second there. I was like, geez, this sounds like a bad plan, but... yeah, I take it all back. All right, let's add...
Fine. And
no,
if they are...
There we go.
I think Utrecht and cities like it can provide a template for what we should be doing to prepare for self-driving cars. We need to limit where cars can go, and that includes autonomous vehicles. Utrecht has many places that are off limits to cars, but motor vehicles are still extremely useful sometimes, so access is still provided for delivery trucks, emergency vehicles, and people with disabilities. We need fewer cars in cities, so we
much
should
more
definitely
peaceful.
tear down urban
Just like
freeways
looking at
that
those
divide
scenes,
neighborhoods and
like,
turn the space
you
into
know,
parks, shops, and houses.
like switching from that to looking at like American roads, which feel so much more hostile. Like looking at this, it's just it seems so so human focused. Like maybe you're supposed to enjoy living or something.
We need fewer cars in cities, so we should definitely tear down urban freeways that divide neighborhoods and turn the space into parks, shops, and houses. Cars should go around cities and not through them. We should make it impossible to drive through the middle of the city by car. The most direct route should only be accessible by walking, cycling, and public transit enforced by modal filters. We also need to lower speed limits now to make the streets safer today, but also to reduce noise and pollution. Lowering speed limits can sometimes be controversial, but after it's done, there is nearly universal support to keep them low, so let's do it now before AVs take a foothold. We need to remove parking, especially surface parking lots. We're never going to be able to charge for parking once cars can drive themselves, so let's start removing parking spaces now and turn them into something more useful. And let's stop building any new...
How are you going to get the driverless cars to pay for parking? You can get them to... You're going to get the ghost driver to get out and hand somebody a 5 or 10. I mean, fucking parking's so expensive now.
Spaces now and turn them into something more useful. And let's stop building any new parking garages too. After all, they tell us they won't even be necessary once we have autonomous vehicles, right? So let's not build them at all. Instead, let's build more mixed-use walkable neighborhoods so that the places where people live, work, and shop are closer together, making it easy to get where you're going without needing a car at all.
Oh, it never occurred to me.
Interesting.
It's just crazy enough to work.
Yeah.
It is just crazy enough to work, though. It actually checks out. Oh, God. We should really be doing that. And I feel like, you know, with the Trump presidency coming in, so many of the things we want, things like this that would probably be better for society, I just don't see how many of them are going to happen unless we do them on a local level. Right. I mean, sure, there is the midterms, of course, but that will only do so much. All right, now let's talk more about cars. Here's an interesting new car. I just figured I'd throw this in here. CBS Evening News. 17 hours ago. How this new car runs without gas or electricity. What? Crazy. Tell me more.
Finally tonight, hitting the road in a car that doesn't need gas and doesn't need to be charged. In tonight's Weekend Journal, CBS's Itai Hod in San Francisco shows us a vehicle that's rolling into the future.
It's a new twist on traditional travel. No gas or plug required. All this car needs is a tank full of sunshine. This is the future. Called the Aptera, this two-seat, three-wheeled car looks more like a flying machine, especially when you open its doors. And wait until you see how you do it. There you go. Chris Anthony is Aptera's co-CEO. He says this car, priced at about $35,000, is all about efficiency.
There's combustion vehicles, there's electric vehicles.
You know, when I heard that
there's
price,
no vehicle that creates.
I was really disappointed. I was like, $35,000. What?
What?
What's happening? Why is it so expensive? It doesn't even have all of the normal, like, expensive stuff. You don't have like a giant motor in there. Just like a solar panels are not expensive. The price of solar panels have come down drastically over the last 20 years. It's super cool, but I mean, it's got to be cheap. They got to be making it way cheaper than that. This is why, once again, capitalism is not a great solution for the environment. And it's probably the reason the environment, and not probably, almost definitely the reason the environment is getting so bad. You don't think it's a bad price? I mean, $35,000? I don't know. it just doesn't make for a car that requires the sun to run, right? Because that's the other thing, right? If it's raining out there, the thing doesn't have a battery in there to charge. It just is gonna sit there. So you better have good weather or be really good at planning, or not actually need that car. Because I would say if you really do need a car, $35,000 for a car that needs to have the sun actively shining at a certain level for you to be able to use that car, it seems a little much. I was hoping more like maybe not Bachfeet's price, maybe double Bachfeet's price, like 10 grand, and I would have been like, this is something here. But 35, you could get yourself a number of other vehicles, which I think would be as good for the climate probably, and also perhaps more logical for you to buy in your real life. All right, let's talk more about AI, but as it relates to art. Specifically, sculpting. Here's 60 minutes from 5 days ago. Oh boy, wait, I just realized something. Am I gonna get fucking... Oh no. 60 minutes is always coming at me. There, I just realized... pause. Do we dare? Do we dare try this? 60 minutes with their journalism. They're so gatekeepy with their journalism. Oh, they're pissing me off right now. No, we're gonna try. We're gonna try. If the stream stops, hopefully I notice. Yeah. Truly beautiful. I like him a lot. I think the Carrera marble super nice. If I could, we would make the whole White House Carrera marble, top to bottom, with gold accents all over. Okay, hold on. We aren't gonna watch this whole thing. Especially because it's 60 minutes. I just noticed this. I hate this about this whole situation. We don't need all this. Let's get to the AI talk. Yeah. Right around here. Automotive manufacturing robots, assembly robots, stuff like that. Repurposed to work on marble, using CNC technology to do fine art here. They just have a CAD drawing here, as you can see, mock-up 3D, and so it's really just a matter of setting it up and letting it go, like he said, 10 times as fast as they would be able to do it by hand. So, instead of taking literally years to do, we're talking about a few weeks, like he's saying, for a masterpiece, essentially. Although it's debatable certainly many people would debate whether or not it's a masterpiece because it's being done by robots. So it's hard to, it's hard to say. Good for commercial yeah, I mean, it is. It's good for commercial purposes, specifically for money making. But in terms of jobs, this is obviously going to cut down on the number of jobs there might have been if you were doing it, by hand, right? I mean, think about how many more people you would need working on something like that, right? Like, my understanding is that, many sculptors had assistants and things instead of a robot to chisel away at things, right? And this is the sort of thing that's going, and I think we should at least attempt to translate onto all other industries. And I'm not saying we should be doing it. I'm saying, like, we should be thinking, like, what this would be like in terms of translating this sort of technology is going to mean for, a whole host of other jobs, industries, and things like that. It's certainly one of the parts of this equation. Using a robot. We're not going to watch this whole thing. Whoops. Play. Go web go.
Good.
And that's the other thing, right? Is if artists have absolutely, especially within the context of the capitalist system that we live in, if they have no incentive to do their art, or if not even that, right? Because people who are already actively artisans, already making a living from this, not exactly the same situation, but in terms of the continuation of these kinds of art forms, you know, the next generation, where's the incentive for them to engage in it? That's certainly an important question to ask, I think. $100,000 a block is insane. Woof. Okay, let's move on from sculpting. Certainly an interesting topic, though. Let's talk about some more things relating to robots. This time, let's get into agriculture a little bit.
The fact remains that the Green Revolution was fueled by chemistry and chemicals, but we did not see the unintended consequences, the impact that it has not only on the planet, but on our health.
Hello and welcome to Disrupted. I'm David Pollard. Getting chemicals out of the food chain is not only a must-do for healthy consumers, but in future could also increasingly offer a route to healthy balance books. Step in a number of startups attracting financial backing from big and small investors as they develop AI-driven weed-killing robots. One such company is iGen, maker of the iGen Element, a small solar and wind-powered drone that its creators say is the way forward for sustainable, regenerative agriculture. Well, Kenny Lee is one of those creators. Kenny, these robots are designed to work autonomously, sleeping and waking up on farms, but how do they actually extract and dispose of the weeds? What is the technology at work here?
It deploys mechanical arms with blades at the end of it, and we use artificial intelligence to target the weeds that we want to remove, and it deploys the arms to actually dig the weeds out. And as it actually digs it out, you're uprooting the weeds, uprooting the roots of the weeds, and then nature takes care of the rest of it. So imagine someone being sitting in an office, in an air-conditioned office, with a screen of remote control robots being their eyes and ears, and the human would be the brains of the operations of it all, so that they could actually go back to making decisions about farming and not actually having to go out and do the manual labor piece of the difficult operations.
Getting rid of weeds,
And I mean, the fact is, you know, Americans don't want to do these jobs, right? Also, the solutions that we had used in the past were things like Roundup-based chemicals, which, as we all know, I think, cause cancer. Really bad form of it, and was really bad for the workers themselves who were having to spray it. It was, I mean, I don't even know if we've talked about this on this stream. Have we? Either way, that was certainly one of the downs. So, I mean, if we can replace those chemicals with something else, I'm all for it, honestly. And in this particular case, it's not really American jobs that are being taken here to some degree. Although, I mean, that's sort of debatable, right? But yeah. Anyways, let's keep going.
Herbicides and pesticides, a need gaining more and more attention as pressure rises to protect the planet for future generations. Nearly a third of the Earth's soil is already degraded, and an area of soil the size of a soccer pitch is eroded every 5 seconds, according to the UN Food and Agriculture Organization. And the cost of not doing it is high for consumers and corporations. Germany's Bayer has faced extensive litigation over the glyphosate weed killer Roundup. It settled much of that for $10.9 billion in 2020, but still faces over 50,000 claims alleging that Roundup causes cancer. It's a background picture that makes this a personal mission for Kenny and his co-founder, Richard Worden.
I myself, when I was younger...
Okay. Let's keep this going. Talk now about AI. From a different sort of place, that being sort of a debate as to the importance of it or the danger actually of it. Specifically, actually, the premise of this debate is whether or not AI is an existential threat to humanity. This was at the Cambridge Union. Let's start with the against case. This is, what's this guy's name? Igor Sterna.
Thank you indeed, Connor. Shh. Order. Shh.
I gotta pee.
Thank you indeed, Connor.
I'll leave you
Moving
with
over to the opposition, we have
Union.
Igor Sterna. Igor is a fifth-year postgraduate working in the field of natural language processing in the Department of Computer Science here at Cambridge. He was a graduate of Pembroke College in Engineering, and he won the right to speak tonight through open audition. Igor, you have the floor.
I have 3 questions to ask you. Please could you answer by putting your hand up. How many of you ate today with a knife and fork? Keep your hand raised, please. If you have ever had thoughts of killing someone with your knife, keep your hand up. If you believe your knife is sentient, has agency, and can decide to do its own bidding, and may attack you or me, keep your hand up. I suppose that those of you with your hands down are comfortable to use human tools for constructive and safe purposes. And I don't think I need to convince you that, like most other tools, AI can be used for bad outcomes too. As for those of you still with your hands up, well, I hope I don't bump into you on my way home. Feel free to lower your hand and perhaps ask your knives if they can lower their hand too. We humans think we're unique in our ability to develop tools.
I'm back.
Once upon a time, we realized we could use flint to make fire. Knives were a very useful tool for survival. More recently, we came up with the engine and realized we could put it in metal boxes with wheels to go about. If you were looking at any of these things for the first time, I would be surprised if you weren't somewhat threatened by their potential to do harm. But ultimately, tools come along and change the way things are done. Previous skilled labor may no longer be valuable, and it's no new thing that humans feel threatened by that. In the past couple of years, scientists have managed to make some really huge calculators to crunch pretty much all of the data us humans have ever made. As a researcher in AI, designing AI systems for me is something like using a calculator. Not yet, please. Typing things into a calculator is easy. Knowing what to type is hard.
Okay.
In my speech today, I'm going to begin by trying to explain what I think AI is. I want you to think of AI as if it was simply a very fancy calculator. Anyway, let's begin by briefly discussing what AI is. Some of you new to Cambridge may have used Google Maps to get here.
Hold on.
You depended on AI.
Please pause. I'm sorry. Pause. You know, I don't accept that premise. And while he won't let the audience interject, I'm going to interject right now. Because it's not a calculator in the same way. Because it's not a human saying what to do in many cases. because the machine is actually deciding, or the neural network, like the oh my god, my brain just broke. The sort of, oh god, I know the word for this, and I cannot think of it. Whatever, like the program itself is in many cases making this decision in ways that can't be explained. We've talked about how in many cases when asked, oftentimes they can't point to where the algorithm actually figured out, or like the neural network decided where to pull from on this or that thing for an artwork or for a song or for whatever else, right? So it's not the same, because with a calculator you can a mathematician can sit there and say, well, this is why this happened, this is how his calculator works, right? This button does this and it only does this, right? Whereas with AI it's much more amorphous, sort of unclear, opaque, kind of just, inexplicable in many cases. So, it's I think it's a false premise.
Think of AI as if it was simply a very fancy calculator. Anyway, let's begin by briefly discussing what AI is. Some of you new to Cambridge may have used Google Maps to get here. You depended on AI. Some of you may have crossed traffic lights. Maybe you called an Uber. We all depend on AI every day. With this new wave of generative AI, people are worried about the new capability to quickly produce lots of stuff, which could be lots of bad stuff. But let's not forget, that's not a new thing. The only reason AI produces bad stuff is because humans have been producing very bad stuff for a long time. Anyway, again, what is AI? I think AI is most things around us that we don't have to bother with anymore because some system does it for us now.
Now, this guy, just so you know, is an AI researcher. Okay, I looked him up. He appears to work for some sort of AI company that does... it's actually not clear what they do. I was looking at it. It seems to be some sort, basically just a conglomeration of all of the AI buzzwords. It's just the sort of shit that you see in these things.
Traffic lights in Cambridge adjust depending on the traffic flow. In other countries, traffic lights are connected to a larger system that can guarantee the path of green lights for emergency vehicles. When you cross on that green light, you're putting your life on the line in trust of the AI. But let me ask you this. Traffic lights have been around for a while now. Are you more worried about the threat of traffic lights tricking you into going when a truck is coming from the other?
But you're also not closing your eyes, right? And that's what I would say the analogy is when it comes to AI. You're closing your eyes and then saying, let's hope that green light is good, because the fact is if you're not driving and using your eyes to look to make sure that a fucking truck is coming, you got a problem. There could be a truck coming. Entirely possible. And the fact is, with AI, it seems to just be making arbitrary decisions in many cases and being pushed upon the public, whether it's self-driving, whether it's AI search, whether it's a number of applications that are being used, like with the police. Many of these are very troubling and have downstream implications for society at large.
Direction, or the threat of some other human coming from the other direction, ignoring the traffic lights. I'm going to take a detour now to try to convince you that even modern AI systems are in fact just massive calculators. I think I've worked out what to do to be as clever as ChatGPT. I need to read everything on the internet. Let's say a student realized that rather than reading one book a day, they could just hold a book in each hand and read 2 books a day. Then the next day they ask their engineer friend, and the engineer friend builds a contraption so they can read 10 books in a day. They read them all at the same time. The next day they do this with 1,000, and they read them all.
Literally, this can't be
humans
done.
are not very good at remembering.
This literally can't be done though. Like it's a fun sort of like thought experiment that literally you just can't do as a human being. Human beings have limitations. You can't read more than one book at a time and actually understand it, right? Like even if you were reading a book and listening to a book on tape, you're not going to you're not going to do as well at interpreting the data or any of that sort of stuff. Understanding what you're reading, hearing, as well as what you would be if you were doing one of those things at a time, right? I mean, like it's literally, oh my god, it's just such a dumb, like this guy's got so many dumb little thought experiments for us to go along with, and it's like, you know what I compare what he's doing right now to is what filmmakers do, right? With the suspension of disbelief, right? It's like they're here to tell you a story. It's fictional, of course, and there's fictional elements to it that are going to require you to, ignore what you would normally do in your everyday life for the purpose of fun. Instead of fun in this moment, it's for the purpose of thought experiments that he's doing all this idiocy, but it's incredibly annoying.
But imagine you could plug USB sticks into your brain and pop some information on there every now and again. Humans, and especially Cambridge students, are already great at combining and pattern matching all that information. Okay, final setup. You're reading every book and article ever written at the same time. You have 1,032 gigabyte USB sticks plugged into your head. The reason AI has gotten really good in the last couple of years is because some scientists realized how to read a lot of books at the same time. Regardless of your support for the motion tonight, I encourage you to stop seeing AI as I suspect the House sees it. Things like ChatGPT.
Let's hope that when these machines are interpreting all this data at once, that they aren't deciding that your story, that your culture, whatever it might be, is other, right? Like the self-driving stuff, right? Where the programming decides, oh, this is other, this is unimportant information, they exclude it, right? Or they decide that information that should be other becomes somehow important, But this guy's got it all figured out. Also, he's wearing a suit with no belt, and this bothers the shit out of me. Don't do this.
No agent, it's so tempting to do. Instead, think of it as a calculator that's really good at reading lots of books at the same time with lots of USB sticks to save all of that knowledge. I don't think I need to convince you that AI can be used and has the potential to be used for so much good. But before I jump into the worrying, allow me to remind you. Early detection of cancer, already being revolutionized. It's already enabling us to identify astonishingly complex patterns to tackle climate crisis. And it's already being deployed to spot fake news.
Now, the first thing he mentioned there with regards to the environment, that's one of the only places where I think AI is actually, but has some potential that I think society should consider. But the fact is, if we decide to use it for every single fucking problem that we have, that seems to be what people are trying to do right now. I just think that's only going to lead us to bad places.
Okay.
All right, I'm done with this guy. I'm going to get past where he's done talking. Actually, we're just going to go to the next guy. I just remembered that this guy doesn't let anybody jump in at any point. He just sort of monologues the whole time. And at these particular ones, and at this particular conference, discussion, they had debate. I keep saying different words. It's definitely a debate. At this debate, they had the audience able to chime in, but he was one of the few speakers who was like, no, fuck the audience. This is the other side. This is the for existential threat. Connor Leahy. Oh, I guess he was the first speaker.
Yeah.
Good evening, everyone. Sorry we're a little late. So tonight we debate AI, the motion that this House believes artificial intelligence is an existential threat, and we're honoured tonight to be joined by particularly distinguished individuals. In proposition, we have Connor Lay, Rebecca Gorman, and Professor Joanna Bryson. While in opposition, Professor Judy Weissman, Dr. Indra Joshi are joined by student speaker Igor Sterner from Pembroke College. Before we begin, let's just recap the format for the evening. So each paper speaker tonight has 10 minutes to make their case. The first and last minutes are protected time, so please do not try and POI them during that time. But as members, this is your house, and we welcome contributions from all. So between each round of paper speakers, there will be time for speeches from the floor in proposition, opposition, and abstention. Should you wish to make one of these, please just put your...
Which once again did not happen for that other guy, because he just sort of... He talked through the whole time. It was kind of hilarious. Sorry, I forgot there's all this here. The last time I watched these was like... I had actually planned to have us watch these like 8-9 months ago. And there's been so much shit that this has been sitting on my watch later list for... Whew, basically that whole time.
Thank you so much, everyone. It was a real pleasure to be invited here today. When I first received word that I was invited to a debate at an illustrious English university, there was a brief moment of horror where I thought I might have to go to Oxford. Luckily, I find myself in the lovely halls of Cambridge University. So the motion tonight is that the House believes that artificial intelligence is an existential threat. And there is a common temptation in a new generation of young technologists, such as myself, to think of ourselves of every new debate, every new idea, every new topic that we come up with as novel and unique, while forgetting the history of the great minds that came before us. In 1951, there lived a man named Alan Turing, the father of computer science, a titan of his field, a hero of World War II, and a tragic figure.
You know, it's funny. I feel like he knows his audience in this moment because obviously Alan Turing, World War II hero in the sense, or that he was a British hero for his work in decoding the Nazi. What was the name of the? I think actually he might name it. So actually, I'm not gonna get too far into it. But I just feel like he's clearly speaking to his audience. He's like, "All right, I'm in Britain. I'm gonna make a Turing reference. I'm sure this will land."
A titan of his field, a hero of World War II, and a tragic figure, driven to suicide by his own country's intolerance for his non-standard sexuality. In 1951, Alan Turing gave a lecture in Manchester entitled Intelligent Machinery, a Heretical Theory, exploring the consequences of building computer systems capable of displaying intelligence. In this lecture, he said, "For it seems probable that once the machine thinking method had started, it will not take long to outstrip our feeble powers. There would be no question of the machines dying, and they would be able to converse with each other to sharpen their wits. At some stage, therefore, we should have to expect the machines to take control." And so as we stand at the dawn of a new age of unprecedented AI progress, it is tempting to think of this topic as just a novel fad of existential risk of AGI, rather than a fundamental question that has been with us since the very beginning of the field of computer science. The definition of existential risk is a risk that threatens the premature extinction of humanity or the permanent and drastic destruction of its potential for desirable future development. The loss of control of our future. And if we build machines that are more intelligent, more competent than people, that are more capable at manipulation, deception, politics, science, business, and everything else, and we do not control them, then the future will belong to them, not to us. Everything else derives from this simple observation. Now, I don't claim to have the true definition of intelligence, the true definition of reasoning, any of these things, but I also don't care. What I care about is competence. I care about the ability to solve problems, to gain power. And many of our greatest scientists, engineers, companies are striving to build such machines of competence. And I expect them to succeed. And let us be clear that the development of fully autonomous AGI agents that act in the real world is the deliberate goal of companies such as DeepMind, OpenAI, and others, even enshrined in their very charters.
That's the word, AGI, Autonomous General Intelligence, I think is what that that acronym stands for, and what I was trying to remember earlier.
While at the same time, our progress on being able to control and understand such minds is progressing at a pitiful rate. The danger does not come from some evil property that must be removed from such systems. It comes from power, from competence. If you build extraordinarily competent machines, autonomous machines that you do not control, well, the consequences should be evident. This is not to say that there is not incredible benefits that can be had from many applications of AI. 99% of AI applications are narrow rather than general autonomous AGI.
Chad thinks that Connor Leahy's in a band. You know what? I don't doubt that. He does look like he's in a band. Undoubtedly. Trying to think what he plays. I think either guitar. He's either guitar or drums.
AI applications are narrow rather than general autonomous AGI systems. Applications in science and healthcare, in so many other wonderful applications. And these benefits should be reaped. This is not to say that these narrow applications cannot also bear harms. Of course they can.
See, that's the thing. That's like where that's kind of where I'm at, right? Like that's what I was saying before this, is like, I think that there's clearly benefits that can be used, but it's about knowing where to use this kind of stuff, not just sort of broadly throwing it like at the wall with every single thing as if like it's a sort of a solution for all problems. It's clearly not, and there should be some amount of skepticism and slowness rather than rushing to all of this, right? Because the fact is the tech companies just want to make big profits, and they not have to worry about whether or not it affects you personally, right? And that to me is, especially with this, where you know the downstream effects are hard to calculate. It should give us all pause.
Technology. The fact that narrow AI poses grave harms to groups both broad and vulnerable can coexist naturally with the fact that existential risks from general powerful AI threatens all humans of all groups. The harms affecting all groups are not just from negligence, though there is plenty of that as well, but also because we simply, on a purely technical level, do not know how to understand and control general intelligence to make it so that it gives us what we want instead of risking the survival of all. This risk is freely acknowledged by the very people who are building it. The unelected, unaccountable technologists who who are willfully running an unacceptably risky experiment on every single man, woman, and child on the planet without their consent.
Illegal.
Addressing existential risk is a crucial component of mitigating harm towards vulnerable groups in our world, and dismissing it would be of unconscionable negligence towards the marginalized and vulnerable, the same way that we must not neglect or dismiss the other constant looming threats, such as climate change or nuclear war. When I think of how I expect existential risk to manifest, I do not think it will be with a bang, but with a whimper. As systems develop, become more competent, more powerful, more people will delegate more of their thinking to these machines. CEOs will outsource their business decisions. They will handle trading, design products, write code, litigate disputes, manage political campaigns, develop technology, wage disinformation warfare. The world will become ever more confusing, more hostile, more impenetrable, both intentionally and unintentionally on the behalf of their developers and wielders. We will see geopolitical events unfold that are so obscured by fake narratives that it becomes impossible to discern truth from fiction.
Yeah, and it reminds me of this one thing that has been bugging me lately, is the introduction of the AI search on Google. And no one asked for it. It also, even if it does give you bad search results, guess what? That means that you get to stay on Google longer. So great. Sergey and what's his name? Oh my god, my brain. Whatever, and all their shareholders over there at Google can make a little bit more money for you spending more time on there. So it's just it's a win-win for them, even if it doesn't do what it's supposed to do, or even if it maybe gives your kid a search result that recommends that they do something that is bad. Like we saw recently that a chatbot told a kid to kill himself, and he did. A man was told to divorce his wife, and he did. Things like that. And I'm saying, of course, there's human choices in here, but also the human psyche is fragile. And, we go to some of these places for information in some of the hard times in our life, right? Or in the most important moments in our life. And it's stuff like that, I think, that we don't necessarily think about until it happens.
AI-powered lawyers and lawsuits twisting the justice system to levels of perverse complexity utterly impenetrable to any human. New technologies being invented that people can barely understand their function or where they even came from. Market movements of such violence and unpredictability that no human trader can stay in the game. A whirlwind, confusing world of such speed and dark complexity that the unaugmented human without AI assistance is a sitting duck to AI-powered manipulation and exploitation. Until eventually, quite unceremoniously, humanity is simply no longer in control.
Okay, all right, let's keep it moving. Let's go here now to a slightly different perspective on things. Curious archive from 9 months ago. Sympathy for the machine.
The saddest piece of art I've ever seen is about a robot. Actually, it is a robot. It's this mechanical arm that must continually push a leaking liquid back into its body to function. And here's the thing, I know rationally this art installation is not alive. Like every machine, it is, by definition, something artificial. And no matter how advanced robots become, they'll never have souls. Right?
You are my creation.
Introducing Mabel, the robot housemaid.
I'm sorry, Dave. I'm afraid I can't do that.
Prove to the court that I am sentient.
This is absurd. We all know you're sentient.
One of the best introductions to the hypothetical of artificial souls is the Star Trek episode Measure of a Man, in which android officer Commander Data refuses to be dismantled for study. The question of whether Data is legally a person or property is then taken to court, and in so doing, the episode puts the very idea of machine sentience on trial.
So I am sentient, but Commander Data is not.
That's right.
Why?
The debate is not just scientific, but philosophical, interrogating if all that makes us conscious beings can be simulated, or if there is a deeper, spiritual component to life that a machine cannot replicate. This hearing therefore gives us a useful framework going forward as we try to reach a verdict on artificial souls.
How do you feel? Alive.
Our first point of hypothetical evidence for the jury's consideration is the robot David from the modern Alien films. David's complexity as a depiction of synthetic consciousness is somewhat overshadowed by all the other stuff going on in those movies, but examined in a vacuum, he offers a meaningful counterpoint to traditional robot portrayals. Unlike most machines, David is hyper-emotional, designed by his manufacturers to experience intense, simulated feelings to better blend in with it.
You know, this is one of the movies that he talked about during this, if I recall correctly, that I actually haven't seen. I feel like I think I've seen most of the references that he makes, and unfortunately, this is one of those movies that I haven't seen. And I am somewhat of a, what do you call it? Just simply say I'm a serious consumer of media.
Workforce. He is even shown to be capable of irrationality, finding meaning in art that goes beyond the logical.
Angel. Universe. Robot.
Yet David is not just a consciousness, but a corporate product. Like most robots in fiction, his ultimate intended purpose is to be useful to humans. Despite his status as an emotional being, the circumstances of his creation, that he was built to not—
Wait, is this a show and not a movie? Honestly, I gotta look this up.
Born, are deemed by his creators sufficient grounds to deny him autonomy. It's a philosophical framework that Measure of a Man pushes back on.
We too are machines, just machines of a different type.
But the uneasy delineation between the artificial and the natural, between the human and the inhuman, becomes even blurrier in the world of Blade Runner. In that series, people live alongside a disposable workforce of artificial beings called replicants. Referred to as androids in the original novel, replicants are so advanced that only extensive testing can determine if an individual is organic or artificial. And sometimes, even these tests fail. The only justification for replicant subservience that characters can come up with is, again, the fact that they are manufactured.
To be born is to have a soul, I guess.
But like David, replicants are shown time and again to have emotionality and humanity, even those positioned narratively as the antagonists. Though by Blade Runner 2049 replicant empathy is supposedly suppressed via mental exercises that are, quite literally, dehumanizing, it is clear that replicants remain thinking, feeling beings. Their status as second-class citizens, therefore, is not due to genuine misunderstanding, but economic incentive. Put simply, replicant workers are too valuable, too foundational to the society, for their overseers to acknowledge the obvious fact of their humanity.
The world is built on a wall that separates kind.
This isn't exactly an unfamiliar idea, is it? Indeed, the plights of robots in science fiction have long paralleled the real-world plights of the working class, enslaved people, and other disenfranchised laborers. The 1927 silent film Metropolis depicts a world in which an underclass...
We watched Metropolis. Was it on Halloween we watched Metropolis?
of automaton-like workers toil away underground in service of a privileged few who live on the surface.
At least we watched
Though
part
not
of it.
literal robots, these subterranean laborers evoke the imagery of the machine, made to act as cogs in an economic mechanism with no regard for their well-being or humanity. Near the end of the film, a member of this underclass is unwillingly merged with an automaton, the boundary between metal and flesh ceasing to exist altogether. Metropolis was a direct response to the rampant industrialization and wealth disparity that led up to the Great Depression. The human cost of treating workers as disposable parts had been captured in photos by sociologist Lewis Hine just a few years prior. These influential images expose the inhumanity of early 20th century factory conditions, particularly through the lens of child labor, and potentially inspired the framing of Metropolis. Workers' rights and class divisions are ultimately foundational for robots in science fiction. Even Data's court case eventually evolves from a question of consciousness to a question of forced labor.
An army of Data's all disposable. You don't have to think about their welfare. You don't think about how they feel.
Okay, hold on. We can't watch this whole thing right now. We're already at 7 o'clock. It's almost like, we're approaching the normal stream time, and we haven't even got into truly the bulk of the environmental half yet. So, my hope that I would end the stream by like midnight is feeling very unlikely, which means you're going to be getting like, my God, probably almost 12 hours of content today, which is crazy.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
Could you drum up?
Just skip ahead to here. Let's talk about the great robot uprising.
The subjugation of self-aware machines almost always ends in revolution and mass extinction, if science fiction is anything to go by, that is. The Great Robot Uprising typically begins when the mechanical workers become too intelligent to stay in line. In the game series Mass Effect, a war between a group of machines called the Geth and their creators commences with a unit simply questioning if they have a soul. Robot rebellion is so common, it borders on cliché. From the Matrix...
Geordi LaForge wasn't a robot or an android. He was blind. He was just blind, and he had I guess the fact he had technology assisted sight, I guess you could call him an android, but it's like the barest. It's like saying that the people who wear glasses are androids, right? To some degree. Maybe I might be stretching that analogy a little bit, but I think I think I deserve it.
To the Terminator, war between the organic and inorganic seems like the unavoidable outcome of machine consciousness, which is why it's surprising that The Second Renaissance, an animated prequel to The Matrix, depicts the human-robot conflict that led up to the films not as inevitable, but tragically preventable. In the narrative, upon achieving sentience, the artificial workers at first seek not to conquer their creators, but simply to live independently from them. But when the robot's hyper-efficient nation-state inadvertently tanks the world economy, humanity decides they have no choice but to initiate war. A war that ends in a machine-dominated world. It's an intriguing recontextualization of both what we see in the original movies and of robot conflict stories in general. Imagining that an artificial intelligence might first seek an ethical solution over mass casualties.
I wouldn't have thought synthetics would be interested in philosophy.
We are created life. We are a philosophical issue.
But what if machines turn against humanity not from ascending beyond their programming, but from trying their best to follow it? In the short film Construct Cancellation Order, a group of autonomous robots work tirelessly to build a city as per instructions, not realizing the project has been terminated. Human overseers who come to shut the operation down are deemed threats to the company's bottom line and are eliminated.
This is one of those things. You know, it's very reminiscent of that sort of that discussion we were having about self-driving cars, right? And like, if there's a glitch, or there is perhaps bad programming in general, it doesn't account for this or that, or say you don't have control of it any longer, and those things exist, suddenly, you know, you got weird. But I can't believe this is where we genuinely are in society now. But hey, it's the future, people. We're living in the future. I mean, I'm doing a spacecast from a space station right now, of all places.
Like Metropolis, Construct Cancellation Order is a story of corporate hubris allowing the mechanical to overcome the organic. A tale of jittering, sparking, lurching madness. But a machine's programming leading it to take a life need not be so dramatic. In 2001: A Space Odyssey, ship computer HAL 9000 is programmed to preserve
Honestly, some
life,
of the
unless
shots
doing so would
from this are still just so great. Even though the limitations of this movie, we could get really deep into this, honestly. But like 2001: A Space Odyssey is like, it still like holds up to this day. And it was like, what is it? It's like 50 years later. When did this movie come out again? God,
be so
68.
dramatic. In 2001: A Space Odyssey, ship computer HAL 9000 is programmed to preserve human life, unless doing so would interfere with a mission success. When HAL calculates that the best option would involve eliminating all crew members, it coldly attempts to do exactly that.
This mission is too important for me to allow you to jeopardize it.
Avoiding making a killer robot might seem obvious. Just follow Asimov's famous laws of robotics and make sure machines aren't allowed to harm organics. But is it that hard to imagine a company allowing a robot to ignore someone's safety if doing so would be good for business? Considering how many cautionary tales of robots rebelling against humanity exist in pop culture, it's understandable people are apprehensive when they see footage of the real-life Boston Dynamics robots being, you know, beaten with sticks. Go to any of the company's videos and you'll find hundreds of comments from people sympathizing with the battered machines and asking, is this a good idea?
No computer. I think there was like a tiny amount, right? Like, because it was, computers existed in the late 60s. And I think they used green screens, if I'm not mistaken, in this, but it was like at the very cusp of the existence of them. If I recall correctly, I could be wrong on that. Don't quote me on that. I'm almost positive. They were doing some groundbreaking stuff with that film, but it was also not on, you know, a huge budget. It was pretty. They managed to achieve some really incredible stuff.
And look, all studies suggest that these units are light years away from being able to feel pain or engage in the abstract thinking required for retaliation. Knocking a machine around is, practically, a good way to teach them to stay upright. I know that. But it's hard not to be just a little worried, you know? A little worried about how we've taught them to run. A little worried about how we've made robots that eat organisms for fuel, even though we've told them, no humans now. And don't get me wrong, some of these advancements are impressive. They could do incredible things if used wisely. We are going to use them wisely, right? Or are we just going to use them to...
Although now that I think about it, I think the reason I don't think of it as a huge budget is because, like, it's in 60s dollars. So now that it's probably much more than, I don't actually know the number, but like I think in my head, like it's like $15 million. But now that I think about it, like in the 60s, 15 million was like a pretty hefty budget. Probably what, like 200 million in 2024 dollars.
In his book Robot Ethics, Mark Kugelberg writes that psychologically speaking, it is easier to kill at a distance. He's talking about remote-controlled drones there, but he goes on to discuss how the next stage of distance might be having autonomous robots fighting our wars for us. From a combat perspective, the advantages seem obvious. Fewer human casualties, more durable soldiers, none of that pesky guilt. Questions like, would these
Ethics,
robots really just be deployed against other robots? And again, are we sure this is a good
Don't worry about
idea?
any of that.
We'll work those out later.
Yeah.
In considering the logistics of giving a machine power over life and death, Ronald Arkin, a military contracted roboticist, proposed combat units be given an artificial conscience, a kind of synthetic guilt system to keep them from, hurting too many innocent people. Aside from the obvious ethical nightmare of trusting an AI to weigh the value of human life, there's a less obvious dilemma of what happens to an autonomous war machine after a war ends. If a combat unit were truly to be imbued with an artificial conscience, how would they process their actions post-conflict? Would guilt linger in their circuitry? Would they still want to be a gun? In the animated film The Iron Giant, the titular Colossus was not built for peace, and yet its status as a weapon, as a unit made to destroy, is not apparent from early on, because bereft of a conflict, and with a little memory loss to nudge it along, the Giant does not want to be a destroyer. The same can be said of the robots in the Studio Ghibli film Castle in the Sky. Despite their dreadful potential for violence, after spending centuries without a target to vanquish, one of these units finds tranquility in preserving the wildlife of an abandoned city. When we talk about robots in rebellion, we usually talk about machines choosing violence, but for a unit made to destroy, non-violence is its own type of rebellion.
Okay, I'm getting lost watching this. I just find this, honestly, the very well done video. By the way, if you're curious about the spots you didn't get to watch, well, you can go check out Curious Archive. See what I did there? That's the name of the YouTube channel. The video is from 9 months ago entitled Sympathy for the Machine. But we gotta keep this thing moving, so we can't watch every little bit of it. Let's get back to it here. Seriously good editing, though.
Or so it seems. One of the most interesting aspects of Pluto is the ambiguity with which it presents the inner lives of each machine. Most of the robots in this world are, supposedly, not advanced enough to have genuine feelings. We, the audience, are shown things that seem to contradict this idea, but it's hard to be certain that we're not simply projecting ourselves onto these robots because of their appearance.
You are endowing data with human characteristics because it looks human. If it were a box on wheels, I would not be facing this opposition.
In Pluto, a tragic meditation on this ambiguity comes when an inventor finds an abused mechanical dog. As a leading roboticist, he certainly knows this unit is not sentient, that its whimpers are just imitation, and yet he works exhaustively trying to repair it. We learned that the only reason this dog had lived so long is because someone in its past loved the machine so much, they constantly maintained it. Perhaps projected feelings are enough to make something worthy of preservation. That robot art installation, which is fittingly titled Can't Help Myself, was shut down forever in 2019 after finally running out of fluid and slowing to a crawl. In a posthumous twist, it was revealed the arm actually ran on electricity and never needed the substance it so desperately tried to hold on to. To call such a twist cruel, or the machine desperate, is again an act of anthropomorphizing the inanimate. But it feels cruel, doesn't it? Even though this art piece was never alive, it feels like it has died. As a species, humans are incredibly adept at pair bonding with the inanimate. People around the globe have been able to connect with characters like WALL-E, quite literally a box on wheels. And sure, one could say WALL-E has the advantage of being a fictional creation.
It's honestly one of my favorite movies, WALL-E. Not only is the animation great, but the story itself, I think, there's so much to it that speaks to what is it to be alive, also about humanity itself and our future. You know me, I'm kind of a sucker for a post-apocalyptic movie, add in some Pixar animation and all of that. I mean, I'm in.
Meticulously animated to tug at the heartstrings. Alright then, let's consider a non-fictional robot abandoned on a dusty planet. The Mars rover Opportunity made touchdown January 25th, 2004. It was expected to last 13 weeks. But by essentially hibernating during dust storms, the little robot stayed operational for 14 years. Its lonely trek across Mars came to an end when a planetary storm at last blotted out its solar panels. Its final message back home was, "My battery is low, and it's getting dark." Technically, that's a reinterpretation of a less poetic transmission, but it speaks to that larger instinct to find humanity.
It does sound sad.
Even if its form isn't particularly humanoid. So why is it that there's something so unsettling about something that's almost human, but not quite? The real-life robot Amica is a recent creation designed to be highly emotive, to the point that it's downright uncanny. And Amica is undeniably impressive, clear proof of the speed at which human mimicking robots are advancing when compared to earlier facsimiles of the face like the motor mouth. At present, robots are not about to fool anyone into thinking they're looking at
That is
human,
so creepy.
But this technology will continue.
Just that mouth making those sounds. It's so off-putting.
At present, robots are not about to fool anyone into thinking they're looking at a human, but this technology will continue to advance. There will almost assuredly be a point in the future where it's impossible to tell the difference. The Turing test is an experiment proposed by Alan Turing to determine if a machine is sentient by seeing if it can trick a human into believing it's a fellow human. The film Ex Machina is all about a Turing test, with one crucial difference. The human in question knows from the beginning that he's talking to a robot.
The real test is to show you that she's a robot and then see if you still feel she has consciousness.
The experiment seemingly starts to derail, however, when the tester begins to believe that the machine, Ada, is in emotional distress at her looming disassembly. Like Pluto, Ex Machina deals in ambiguity, asking the audience to question how much of a robot's feelings are the result of projection. But
yeah, and that's quite a philosophical question to grapple with, I think, because, you know, it forces us to grapple with our own consciousness, if you will, our own intelligence, what all that means exactly, and how we distinguish ourselves from other organisms, other consciousnesses, if you will, or lack thereof. Wait, where are we? Let's watch a little bit more of this. I don't know. I'm fascinated by all this. Not gonna lie. Hopefully you all are too. Don't worry. We're gonna be getting to the other stuff very soon. I think by the end of this half.
Yes. But when the film Her first came out, this was more of an unanswered question. The story of a man falling in love with an ambiguously intelligent AI after the end of a long-term relationship. Her's narrative was, once, more speculative, a hypothetical examination of how rising isolation in the digital age might one day lead to people outsourcing their need for interpersonal connections to a machine. Now, it's a lot less hypothetical. Loneliness is bigger than ever, disassociation is becoming the norm, and we have entire companies profiting off that human misery with AI companions. Looking back, Her's vision of AI feels almost prophetic. The portrayal of algorithms in Ex Machina
There is a lot from Her that
prescient.
does feel
Midway through the
very
film,
reminiscent
you learn
of the
Ada's
current
mainframe
paradigm.
is built on-
Sorry. I don't know if anybody here has seen Her, but there is a ton from that movie that genuinely feels reminiscent of the current paradigm that we're living in right now. and specifically technology and how it relates to us and what we're sort of seemingly using it for.
Prescient. Midway through the film, we learn Ada's mainframe is built on
This isn't
the
from her.
stolen
This is
voice,
from
text, face, and
other one we were
search
talking
data
about earlier.
of millions of consumers, much like other programs you might have heard about. Remember the Turing test?
Mhm.
Well, current language generation models have actually already passed it. This doesn't mean they're sentient.
that
All
is-
evidence
that is
suggests they're
actually
just
true.
really good at spewing back all our data they've been trained on. But any machine that can trick someone into feeling they're speaking to a human has serious ramifications.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? Is that we, for a very long time, we're using the Turing test as a bar for intelligence, right? At least scientifically speaking. And like you said, many of these things have already surpassed that. And this is from 9 months ago. So, just for perspective.
Maybe the one unrealistic part of her's future is the fact the main character can make a comfortable living writing love letters for other people. His company's business model of outsourcing affection to a stranger works thematically, but with how the future is looking, such a corporation would likely turn to a language model to spit something out instead of paying a human employee. Anxieties over job replacing.
This is her. Yeah, that was her. Yeah, I mean, there's a bunch of different. He's cutting back and forth between a bunch of movies. And the point that I was talking about her, it had suddenly switched back. I think to I think it's just called AI, but I can't remember. I actually think I have this movie on disc somewhere. I genuinely can't think of the name of the movie now.
Aren't anything new. The same fears that produce films like Metropolis have morphed over the decades as various automation technologies that push different groups out of the workplace. It's easy to be dismissive towards such fears in retrospect. People are still employed, many economists argue, but not all jobs are equally fulfilling. The unemployment rate might not change if millions of people with middle-class jobs have to start working minimum wage, but that doesn't mean nothing is lost. Automation has already increased the wealth gap, led to rising rates of depression, and destroyed entire communities. People hoped that
That is one thing people have to consider, right? What, whether or not, because the fact is the way the society is currently set up, if you will, it revolves around having a job, having some sort of a capitalist input, being some sort of productive member of society, and what you're doing to achieve that, I think, is important to many people, and they would prefer to be doing things that they they either enjoy or feel that it has some sort of purpose to, or any other number of reasons. But I feel like if we start doing all of this is a slippery slope, much of it. All right, let's keep talking AI. Last video actually on AI. Let's talk about the power demand that AI seems to be generating. Get it? Generating power demand? Never mind. Let's go here. 2 months ago from the Financial Times. You can let me... There we go. Okay, let's move it along. We don't need this.
AI's energy use is set to rocket. That could not only constrain the industry's growth, but threaten green energy targets and force AI providers to consider alternative sources of power. The International Energy Agency estimates global power demand from data centers, AI, and cryptocurrencies could double by 2026 compared to 2022 levels. Microsoft alone is opening a new data center globally every 3 days. The computational power required to develop machine learning models has doubled every 5 to 6 months since 2010. In March, billionaire Elon Musk said the latest bottleneck to cutting-edge AI technology was electricity supply. Amazon chief Andy Jassy said earlier this year that there was not enough energy right now to run new generative AI services. Also, many customers of these data...
Okay, when they say stuff like that, you should be really concerned, right? Because the fact is the energy grid just provides electricity to whoever pays for it. And big-ass companies have more money than you or me, probably. So that should give you some pause and concern. Because it inevitably, and already has in many places, driven energy prices up for some people, where there are a lot of these AI servers. Anyway, I'll keep you.
Have made net zero CO2 commitments, but renewable sources of energy may not be able to cope with the load and reliability of supply needed. Natural gas bosses are betting it could be a boon for their industry, which they say is the only way to quickly deliver the reliable power needed. But concerns around emissions have driven interest among data center developers in options such as on-site power generation and nuclear energy. This year, for example, Microsoft hired its first director of nuclear technologies. Nuclear energy, shunned in many parts of the world because of safety concerns and cost overruns on traditional reactors, has pitched its next-generation technology as a solution. So-called small modular reactors, or SMRs, and even smaller microreactors are being designed to be produced quickly, cheaply, and at scale. They don't emit CO2, but the earliest SMR developments are not set to be commercialized until the end of the decade.
I mean, nuclear reactors are to some degree a viable energy solution, at least alternative to current, hydrocarbon producing energy sources that we currently have, like coal and natural gas and gasoline itself, oil, all of these other things that are bad, but it's just very frustrating that we're using something that it does have some implications to it and does need to be treated with a lot of care. It is being, utilized and entrusted to corporations with questionable ethical sort of frameworks and, people at the heads of them and goals even. And so, it is just, it's one of those things. Like, for instance, what happens if, AI turns out to not be as viable as they're all claiming, and they run out of money to deal with their reactors? Then what, right? Like, who takes that over? I mean, hopefully the government or something, but these are the sorts of things in the interim period could be potentially catastrophic. So, and if you're not aware, like ChatGPT searches, AI searches, all that is using way more energy than original Google searches before they decided to add AI in. Thanks so much, Google. But it's all using way more energy than the traditional routes of doing most of these things. All right, now let's take another break. It's that time. Although I think we deserve different music right now. We've heard enough of the same. What do we got? Something that's preferably exactly 10 minutes long or so. Hokey dokie. think that's be good. Come on. Although, I gotta turn the volume down real quick. No, not all the way down, just down. There we go. Alright, chat. Well, I hope you're enjoying the stream so far. If you haven't already, don't forget to hit the like button, and be sure to subscribe so you can get all that sweet, sweet galactic content at your fingertips. And catch all the streams right when they're happening. Once you've done both of those things, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by viewers like you. We've got all the places now to contribute: YouTube, Twitch, Cash App, PayPal, and Patreon. Of course, my favorite, as I get 90% of the money from memberships on Patreon, and you get a whole bunch of super sweet benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. What is it that is keeping you from doing it?
Are you not entertained?
Yeah, do consider it. Anyway, you know, some of those benefits happen to include being able to add an avatar to the scenes that you see here on these breaks. Shoutouts every stream, content, and much, much more. Anyway, yeah. So yeah, do consider any of those options, as yeah, gotta pay those galactic bills over here, people. Very important. I try to keep the messaging, the capitalist messaging, down as much as possible, and the content up as much as possible. Hopefully some people notice that and appreciate that. Anyway, enjoy this space break. Grab yourselves a drink, perhaps a snack. I will be right back. Don't super chat. YouTube gets 30%. They do get 30%. That's true. It's more than what Patreon gets. But it's better than what Twitch gets. And, or at least better for me than what Twitch gets. And, yeah. So, and people, I mean, it gets people something. And Cash App, PayPal, they don't get you benefits like getting your message seen on stream, highlighted, or sweet stickers. So I can understand that. I don't blame people for doing that. I appreciate it. Anyway, I will be back. Ugh. Okay.
gal from Ipanema goes walking, and when she passes, it's when she passes goes. When she walks like a samba that swings so cool and sways so gently, that when she passes, it's when she passes goes. And lovely, gal from Ipanema goes walking, and when she passes, it's when she passes goes. When she walks, she's like a samba that swings so cool and sways so gently, that when she passes, it's when she passes goes. Just look at that yellow stuff. And way off in the distance, those lovely little white clouds.
Get a drink, have a good time now. Over to paradise, paradise.
Você me vê sorrindo à toa. Se você me vê sorrindo
was some old-fashioned anti-Semitism in chat just now. Truly fascinating stuff there. Sorry, Sasha, that was my fault. I accidentally hit you. When I meant to hide someone else, I clicked the wrong thing. This is why I need the mods to mod, not me, because I'm always doing 1,000 things over here. And so it makes it so I wind up screwing up. It's my fault. It's not the mod's fault. It's my fault. Yeah, I mean, I was prepared to... I wasn't clear what was going on with Spicy Peach. I wasn't paying full attention to the comment section. And then by that last comment, I was like, it's gone too far. It's gone much, much too far. At that point, and, you know, it just is necessary. So, yeah. Okay. Is this working now? Let me test this. Hold on. Let me fix this. Should be here, right? Backgrounds. Here. Yeah. Okay. Honestly, there's no real time limit tonight. We've already passed 6 hours, which means we can go as long as I deem doable physically. But it's only 7:45, which means really we could be going for quite some time here. We're just about to get into environmental stuff. So, tiptoeing racism? At that point, it wasn't even tiptoeing anymore. At the beginning, it felt like tiptoeing. I wasn't even clear if it was. Could have been. But then, yeah, no, it got out of control fast. At the end, it was just so stupid. What was I doing? Ah, yes, getting us back to the show. Fourth half? 1, 2, 3, fourth half. Wow, people. Wow. I'm just gonna give you one of these. For having made it so far through all of this. Hope you've been enjoying the show so far. I know I have. Let's get back to it now. Let's go straight into the environmental type news. We got lots of stuff to talk about here with COP29 happening in Azerbaijan this week, or has been over the last, I guess, 4 or 5 days now. But we have skipped environmental news and global news so many times in the last couple weeks. It's frustrating as hell, and I'm kind of getting all of my stuff out here today, and more as you've seen so far. But let's keep that going. Like that vibe. Let's start off talking about the global food chain. Here's CBS News from yesterday. New book from famed photographer focuses on the forces behind the global food chain. Wait, no sound. There we go.
That's we're over top of LaGuardia. Crazy. Not a single plane.
What's even
going
weirder
anywhere.
is looking at the gates and they're all empty.
Yeah.
In the early spring of 2020, we tagged along with aerial photographer George Steinmetz as he captured a silent New York City at the start of the pandemic. It was a sharp contrast to his 2015 book, New York Air, one of 5 books from the award-winning photographer. This week, Steinmetz released his 6th Feed the Planet, which focuses on the people and places powering the global food chain, one increasingly under strain from a worldwide population expected to increase by 2 billion over the next 40 years. Brooke Silva Braga takes a look.
Alexander Field, Southwood County Airport, Wisconsin Rapids, Wisconsin. Wind 360 at 11.
For 10 years.
Not gonna lie, I love flying. I've always loved the idea, just in general, of flight as humans. Sort of defying our biology. PB! Thank you for the super sticker. I love that lemon. Not gonna lie. I love the fact that we have the super stickers now. I know somebody mentioned that YouTube takes a cut, but might be worth it. Not sure. Gotta say, really do love that that vibe. It feels legit when I see the stickers and I see the super chats. It makes me feel like we're a real YouTube channel now. You know, I don't know what
George Steinmetz, camera in tow, has been seeking out new perspectives on how humans feed ourselves.
This is the Dempsey farm where I was this morning, right here.
But the challenge is many of those key moments, like a sea of floating red cranberries ready for harvest here in Wisconsin, can be hard to find and last just a few hours each year.
There's some more right down there, some more marshes, but I don't see any red. No.
Then, suddenly,
how about there on the left?
Jackpot.
Yes, that's a good area right there, about our 10 o'clock.
Millions of cranberries bobbing to the surface.
This is really good.
But that's just step one for Steinmetz. While planes cover the big distances needed for his scouting,
taking off,
Steinmetz prefers the steady hover of a high-end drone for his final photos.
It looks kind of boring down here, but you get up and it just opens up the landscape. Big, like carpets of red. It's really beautiful.
By lingering above the scene, Steinmetz can wait for something special to happen. In this case, a flock of birds passing just below.
Via birds?
Oh, that's so great. Wow, that's such a fun accident, huh?
Yeah, you get these little serendipitous moments like that.
Cool.
The product of his decade-long pursuit of those serendipitous moments is Feed the Planet,
these photos
a photographic journey to the world's food.
Most expensive food in the world is saffron.
$1,200 a pound.
Mm-hmm.
But you got to do a lot of these to get to a pound.
You take every
no kidding.
They only flower like 1 week a year.
Flowers don't really weigh a
What jumps
whole
off
lot.
the page isn't just the beauty and scale of our food system,
Growing lettuce in Salinas, cabbage in the Netherlands.
but the difficult questions raised by even basic choices over
Cranberries? Yes, those were cranberry fields. Uh-huh. Well, bogs, really, not fields so much, all right?
we eat and drink.
You go to the Starbucks and you want the Ethiopian and the Rwandan, and it's like, would you want to have it done by machine so it's like all techno, or do you want it really old school? But is that unethical to be paying women $2 a day to do it by hand? Or in Brazil, they have a robot in there that's scanning every single bean with a laser and deciding which ones are good. It's like, these are complicated issues.
Steinmetz traveled to 36 countries and 27 states for the project.
And we got the juice covered.
Now, I'm not sure it's necessarily a binary situation. You could also pay people a living wage to do these things too. It's the third option. Just throwing that out there.
Density of birds on both sides?
Yeah.
You must be Rod.
Many farmers and ranchers welcomed him, but not all. In 2013, Steinmetz was arrested after taking these pictures of cows in Kansas. Some of the state laws banning photography of agriculture have recently been struck down as unconstitutional. But just this year, Kentucky made it illegal to photograph feedlots from the air. And being welcomed inside, that's even harder.
So I was never able to get into a slaughterhouse in the United States. And I was able to do that in Brazil and China, but I could never get in one in the U.S.
That is kind of striking. You can get in China, but not here.
Yeah.
China.
What he found in Brazil and China is the essence of his project, the immense scale needed to feed a growing global population that increasingly has the money and desire to eat more and more meat.
How do you process 30,000 pigs in a day? And what do you do with the ears? And what do you do with the intestines? And it's an amazing operation. And I mean that sincerely. But then you look at the pictures and most people think, oh, it's disgusting. But I'm trying to be fair to the people there at the pig factory as well as to the consumer.
Would you be okay with me flying?
It's pretty horrifying, I'm not gonna lie. Let's keep it moving. Okay. Now let's talk about a different sort of animal, that being the royal salmon, the glorious salmon, the ever tenacious salmon. Alright, no more adjectives to the salmon people.
What we're seeing is fall Chinook salmon returning to tributaries of the Klamath River that are located upstream of Iron Gate Dam. These streams or tributaries to the Klamath River haven't had fish spawning in them or even migrating into them for at least 60 years. Fish started showing up in these streams just, a week or so after the final dam was completely removed. It was a bit surprising to everyone how fast fish started recolonizing these areas. Just 9 months ago, these streams were underwater. They were under reservoirs. They're at the bottom of a reservoir. And just, 9 months later, there's fish already returning to these areas and spawning. It gives me hope because that means that they're using what little habitat is there, and maybe this habitat isn't the best, but we have plans to restore this habitat and make it a lot better. The fish right now that are in the river are helping us understand what's needed. They're showing us where the good habitat is. They're showing us where there's a lack of a good habitat. So we can use these fish to inform us as river managers, as scientists, where restoration needs to take place. And so that's really important. And then these fish are going to spawn and they're going to have offspring. So it's really important that we also keep a really, really good track of those offspring as they're leaving the river. So far, out of all the milestones that we've had, this one to me is the most significant. That feels like catharsis. It feels like we're on the right path. It gives me hope for the future.
Okay.
There's a new discovery in Western
hold on. We're not gonna.
That's right. Paleontologists found a rare new fossil.
Good God.
Near Rangeley.
What did I just?
You
said please hold, and then you keep going. It is incredibly rude.
How rude!
Please don't ever do that again. No, I should turn off autoplay. But then I think it'll also turn off my phone, which I'd like to have it on. It's a real Sophie's choice. Okay, maybe not that serious of a decision. All right, let's go, like we were saying, to Western Colorado, where paleontologists have made a new discovery.
There's a new discovery in Western Colorado that paleontologists say goes back 70 to 75 million years.
That's right. Paleontologists found a rare new fossil near Rangeley. Now, reporter Courtney Yoon joins us live from the University of Colorado Museum of Natural History. And Courtney, you're actually joined now with the paleontologist who led this research.
Yes, that's right. Good morning, Jordan and Corey. This is Jalen Eberly. She is a vertebrate paleontologist here at CU Boulder. Good morning, Jalen.
Good morning. It's nice to be here.
Thank you for having us here at the museum. Tell us a little bit about this mammal fossil that you guys found. We actually have it right here.
Yeah, so we have a fossil mammal from Western Colorado. It was probably about the size of a muskrat when it lived, and it lived alongside the dinosaurs, including
That thing is tiny.
Tyrannosaurs.
It's like the size of my...
So we don't hear a lot about mammals during this time period. This was, you said, 70
like my big
70 to
toe or
75 million
something.
years
It's
ago.
so small.
Why isn't it?
I was expecting it to be bigger. They need to get a macro lens out to find it. Jesus Christ. It's so little. Look at pink. It's like I can't tell. It's just like it's like a nub. How do we? It's almost. I mean, wow. If I looked at that, I would not have said, "Oh, there's a mammal."
In this time period, this was, you said, 70 to 75 million years ago. Why is it important? Why is this discovery so important?
Well, in part because, as you said, we don't.
Oh, I see. It's a part of a jawbone. I didn't understand what was going on here. I was like, dude, how is that a mammal? Okay, everything makes sense now.
A lot about the mammals that lived at this time. Mostly what we hear about living 70 to 75 million years ago are great big dinosaurs. But there were mammals on the scene too. And way back when, if you jump back a couple of decades, we would have said they were all mouse to rat sized. However, we are starting to find larger mammals. And this is one of them. This is one of the larger ones on the scene at this time. And I realize a muskrat isn't that large by today's standards, but if you jump in your time machine and go back 70 to 75 million years ago, a muskrat-sized mammal was actually pretty big for mammals.
So you guys got to name this because this is a brand new genus. What did that feel like to get to name a new species?
I think it's super exciting. We named this guy Heliocola, which literally means swamp dweller, and we named that because this animal would have lived in maybe the rivers, the floodplains, the deltas, right next to the Western Interior Seaway, which was this great.
Cool. Cool. Well, while we're talking about mammals, let's go to this story here from CBS News. This is from yesterday. Apparently, bears are on the loose, causing destruction all over the place. Or are they?
According to the FBI, cases of insurance fraud nationwide total up to a cost about $40 billion each year. That comes out to an extra $400 to $700 a year out of your pocket in additional premiums. This week in California, 4 people were arrested in an alleged insurance fraud plot with a bizarre twist. Allie Bauman is here this morning with this wild tale. Allie, good morning.
Good morning. Now, this case involves luxury cars, home surveillance cameras, and a full-size bear costume. Investigators say the suspects damaged the vehicles, made an insurance claim, and tried to blame it all on an unruly bear. It's not at all unusual for bears to find their way into neighborhoods, homes, and even cars. Experts say they can easily open a car door, especially if they detect food inside. And often they can inflict quite a bit of damage if they can't get out. And that might have been the inspiration for 4 people now charged with insurance fraud in Southern California. Investigators with the California Insurance Department say the suspects claimed a bear caused $142,000 worth of damage to a Rolls-Royce and 2 Mercedes, and had the video to prove it.
Why would you do this if you owned a Rolls-Royce and 2 Mercedes and clearly a very nice house here? What's the point of this? Like, I feel like they must have acquired these things by some less than legal means as well.
But something didn't sit right with one of the insurance companies. It turns
Although I guess times is tough. Who knows?
the damage was allegedly caused by a human dressed as a bear.
Whoever's inside that vehicle is not moving like a bear. He's moving like a human.
Harry Kazakian is a licensed insurance fraud investigator in California.
Insurance investigators are trained extensively to detect fraud, not only human factor detecting fraud, as well as nowadays the AI, and we got all kinds of cross-referencing.
The insurance department launched an investigation and on Wednesday arrested 3 men and a woman. And inside one of the suspects' homes, they allegedly found this, a bear costume, complete with claws.
They didn't even get rid of it.
Investigators believe
it's
were
probably
used to
expensive as
scratch
fuck.
and puncture.
of the bear costume probably cost at least a few $100. They're probably like, ah, better might as well resell that. Hold on to the evidence.
The car's upholstery. So investigators enlisted a biologist to review the videos, and they concluded it was clearly a human in a bear suit. And by the way, the insurance department dubbed all of this Operation Bear Claw. Of course they did.
Operation Bear Claw. I can barely handle it. Get it? Bear. Okay, barely getting up. Okay, yeah, I'm done. Done with the bear jokes. Won't have to bear any more of those puns. Alright, that's really it. That's the end of it, for sure. Alright, let's go on to this. As the Northeast, specifically the tri-state area, has been struck by a bunch of fires recently over the last, I guess it's been like almost the last couple weeks now. Certainly over the last week. I'm struggling with time right now in my brain. But yeah, at least a whole week has just been going on. Let's go here, start it off today. The Today Show from 2 days ago, to be clear. Northeast faces massive drought, putting 42 million people on alert.
This morning, there are growing fears strong winds could fan the flames of wildfires across the Northeast over the next couple of days. In New York City, smoke seen above Upper Manhattan as a brush fire burned at Inwood Hill Park this week amid a historic dry spell in the Big Apple.
As these dry conditions continue, we anticipate that we will see more of these before rain comes.
New York City's fire department says it has responded to a record 229 brush fires over a 2-week period. The Jennings Creek fire, burning in both New York and New Jersey, is now 50% contained, nearly a week after it started. Some nearby schools are closed today as a precaution, as crews use smaller controlled burns in an effort to contain the larger blaze.
We are setting fire to fight the fire. Don't be alarmed. It's where we want it. It's fire that we're putting down to do a job.
Nearly 60% of the Northeast is currently under moderate drought, with it especially pronounced in New Jersey, the state seeing its driest conditions in nearly 120 years. This fire in Burlington County has been burning since July 4th. Parts of Pennsylvania, New York, and all of New Jersey and Delaware are under drought watches and warnings with voluntary water conservation efforts. Climate scientists say if the Northeast doesn't see rain soon, we can expect more fires through the holiday season.
And the drought is so severe in some places, firefighters can no longer go to their same water sources, rivers, reservoirs, to go down with these helicopters, pick up water, and then douse flames for wildfires. It's why across the region we're hearing from officials urging residents to conserve water with some simple steps: to take shorter showers, to not run dishwashers or washer machines unless they are entirely full, and to use low-flow shower heads, faucets, and toilets as water, guys, becomes increasingly precious in this parched landscape. Craig?
All right. Emily Cataforce there in Jersey. Emily, thank you.
In other words, all the things.
By the way, are we actually back down to 604? Because if I recall correctly, we went back up to, we got up to 606 during the stream. We must have lost that anti-Semite, that actual anti-Semite who was in here spewing that old school anti-Semitism. And you know what? I'm okay with that. I'm okay with losing those subs. Sorry for fighting actual anti-Semitism.
Don't stand with the refrigerator open. Exactly. Lights out, turn the lights off. Exactly. All right, Dylan is in for Al this morning. Got a first look at the forecast. Hey, Dylan.
Hey, good morning, guys. It is going to be very, very dry. In fact, we haven't had rain in more than a month around here. Humidity is very low, and we are forecasting some gusty winds going through the weekend. So we have red flag warnings and the elevated fire risk across the Northeast. And
okay. What do we got next here? Whoopsies, I just double clicked. Why would I do something like that? That's crazy. Oh, right. I'm sorry. We're staying with the fire. That's what threw me off. I should have just clicked next. So we're on the same story.
Breaking right now at 11, more than 100 families in Orange County are being asked to evacuate after the Jennings Creek wildfire jumps a containment line. We have the latest on the dangerous conditions fueling the flames. Good evening. I'm Jessica Moore. It was early evening when the first voluntary...
Are you doing electoral talk right now with me, Maz? Don't do that. It's too soon or too late. I don't know which one it is. It's pick one. Oh, God.
Evacuation notices went out. Video shows flames burning a heavily wooded area near Greenwood Lake. The fire now threatening more than 100 homes. And with high winds and dry air still in place, the danger is far from over. We have team coverage of this breaking story tonight. Vanessa Murdoch is monitoring those winds and the ongoing drought. But first, let's go live to Jessie Mitchell. She is in Orange County with the very latest on how the fire spread so quickly. Jessie.
Well, Jessica, you can feel the winds out here on Greenwood Lake. Just across the lake, you can see the large swath of smoldering trees looming above 35 homes on Edgemere Avenue and 130 homes in Wattawa Park, which are now under threat. You see the distinct outline of flames in the forest, and the State Department of Environmental Conservation says they had all of this contained until the wind started shifting this evening. Voluntary evacuations began around 6:30 when the flames jumped their containment line, but then Warwick first responders started picking up the Edgemere Avenue families in buses after firefighters spent the day expanding the burn line to try to keep it under control and dropping 900 gallons of water from helicopters. The DEC says this fire has stayed
well, actually, Charlie, that sentence was actually correct, at least for one of these. Somebody's been arrested. And while I guess they haven't actually been convicted yet, it would appear somebody is accused of having set at least one of these fires
within the boundaries of the Sterling Forest State Park, but crews do not want to jeopardize anyone's safety. They also do not want a late flurry of people trying to flee if the fire grows closer, with the roads already congested with first responder vehicles. Now, those who have been evacuated are regrouping at Greenwood Lake Middle School. They are accepting pets. Anyone who needs help leaving their home, you're asked to call Warwick Police or Greenwood Lake Police, and everyone is advised to stay up to date on the latest developments on the New York State Park Police Facebook page. Live in Greenwood Lake, Jessie Mitchell, CBS News, New York.
All right, Jessie, thank you. We heard Jessie mentioning those shifting winds. Let's get to meteorologist Vanessa Murdoch with more on the dry, windy conditions that are...
Okay, that was from 20 hours ago. And this one is from shortly after that. From, oopsies, I just muted it. Here in Newark, New Jersey, if you're on.
Good evening, I'm Joe Torres.
And I'm Tanya Rivero. We begin with a 3-alarm fire that destroyed 3 buildings in Newark, New Jersey. Officials say the quick-moving fire spread to 2 occupied multifamily homes adjacent to the unoccupied building where the fire began.
Now more than 30 people have lost all their belongings. Some of the fire victims spoke to Eyewitness News reporter Janice Yu.
It's horrible. Everything is burned down. Everything. Nothing out there. You can't take it back.
Alassane Sissi went into his family's home of more than...
Yeah, I know I just got done talking about this. I'm just going to get back on this because you're responding with something. You know, it's not just in the last few years, Charlie. In fact, we talked about one from earlier this year. The biggest, I think the biggest fire of the year. And what wound up being, I think, the 3rd largest fire in California history was started by a man intentionally by pushing a car into a wooded area. What was it? The Post fire? Which one was it? I can't remember the name of the fire now. Either way, we talked about it for weeks earlier this year.
decade Saturday morning and walked out with a single burned suitcase. He says it was the only thing salvageable among piles of burnt debris.
So, you build something, in one day, second like that, you see everything is destroyed in front of you. It's very sad.
Newark firefighters arrived on Seymour Avenue just before midnight Friday to find a home up in flames. The fire soon jumped to the multifamily homes on either side of it, leaving people scrambling to run out as smoke filled the air.
I was so scared. I came down the stairs and literally right by my window is next to the abandoned house, so I'm seeing the flames hit the windows as I'm coming down the stairs. I lost everything, but as long as I'm okay, my son's okay, then that's everything.
4 firefighters were hurt when a part of one building collapsed. All are in stable condition.
RIT teams who have been trained for this specific type of moment acted quickly to remove, package, and transport our firefighters that were injured to University.
This stuff is very, very weird. It's all very, very strange. And having it all happening in proximity to each other, time-wise, and in terms of distance from one another, does make me think that more than one of these were perhaps done intentionally. It's not clear. I mean, and the fact is, the climate, of course, is not helping, right? I don't mean the political climate, I mean our Earth. And the drought that's happening in the area right now is, I mean, it's the sort of drought that's making things pretty weird. Let's go here, talk a little bit more about that drought. NBC New York from a day ago. Underwater for decades. Stone bridge from the 1800s emerges after New Jersey reservoir emptied.
Jersey, a reservoir is now dry, and a so-called ghost bridge that's been submerged for decades is now fully exposed. But the drought is not to blame for that. News 4's Adam Harding is live in West Milford to explain. Adam?
Yeah, Gilma, we've been talking for weeks now about the low water levels at reservoirs all across the tri-state area. This reservoir right behind us, all but empty of any water, with many perhaps thinking this has to be related to the drought, right? Well, the city tonight saying not so fast. Still, climate experts say reservoirs throughout our region are in desperate need of water, and time is running out for them to get it. From high above, the Oak Ridge Reservoir looks more like a barren desert.
I've never seen it like this. Never.
I've taken a million pictures glistening off the waters. I said it looked like little craters. I felt like I'm walking on the moon or something.
And tonight, it's attracting plenty of onlookers, all because of what's been unearthed. How unique is this?
I know. That's why we're excited about it. It's history.
Known locally as the Ghost Bridge, neighbors say it dates back to the 1800s and is usually submerged, but now fully exposed. A rare sight in North Jersey and an even rarer photo to snap.
We always ride past this reservoir. We didn't even know that a bridge existed.
I'd always look for this bridge because I knew it was there, but usually it's covered with water.
As reservoirs across the state dry up due to the ongoing drought, city officials tonight stressed this unique site is not weather-related, but instead scheduled maintenance. It sits just miles from the ongoing Jennings Creek wildfire.
Conditions are only worsening. The reservoirs are going down.
Still, climate experts agree the region badly needs rain, and reservoirs need to fill back up before things get any worse.
In the last 90 days, we should have had about 1 foot of rain, and we've had about 2 inches of rain.
Yeah, that's bad. I don't know if you're doing that math right now, but that's less than 20% of, it's like, actually, I think if I'm doing the math right, I think it's less than 17% of the necessary or the expected water at this time, right? Instead of a foot, 2 inches makes it 1/6. I think a sixth is 16.67%.
Really dry, and I mean, we're conserving water as best we can.
As locals do their best to preserve water, Storm Team 4 says there's some rain in the forecast next week. Though tonight the question, will it be enough?
Whether we can recoup some of that loss, enough to fill our reservoirs by spring, is going to be a question throughout at least the early and mid part of the winter. And if we're not getting much progress, it's going to become more critical.
Yeah.
A state climatologist.
Yeah, no kidding. All right. Well, let's move away from the tri-state area situation on down to Mexico. Talk about a different thing going on down there. This isn't necessarily a climate-related situation, and well, it's certainly environmental, but it's not really a climate change situation. But I thought a good place to put it would be here. Let's talk about Mexico City's floating gardens, which are not only beautiful, but also under threat.
La chinampería en este momento, aparte de ser el remanente o la memoria
Chinampa
de la Ciudad de
farming,
México,
apart from, oh, I'm sorry.
también es
Shit. Please
el
hold.
futuro de la ciudad.
Please hold. God damn it. It was not, I forgot. I forgot that this one has subtitles, so let me bring the volume down on that. Try this again. Take two. Chinampa farming, apart from being the remnant or memory of what Mexico City used to be, is also the future of the city. Because it literally has the possibility of keeping the city alive. A chinampa is a small man-made island intended for farming. The basis of chinampa farming is mud and aquatic plants. Plants that are used for fertilizers. Apart from being one of the most efficient farming techniques in the world, it is also a very important historical area, because they are the remnant of what the lake culture was in the pre-Columbian era. If we want to conserve this area for what it is, or how it is, then it has to be used for what it is designed for, which is farming. Chinampa farming has been largely abandoned by people because it is not so profitable. And in reality, much of the chinampa farmers continue to farm because they love it, not because of its profitability. There has been an impressive increase in soccer fields in the last 2 or 3 years. It doesn't seem so serious because there's no construction, but it is just as serious because of the amount of chemicals that are used. The amount of pollution generated is very large. You really can't farm anymore because it's not profitable. It is a lot of work for very little profit. It seems like small farmers in a lot of places struggle with profitability against big agriculture. It's a very hard job for little money. I think that's why very few people are still farming. That's why we began to buy chinampas. Little by little, we combined the chinampas to make the soccer fields. The other big problem is that there are other types of urbanization. The most recent form is related to intensive tourism. Tourism includes many people in a few places, making a lot of noise and generating a lot of garbage. Chinampas, on one hand, help regulate temperature. Without Hochimilo, I'm sorry, I just lost it on that X. Try that again. Take 3. Without Xochimilco, the average temperature would increase by 2 degrees, and with climate change, this could be serious. So we have a lot to lose. I have hope that in 20 or 30 years we can flip the coin and have areas that really work for agriculture and conservation. Okay. Cool. I just thought that'd be an interesting story for everyone. Hopefully you enjoyed. I'm afraid it was hard for me to comment on it since I'm doing I feel like I struggle to actually make comments on things when I'm reading it out loud for you all. Like, I don't know what it is about that. but it feels like my only job is to just read it out. Now let's go slightly further south to Honduras, as they were recently struck by Tropical Storm Sarah, which has a very, very tiny chance of circling back and hitting the United States. Most likely will go through probably like the rest of parts of Latin America and perhaps Mexico. Yes, Forbes breaking news from a day ago. Yeesh. Sweet cat sticker. Thank you, Schmegley. This looks fun. And by fun, I mean the opposite of fun. That is right. Interplanet Janet. We have super chats and super stickers now. Hopefully we will have memberships very soon. And, you know, I'm sort of avoiding it for now, partially because I don't like the idea of just blatant unnecessary consumerism, although I do have some ideas for some cool merch in the future. We do have the ability to do shopping on the channel now too. That also requires me to set up a website or some kind of, yeah, essentially a website. I mean, there's really no other way around it. It's like the only way to really, the best way, I think, to do this really. Only in best way. Well, I guess there's probably a couple apps. I honestly not very familiar with online selling, but that's the other thing we have been given access to recently by way of the monetization process. We've been getting them like piecemeal. First we got the super chats and super stickers, then we got shopping, still waiting on monetization, and of course we still need 390 some odd subscribers to get ad monetization. Hopefully that will come soon. I'm sure soon enough. Let's go now even further south to the Amazon rainforest and talk bees. That's right, bees, not beads. Bees.
President Biden will make history this weekend by becoming the first American president to visit the Amazon rainforest. He'll get a...
By the way, if you don't get that joke, look it up. Arrested Development.
President Biden will make history this weekend by becoming the first American president to visit the Amazon rainforest. He'll get a firsthand look at how some are working to preserve one of the Earth's most critical ecosystems. We got an up-close look at one effort being undertaken by tiny creatures renowned for their work ethic. Manuel Bojorquez has the story from Peru.
The Amazonian city of Nauta, Peru is its own beehive of activity. So in order to reach the bees we came to see, we'd have to go remote. A 45-minute boat ride along the sprawling Marañón River, accompanied by a group of scientists.
Yo soy Manuel, mucho gusto.
To a community where we were warmly greeted by this indigenous Cucama family, complete with a traditional face painting using achote seeds as a welcome. It's here that chemical biologist Rosa Vázquez Espinosa explained what we were about to see.
I guess we'll see who brings home more honey. No, yeah, beads. Yes, not bees. Seems you still suck on bees.
These bees are native from the Amazon, and they are the most efficient pollinators for native flora. And so we need them if we're talking about regenerating the Amazon.
These tropical bees are smaller than your typical honeybee, with another big difference. They don't sting, but they are disappearing. Espinosa and her team had an idea: create a local economy based on the bees to incentivize protecting them.
They raise the bees, can sell the honey, can do bee ecotourism, and they have to keep the bees healthy and happy to keep the business going.
Do you think it's enough to have an impact, a real impact?
Is that the giant hornet? No. Opposite. These are stingless bees in the Amazonian rainforest, which are an incredibly important part of their habitat, as they are part of the pollination process. But they're also a huge part of their local economies, and are an incredibly fascinating and rare species of bee, completely stingless. It's pretty cool.
I think it's already happening.
Take Heriberto Vela and his family. They now have dozens of beehives located on their property.
So this very top layer is where they make the honey. And that's the honey. Wow. Look at that.
It's runnier, even citrusy compared to traditional honey.
You can feel them walking around, licking the honey right off your finger. It's kind of an odd sensation to be this close to a bee and not be in fear of getting a bee sting. But these little critters are very important for this ecosystem here.
Which is why Vela won't turn to work that would involve cutting trees down.
You're trying to protect this type of forest, este tipo de selva, porque es necesario para las abejas. It's necessary for them to live.
But those who live here say finding wild hives is getting harder.
There are some communities that used to walk 10 minutes, 20 minutes into the rainforest and were able to find native bees. Now it takes sometimes even hours, multiple hours, to even find one wild beehive.
They wanted us to see.
Yeesh. Okay, let's keep it moving. Unfortunately, these bees are under threat, and like she was saying, they are becoming harder and harder for the locals to find as they're under threat. Partly due to climate change, partly due to the deforestation of the Amazon, as they tend to live in strange places that are what do you call it? Not preconceived, but we're just like suited. Like they need to find places that it's not like they're not like wasps or something like that. They can just sort of like hang a hive from a branch. Like they need places like a hollowed out tree, or like it's complicated. But you start cutting down trees, suddenly they don't have homes. All right, let's move it along. Go to Spain. Look at this. Let's look at the cleanup that's was underway. At least this was from 5 days ago on Tuesday, showing some of the repairs they're doing to the railroads, as we've seen some just the utter destruction that has hit this area. As you can see, there's just a pile of fucking cars over here next to this completely moved railroad. It's all bad vibes. Such bad vibes. I just realized the sound's down a little bit. Now, I feel like a lot of people have seen the footage of this stuff here. So you know just how bad it's been in Valencia, in southern Spain. Well, I shouldn't be laughing, but the fact is, like, you know how much shit we look at here, and at this point, it feels comical. Like, it really does. Because, like, there's only, like, one other option, really. Or I guess there's two. You can cry or scream. That's my opinion. Or you could just go numb. So maybe 3 options. You got options, I guess. You just got to be creative. Because this happened. This was from just about 2 days ago. Another storm hit Spain, causing, well, pictures like this to surface. That's right. You're not seeing double. This isn't the Matrix. This is not a what do you call it? This is not deja vu. This is real. This is real. This is really happening right now. It's insane. It is fucking insane. This is me. Like what? When are people gonna wake up to this? And here's part of the problem. I think the people. I think there's like a big slice, like a big Venn diagram, if you will, of people who don't believe in this stuff, and if for whatever reason, when they look at this thing, they attribute it not to any of that, and instead attribute it to God. I do feel like there's a huge portion of like sort of like overlap there. I don't know what the number is percentage wise. I do feel like a lot of people who can look at this kind of stuff and just be like, no big deal, not climate change, are the same people who are like, big into Jesus talk and things like that. Look at this. This is wild.
No, pero no va a calar, no tiene la misión arriba, ¿sabes? Sí, pero el hijo de puta va a inundar la mitad de los... Mira,
People were already pissed in Spain about this. And unfortunately, I mean, the fact is their government's doing better than a lot of others, certainly better than the United States in terms of percentage of the grid being serviced by renewable energy. Spain's crushing it. Spain's on it. We talked about earlier this year about how well Spain's been doing compared to perhaps some of its neighbors and other Western countries like the United States or Canada. They're at like 70% renewable energy, I think, or something like that. Something wild, like something very respectable. And yet, here they are getting absolutely fucking blasted.
Lifted in southern and eastern Spain. Overnight, large parts of the country were hit with more torrential rain. This just 2 weeks after more than 220 people died in flash flooding in Valencia. It's the same weather system affecting Malaga and other parts of southern and eastern Spain. So this map shows the areas worst affected. Valencia, which is still recovering from a year's worth of rain in just 8 hours last month, may now be hit with several months of rainfall. Will Vernon reports.
Spanish streets deluged once again. This time, the province of Malaga bore the brunt of the storm. Thousands were evacuated away from rivers that had burst their banks. Local residents struggled to get to safety. Hospitals, schools and transport were disrupted.
Oh my God.
Warned people to expect more flash floods here.
The slow apocalypse, people.
And in Valencia region,
slow
people are
moving
braced
apocalypse.
for further flooding to come. The alert level in some areas has now been raised to red.
The fact is, we got a bunch of stuff to look at today, climate-wise. Climate's going to take up multiple halves today. Multiple halves. And not just because we have COP29 to watch, too. We're not going to watch the whole thing, don't worry. We do not have time for that. No. But, this is insane. Spain is getting. I mean, after what we saw, I mean, the images we saw over the last couple weeks coming out of Spain, I was thinking maybe they were going to be okay for a while. Maybe like a once in a century type of an event, and then blam, tried twice in a century. Tried twice in a month.
They have told us to go home because of the storm. Heavy rains are coming, so we should stay at home and in high areas if we can.
Only 2 weeks have passed since more than 200 people were killed here in Spain's worst natural disaster in decades, after a year's worth of rain fell in just one day. While the latest storm isn't expected to be as strong, large amounts of mud remain and drainage systems are blocked. Even small amounts of rain could lead to more misery. Experts say this year's floods have been made much worse by climate change.
We know that there are links to climate change. We know that when we have storms that are otherwise conducive for the production of very intense thunderstorms and rainfall, a warming atmosphere allows those storms to contain significantly more moisture.
But many Spaniards blame the authorities for their plight, saying the lack of readiness and slow response to the floods has only made things worse. The Spanish government has admitted mistakes were made. Will Vernon, BBC News.
Okay, that's a good place to stop this one. Switch topics here to this. We got a bunch more stuff to look at. Almost on the COP29. But let's go to. Oh wait, actually no, I take it back. It is COP29 time, isn't it? Okay, yeah, all right, that actually makes sense. We are in Europe already, after all. Let's go here to Reuters from 5 days ago. On the first night of the COP29 summit, Greta Thunberg and company, if you will, climate activists all got together to protest some aspects of the COP29 conference. Stop fueling oppression.
The climate crisis is an existential crisis. 2024 is on track to become the hottest year ever recorded, and last year global greenhouse gas emissions reached an all-time high. And in this moment that the UNFCCC is hosting yet another COP climate meeting in an authoritarian petrostate is beyond absurd. I'm not going there because of this extreme hypocrisy. These COP processes are not leading to any meaningful change.
I think some of the reasons why Greta is upset here, among not just the government of Azerbaijan being something of a problematic authoritarian government like she suggested, I do believe they're also sending, I believe they've been involved in sending oil to Israel. Could be wrong on that. I'm pretty sure.
Emissions keep on increasing and we keep moving in the wrong direction, even though the science and those affected by the climate crisis have been warning us for decades.
Yeah, she's right. And now it's, that climate crisis is now clearly knocking on the door of the Western world in a way that I think many thought wouldn't happen for perhaps decades or centuries. With what we're looking at in places like Spain, or what we saw earlier this year with Helene and Milton, some of these just horrifyingly destructive storms hitting places that are just, because that's one of the things about, like, for instance, like with Helene, it's not just that it hit the Gulf Coast, it came all the way through and destroyed things all the way inland in Tennessee. Places where, hurricane damage not so expected.
It's about the consequences. Whatever the people in power are doing, they are doing it wrong.
Yeah, no kidding.
This is only leading us further, deeper into deeper injustices and a climate catastrophe.
Yeah, right on. Right on, Greta, as usual. Right, now let's go on talk. And this is actually a moment for me to stuff some food into my mouth here as we've been going 7 hours. I haven't eaten anything for 7 hours, if you hadn't realized that. So I'm probably going to quickly shove some food into my mouth, take a slightly longer break. So I won't be talking too much. Okay, I was right. Azerbaijani oil does go to Israel via a pipeline through Turkey. Yeah. We were talking about it earlier this year, so that's why I could have sworn that was one of the things that Greta had an objection to, because she is very pro-Palestinian. I don't know if you've seen her at the pro-Palestine protests, but she's been there. Oh, she's been there. In fact, I think I've heard her say that the two issues are intertwined. I believe that's what she said. I can't. It's not a quote, but it's like a nutshelling. All right, where are we? Yes, here. Okay, this was the first day of the COP29 conference. So take it in. I will be right back.
All right, so from political change to climate change,
Wait,
heavy
what is
hitters
this?
meeting in Azerbaijan right now, where the United Nations Global Climate Conference is well underway. You see the people there in the chairs. This is the number on everybody's mind today. Look at this, 1.5 degrees Celsius. So what does that mean? That's the threshold that countries included in the Paris Agreement vowed to stay under. But as you can see here, the global temperature is closing in on 1.5 degrees Celsius. And so activists are now sounding the alarm, and they're doing it with that world community there. Everybody's sitting in the same room. So let's bring in CBS News national environmental correspondent David Schechter, and some would say my doppelganger, live to the stream. Good afternoon, David. It's nice to have you with us. So marching orders here for the conference to really put a halt to global warming. What are the stakes right now?
Well, I mean, you kind of hit on it there. We are at a crossroads for climate change. The nations of the world simply have not done enough to reduce their emissions. Many have done a lot, including the United States, but just not enough. At the same time, we've got these incredibly high temperatures, going to break records this year, broke a record last year. We got fires, we have drought, we have rising sea level. We've got these fires in New Jersey that we're talking about in November. And now you have a president-elect, Donald Trump, who's coming in who says climate change is a hoax. Put all that together and bring all those ideas and thoughts together at this COP29 conference, and you've got a pretty big cloud hanging over it.
Right, and we know he pulled out of the Paris Agreement before. He's coming in, like you say, he calls it a hoax. I would imagine that these have to not only be conversations about what is happening, you look at that 1.5 degrees Celsius, but also conversations that are introspective, kind of like our last guest talked about, and conversations that are strategic.
Well, at this conference, for example, the nations of the world are to come together and say, here's what our country can do to reduce our emissions, and here's our plan to do that over the next 5 years. And that's a lot of work. This has happened before, and countries haven't met their promises there. But the U.S. is going to come in under the Biden administration and say, this is what we think we can do. But we're talking about a lame duck presidency.
How's it going over here?
And so while it might signal that the U.S. is capable of doing something, these other delegates are going to look at the United States and say, well, we should really be listening to what President-elect Trump is going to say, because that's what really matters.
What
and that's
President-elect Trump's
going
going
to
say. He's going to say, drill, baby, drill.
As I mentioned, but it doesn't stop the other countries.
We need more oil. That's going to fix it.
Pledges and think about
mostly because climate change is bullshit. Never heard of a more dumber thing in my entire life. People tell me, sir,
You can't talk about climate change
you know best.
zero emissions,
You clearly come from a particular stock. Your uncle
talking about electric vehicles. You can't
went
talk
to
about electric
MIT.
vehicles without talking about Elon Musk. He is now highly regarded in the Trump administration.
Gold, silver, copper, all that are natural resources.
And countries should not be blamed for having them and should not be blamed for bringing these resources to the market, because the market needs them. The people need them. So this is my message, and as a president of COP29, of course, we will be a strong advocate for green transition, and we're doing it, but at the same time, we must be realistic. Also, another point of accusation is that 2 years ago, Azerbaijan and European Commission signed declaration on strategic partnership in the field of energy. But it was not our idea. It was a proposal of European Commission. The President of European Commission came to Baku 2 years ago to sign this document with us because they needed our gas due to the change geopolitical situation. And they asked us to help. And we said, okay, we always are ready to help if our help is needed. And we said, okay, we will help Europe with energy security. And when we signed this declaration 2 years ago, the number of the countries which were receiving our gas, I mean European countries, was equal to 2. So now it's 8 countries. 8 out of 10 countries which have access to Azerbaijani gas are Europeans. And European Commission also asked us to double gas supply to Europe by 2027, and this is reflected in the declaration which was signed by President of European Commission and myself 2 years ago in Baku. Unfortunately, double standards, a habit to lecture other countries, and political hypocrisy became kind of modus operandi for some politicians, state-controlled NGOs, and fake news media in some Western countries. And my last message is to those who for almost 1 year were advocating for boycott. They used all the tools in their possession to launch a campaign to boycott COP29 in Baku. And I have bad news for them. We have 72,000 registered participants from 196 countries.
How's this health congratulations going over here?
Among them,
Are we killing it? Have we saved us? Have we saved ourselves yet? Did we
and prime ministers.
Did we fix it, people?
So the world gathered in Baku, and we say to the world,
Have we solved
welcome
it?
to Azerbaijan. Thank you.
No, not yet. No, we didn't. No, how unfortunate. All right, we're going to move it down here. Let's see. I'm going to try and find a few speeches. We are not watching all 7 hours of this. No. No. We do not have time for that. I just needed a few minutes to cook myself a little food. That food is now cooked. I'll be able to at least eat it during the next real break. But you know what? Let's... Oh, shit. The next person who speaks is Antonio Guterres. I feel like this is actually a guy we should listen to. Okay. I'm not going to skip ahead. Then we'll skip ahead after this speech.
Thank you, Mr. President. It is an equally distinct honor to welcome His Excellency Mr. Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, to address this distinguished gathering.
President Aliyev, I thank you, the COP President Mukhtar Babayev, and the government of Azerbaijan for your welcome and hospitality. The Presidents can count on our full cooperation in your efforts to achieve the successful COP we all need. Excellencies and friends, the sound you hear is the ticking clock. We are in the final countdown to limit global temperature rise to 1.5 degrees Celsius, and time is not on our side. Exhibit A 2024, with the hottest day on record and the hottest months on record, this is almost certain to be the hottest year on record. And the masterclass in climate destruction. Families running for their lives before the next hurricane strikes. Biodiversity destroyed in sweltering seas. Workers and pilgrims collapsing in insufferable heat. Floods tearing through communities and tearing down infrastructure. Come on! Children going to bed hungry as droughts ravage crops. And all these disasters and more are being supercharged by human-made climate change. And no country is spared. In our global economy, supply chain shocks raise costs everywhere. Decimated harvests push up food prices everywhere. Destroyed homes increase insurance premiums everywhere. And this is a story of avoidable injustice. The rich cause the problem, the poor pay the highest price. Oxfam finds the richest billionaires emit more carbon in an hour and a half than the average person does in a lifetime. Now, unless emissions plummet and adaptation soars, every economy will face far greater fury. But there is every reason to hope. Excellencies, at COP28, all you agreed to move away from fossil fuels, to accelerate net zero energy systems, setting milestones to get there, to boost climate adaptation, and to align the next round of economy-wide national climate action plans, or NDCs, with 1.5 degree limit. It's time to deliver.
He's right. It is time to deliver. Will COP29 deliver? Doesn't seem super likely. They do continue to hold these COP summits in oil-producing nations and seem to be too focused on including oil, just the oil producers themselves even in all of this, and it's just, you know, it doesn't feel serious enough. You know, we're gonna go right here. This is let's see, John Podesta, US ambassador. Wait, no, fuck, what's his title? I forget, but yeah, generally, I think everybody knows kind of who he is. Let's go here. This was his statement for the US at COP29.
Energy, including safe, reliable nuclear energy. The oil companies are still...
This is not the end of our fight for a cleaner, safer planet. Facts are still facts. Science is still science.
Right, UN climate
is bigger than one
US
election,
climate advisor.
One political cycle in one country. This fight is bigger still, because we are all living through a year defined by the climate crisis in every country of the world.
The sound is so bad.
We are here to work, and we are...
And it kind of almost what's the word? It mimics the US's seriousness about climate policy, you know. Like the audio for this video, climate policy is not at the top of the agenda, and certainly will not be moving forward for the US with Donald Trump and his ilk in charge. He just made a fracking CEO. What is it? Department of Secretary of Energy, right? This is the view of the United Nations COP29 summit on the close of the first night. The chaos of this music feels perfect for all of this. Not gonna lie. I'm not saying it's bad music, I just mean that it's like sort of just dancing between all these different energies. It's kind of how I feel about the COP29. Ooh, we're serious about it. Are we serious? I don't know. We're doing it in Azerbaijan, you say? Oh, we care about the climate? Oh, wait. That's just kind of, it's like 17 different narratives all at once. Let's go here. This is from 3 days ago, where more demonstrators, this time not in, I don't think this was Azerbaijan. I think this is, where's Baku? Baku, I think, isn't Baku in Pakistan? Maybe this was it. Honestly, I can't be sure. But more protesters demonstrating, demanding that rich countries pay up.
Or pay up. That's the key message on the fourth day of the COP29 summit in Baku, also called Finance Day. Campaigners called on developed countries to take more responsibility for the climate crisis.
You like the music? Yeah, I liked it too. I mean, I wasn't complaining about the music. I just felt like it was the perfect music for the moment. And I don't think it was picked. I think it was literally just the music that was happening outside the conference. I think it was like, you know, it was oh shit, my brain just broke. What it's called? Live audio. There's like another word for that though. Fuck.
Campaigners called on developed countries to take more responsibility for the climate crisis. About 50 demonstrators gathered at the COP29 venue earlier in the day, demanding that rich countries responsible for most greenhouse gas emissions pay their share of climate finance.
We've had a really powerful action here on Finance Day at COP29 because finance
is Baku the capital of Azerbaijan? Okay,
these
thank you.
Negotiations. We know that the world can't address the climate crisis unless the rich countries actually pay up for the harm they've caused to the global south.
Negotiations over a new draft of a UN climate deal have yet to yield results as developing countries continue to push for $1.3 trillion every year in climate finance. That's
a lot of money. $1.3 trillion. All right, let's go to this. What is this? BBC? Reuters.
If poorer states are to move to greener energy and protect against extreme weather, at least $1 trillion per year will be needed by the end of the decade. That's the warning to negotiators at COP29 on Thursday as money becomes a central focus of the climate talks being held in Azerbaijan. But negotiators at the UN Climate Conference risk being overshadowed by political spats. France's climate minister has cancelled her trip to the summit after Azerbaijan's president accused France of crimes in its overseas territories in the Caribbean. Meanwhile, Argentina's government has also withdrawn its negotiators from talks, according to 2 diplomats at the event, although neither knew the reason why. Argentina's president, Javier Milei, has previously called global warming a hoax. Negotiators have been left fielding questions on the diplomatic issues.
I would like to propose that we stick to today's thematic theme, which is finance.
Oh, yeah. Right. That's the point of this. All of this. Get that money flowing.
Scientists and former political leaders say the UN climate talks are no longer fit for purpose and need urgent overhaul. They want countries hosting future COP talks to be committed to phasing out fossil fuels and for summits to be smaller and more frequent. This follows remarks from the Azerbaijani president who told world leaders gathered in his country for COP29 that natural gas was a gift from God. An official also appeared to try to arrange a meeting to discuss fossil fuel deals. Well, let's speak to our climate editor, Justin Rodat, who is at the summit in Baku. Justin, hello to you. It's not what the headlines that the United Nations would want as these climate talks carry on.
No, certainly not, and it's coming from really senior UN figures. So Ban Ki-moon, former Secretary General, former Chief of the UN for a long period of time. Christiana Figueres was oversaw the Paris Agreement, the kind of landmark agreement achieved in Paris in 2015 when she was head of the UN climate process. And then, of course, we got Mary Robinson, who was President of Ireland. So these are really senior people. There's scientists and lots of other luminaries among them who are upset, as you say, by Azerbaijan's conduct at these talks, that reference to fossil fuels being a gift from God, which is an unusual way to open a conference designed to get the world to kind of tackle the climate issue. And that story that I did about the chief executive of COP29. And yeah, they're saying these big reforms and you know, I think when you look at the reforms, you know, smaller conferences happening more often, more focused on delivery, you know, countries that are committed to reducing fossil fuels hosting them, they all sound very sensible. Countries held to account for their promises they make. They all sound really sensible until you remember that this is designed to be a multilateral process, drawing in every nation on Earth, drawing in nations of all sorts of different opinions on fossil fuels, all sorts of different positions, if you like, in the economy, producers, consumers, everybody is drawn in here. And the idea is that even if you're sceptical, you're part of the process and you're drawn in, you begin to discuss the issue and begin hopefully to recognize this is a huge global challenge. It's going to...
Yeah, hopefully. Yeah, that would be nice.
I don't want reality.
Although there's sadly too diverse of a group of opinions on this whole matter, or not enough people on one side, or too many people on too much power on one side. Really, not even people. To some degree. All right, now we got more to talk about, but. Actually, where were we? What was this? BBC. Yeah, let's go ahead to this one. This is disturbing. This is not from the COP climate conference, but in fact, this was from a few. This was around. This just happened around this. Actually, this happened during the conference, but in Amsterdam. Fuck. Oh my God, not Amsterdam. Sorry, The Hague. Which is in the Netherlands. But so yeah, let's go to this very disturbing news. Got from a court at The Hague 4 days ago, where apparently Shell, the
follow the rich white man.
Climate leaders and experts.
The incredibly, powerful oil company Those guys. They just got a very unfortunate positive ruling on appeal. This was from 4 days ago.
As global leaders are gathered in Azerbaijan for COP29, the oil giant Shell succeeded in overturning a landmark court ruling that required it to accelerate emission reduction efforts. A real blow for the Green campaign.
Well, Mark, back in 2021, Shell was ordered to reduce its global CO2 emissions 45% by 2030 compared to 2019 levels in a case brought by activists in the Netherlands, where it was headquartered back then. The company appealed, saying customers would only switch to using fossil fuels from other companies. On Tuesday, judges agreed with that argument and also said that the court couldn't impose a specific reduction percentage on the firm. They added, though, that companies like Shell had the responsibility to contribute to fighting climate change to protect human rights. Emerald Maxwell has more.
It came as a major disappointment. The climate activists gathered outside the courthouse in The Hague. As inside, the Dutch appeals court reversed a landmark ruling that imposed steep carbon emissions reductions on energy company Shell.
This should have been the moment of a real breakthrough in the fight against dangerous climate change. That didn't happen today, but the fight against dangerous climate change is a marathon, not a sprint, and the race has only just begun.
Hailed as historic, the original 2021 ruling said Shell must reduce its carbon emissions.
Yeah, it was great, and now we're just going backwards. So, yay!
By 45% by 2030 compared to 2019. But on Tuesday, the appeals court dismissed that ruling, saying that although the multinational had a duty of care to reduce its greenhouse gas emissions, there was currently insufficient consensus in climate science on a specific reduction percentage to which an individual company like Shell should adhere.
Toilet? Yes, you're right. This is toilet. This is very toilet.
After a string of court victories, it's a defeat for climate activists, leaving a question mark over whether climate litigation is the right approach.
Well, you know, there are some points of light, I guess, that the court, they acknowledge that Shell actually has to reduce their emissions. However, we cannot go further with this court case like this.
It's very disappointing, obviously, and it also kind of shows that maybe this isn't the right way to force Shell's hand.
Yeah, maybe it's not. Guess there could be other avenues that exist. Like, I don't know, revolt. She's thinking out loud. She's thinking out loud. All right. Now it's time for us to take a break, as we've been going 7.5, almost 7 hours and 45 minutes. Very close. I just need another break, and I need to put some of this food actually in my body. Should be cool enough to eat now, and that means break time. By the way, I'm on Blue Sky now, so if you are looking for somebody to follow on Blue Sky, look for me at GalacticStreamLord. Whatever, Blue Sky something or other. Galactic News Network is the actual name of the page. I will be trying to post there. Use it like Twitter, hopefully. I haven't been using Twitter in forever, so it'll be weird to actually be using a Twitter-like thing. But if you are looking for that Twitter replacement and are thinking about switching to Blue Sky, check it out. I'm on there too. Okay, now let's get to another quick break. Whoops, didn't mean to do that. What music will I subject you all to now? We've been going on so long, and I just don't want to keep giving you the same old music to listen to over and over again. I guess we'll go back to the playlist we were listening to, but just start it from where we were at. Keep it Brazilian up in here. I'm just feeling the Brazilian today. I don't know why. Hopefully that is amenable to you people. Yeah, this one. Go. Oh boy, what's happening here? Oh. What just happened? Okay, perfect. Well, that's right. Space break time. If you haven't already, hit the like button. Don't forget to subscribe. Still gotta get these subscriber numbers up. At least to 1,000, so I can get some goddamn click money. Once you've done both of those things, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network by one of the myriad ways we have available to you now, as we are completely funded by viewers like you. That's right, all you peeps in chat. You're the ones who make the Galactic News Network possible. So do consider donating on either YouTube or Twitch or Cash App or PayPal. Or perhaps even my favorite of the options, Patreon. If you're not already a member, do consider becoming one, as there is a cornucopia of space benefits you're missing out on. Go check it out. Also, you don't even have to get a membership right now, even though for the rest of the month, those memberships are 50% off. That's right. Count them. Those dollars are going even further this month, so do consider becoming a Patreon member this month more than ever. Alright, enjoy this space intermission. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Hey, and a super chat from PB. Thank you, PB. Well, I guess it's not a super chat, it's a super sticker with a very cute lemon sticker. Aw. Honestly, YouTube does pretty good with these stickers. Although I would love to be able to make my own, which it doesn't allow you to do, I don't think. That's still pretty sweet. Alright, it's time. Oops. Get back to those seat space, fams. Back to the environmental news. Uh-oh, hold on. Oh god, space pollen. It's coming after me.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Okay, let's talk ocean stuff. Well, actually, let's talk wildlife stuff, really. But first, let's go to the ocean to talk about a particular kind of wildlife. Sharks. And what surfers may be able to do to avoid shark attacks. Let's find out.
Shark attacks have always been a real worry, of course, for surfers, especially around the world. But a university in Australia may just have found a solution by adding bright lights to surfboards. Dr. Laura Ryan from Macquarie University in Sydney spent nearly 500 hours towing illuminated seal-shaped foam decoys around a bay in South Africa, a popular area for great whites. Now, she...
Oh my god, it's hilarious. Don't want to get attacked by a shark? Here's an idea. How about you tow around a seal with lights attached to it? Aw, so life with this first ever super sticker. Maybe your first ever donation on this channel. Much appreciated. What is that? Is that a lemon holding up a lime? Like a baby lime? What am I looking at? You lifting up PB? Okay, that's hilarious. I love that. That's great. All right, back to the sharks.
That vertical stripes of light confuse the sharks enough to stop them thinking that the decoys were potentially
Watched it since the Elon interview. I don't think. Is YouTube in bed with Don Lemon? Is that why we have YouTube stickers? What's happening? Is that just happenstance? It's very strange.
Yeah, good evening, Ben. Look, firstly, as you said, shark attacks are tragic, albeit rare. But a seal. And unfortunately, a surfboard from below can often be mistaken for that. So what these scientists are doing, and I commend them on it, is a difficult task, but is they're trying to break up that silhouette or show the shark that it is not a natural seal silhouette by illuminating the bottom of it.
Okay, that actually makes more sense. That makes more sense. Remember your donations. Was there other donations aside from this one? I don't remember that. I guess I'll have to look back. YouTube does keep track of them all, so I can look back. Or do you mean on...
is being silhouetted. So what they're trying to do here is, you know, create light under that board or that seal decoy to show that shark, you know, that's going to come up like a missile, that this isn't its normal prey. And sharks are very cautious and calculated.
Alrighty. Let's move on from sharks to elephants. Ooh, fun. And this elephant is impressing researchers with her expressive technique of showering.
We're going to meet someone who's being described as inventive and expressive. It's not someone who's human, though. This is Mary the elephant at Berlin Zoo, who's taken to showering herself in a most extraordinary way. Researchers saying her use of a hose is extremely accomplished. A neurobiologist has been studying her, particularly impressed with her lasso technique that she uses to reach her back while showering. And it's even got to the stage now where he kind of, well, he does really do impressions of her.
Here, hey, look, I have the hose, I'm showering. So it's very expressive how she showers, yeah? And maybe it's also a bit tailored to the other elephants, you know, sort of, look at me, yeah, I got the hose, I got the attention.
I can just imagine him in the shower in the morning doing that, imitating the elephant. Why not?
Are you imagining it right now?
Phrasing.
Interesting. Hey, that's fine. You know, you do you. All right, we got a little bit more to talk about with wildlife before we go on to other environmental stories.
Climate and everything are the same word.
PBS from 2 weeks ago. The weird reasons Africa's lions are climbing trees.
What?
The first time I saw it, I genuinely thought that my eyes were deceiving me. It's something that seems to be
It was a fishy
ingrained
story.
within the culture pride.
Wow.
I've never heard of any other lions in the Okavango Delta who consistently climb trees like our Kudum pride.
I've got a lioness who's just about to climb a tree. And his tree is already full of
lions. There's like a queue of those who went first. They want to come down, and the one who's right by the sort of exit, she doesn't want to move on. They're standing there like, come on, darling, we gotta get down.
It's not uncommon for your neighborhood cats to climb trees. Big shout out to all the firefighters out there.
Cat.
But lions bounding up the branches, that's actually kind of weird. And there are theories about why this population started doing it.
It definitely seems to be a seasonal thing. When I first arrived here, didn't see any lions in trees, and now it is a daily occurrence. I think
It almost seems like
it's a
we're
lot
witnessing
warmer.
evolution
There's a lot
happening
more biting
in
insects
front of
around.
us.
I mean, we can see the heat waves coming off the ground all the time. So just getting that extra height might allow them to get some of that really nice breeze that's moving through.
The lioness on the ground has a lot of
By the way,
flies.
that camera that she has, that rig that she is rocking there, that's like $100,000 camera combination lens setup there. I'm pretty sure it's something close to that.
Moving through.
The lioness on the ground has a lot of
Both of them
flies
are rocking just
surrounding her.
insane. Of
And
course, they are PBS
just the one up the
people,
tree has,
so I guess they got those
has the
public
better
funds.
idea. She doesn't have any flies, so climbing up a tree does help.
And flies might not be the only thing these ladies are trying to avoid.
From the very young age, those little cubs who start learning how to climb trees. I think trying to chase their mom for some milk.
All right, I might be exaggerating a little bit, but still, it's close. It's crazy though. I mean, this is not normal behavior for lions at all.
Trying to chase their mom for some milk. This tree meant to be for the grown-ups. Cubs can be really, really annoying.
Those mums have worked it out. We get into a tree that's just a little bit too tall for the cubs, and it's like a payback.
Whatever the reason behind their tree climbing capabilities, there are still some aspects of being a lion that just aren't cut out for a life in the branches.
Yeah, it does seem weird.
They're
It's
bulky
a weird
and
vibe.
big. Female lion will get up to 130 kilograms, 150 at the max, and a male lion maybe even pushing 200 to 250 kilograms. And if you fall from a height at that weight, there's a good chance you're going to hurt yourself.
Watching this lioness go up the tree is so funny because she has got such a straight line between her shoulders and her back. There's absolutely no give there whatsoever. And that's so different to the curved backs of leopards like Kudum. When Kudum climbs a tree, her shoulder blades are so flexible and they move with her. Whereas this lioness just looks so awkward.
These pictures are so
She looks like
good.
she's got a plank of wood on her back.
Holy fuck.
Lions might not exactly be built for it,
Wonder
but
if you
their
can do
ability to
4K
climb
on this.
trees presents a novel problem for the area's leopards.
One particular incident was one of the lionesses. I managed to climb into a tree with a big male leopard and steal a warthog kill from him. I mean, it was unbelievable. They got both into the same tree and she tried to chase him up into the tree and he was like, and she was like, and it was just massive.
It's pretty crazy. Pretty fun too. I figured like it was the perfect thing to do on a Sunday Funday. I was gonna do it last Sunday Funday. We've just been inundated with so much news and things, which is why I felt like today was a great day for me to do, I don't know, a 12-hour stream, which appears to be what's happening right now. We're approaching normal start time. What is it? Yeah, it's 9:38 Eastern Standard Time. We started at 1:30. So we're already 8 hours into this puppy. Or should I say kitty? Alright, sorry. No. My jokes hit. What do you think, chat? 1 in 4? 1 in 4? I think I'd accept a 1 in 4. Alright, let's go here to... oh, I just realized I gotta do something. Hold on. Now let's stay in Africa, but talk about a situation that's plaguing, well, causing Africa and the people living there problems. That being the lack of weather forecasts in the continent. Sorry. Hold on. I almost started the hiccups there. Got lucky. All right. Reuters from 3 days ago. Africa's lack of forecasts proves deadly as weather disasters loom.
At Chad's National Meteorological Agency, the high-growth thermograph, which gauges humidity, is broken. It's amongst other pieces of dust-blown equipment meant to help the agency track weather patterns. Much of Africa is in a similar situation, lacking reliable forecasts that are a keystone of disaster management, as climate change makes extreme weather more frequent.
You have every right to be angry.
At COP29 climate talks on Wednesday, UN Chief Antonio Guterres called for urgent action to overcome gaps in data and funding. But the 2027 aim for universal protection by early warning systems appears particularly ambitious for Chad. The agency's Deputy Director, Hamid Abakar Suleiman, said around 80% of the devices at this site didn't work.
To bridge the gap, that is, to balance the country in terms of stations, we need about 400 stations. Currently, we have 64 automatic stations, so we are well below demand. So we need more stations, that's all I can tell you. And we need funding.
Yeah, and the continent has been hit by a number, quite a few very just devastating storms, and not just this year, the last few years. Libya comes to mind. But also we saw what happened in Kenya multiple times earlier this year, Mozambique, the list goes on and on. Did you miss the 600? There was no 600 subscribers party. In fact, I would call this the 600 subscribers party. Honestly, this feels like it, doesn't it, chat? I mean, come on. 8 hours. This is the longest stream we've ever done, I think, or at least one of the longest ever. We might have done some, maybe a couple really, really early on, I think. But like for the last, I don't know, 8 months, we certainly haven't. Does this not feel like a sort of a celebratory Sunday fun day? Certainly does for me. I'm having fun and also feeling like we are talking about stuff that I haven't gotten to talk about, that I've been wanting to talk about. So it's also, I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it. All right, so let's go back north to Asia. Caspian Sea, which apparently is shrinking due to climate change, according to experts. Oh, wait, I gotta do something for this, I think. Yeah. Right? Yeah, I think this is the one. Now, what's interesting is that this is in Azerbaijan, where the COP29 is being held. This is literally in Baku. And I don't speak Azerbaijani, but I do actually have the translation for this, even though it's not on the screen in front of you. This is AP Archive. I did find something out about AP Archive recently, which is great. So I will try and keep this here. All right. The current retreat has... Actually, hold on. I just forgot. I gotta turn down the sound for this so you can hear it. Alright, there we go. The current retreat has deeper roots. The rivers flowing into the Caspian are also contributing less water than before. For instance, the flow of the Kura River is decreasing due to the impacts of climate change. In the Volga River basin, rainfall is not as abundant as it used to be. This also leads to a decline in the level of the Caspian Sea. If we look at the Azerbaijani coast of the Caspian Sea, particularly in the Novkani and Lankaran areas, we can see that places that used to be islands are now peninsulas. Large areas have been left dry. Now, there is a problem with ships approaching the shore. Okay, so yeah, clearly not great. You think they'd be taking this climate thing a little bit more seriously? But, yeah. Alright, now let's go on to Pakistan, where they are experiencing just a shocking amount of toxic smog, which I thought was going to clear by now, but has been going on for the last 5 days. Let's go here first. What is this? Is this another AP? No. Starting with South China Morning Post. Pakistani city of Lahore is experiencing extreme smog. They have closed schools, even though they don't create smog, but they have not closed factories and brick kilns. They aren't closing places that create smog and closing places that do. This park does not make smog. They should close factories, kilns, and seize vehicles emitting smog and causing smog. That's a very sensible plan. It's a very, very sensible plan, sir. I do understand you're being upset. The smog situation is alarming. We're forced to wear masks to avoid respiratory issues, and it's especially agonizing for those with pre-existing allergies. What worries me most is the impact on vulnerable groups, particularly children who suffer when we bring illnesses home. Lahore imposed a temporary ban on outdoor activities to curb smoke-related illnesses. Yeah, it is particularly funny. The sort of dichotomy here, the sort of paradoxical nature of it all. Better, stop people from doing things to avoid illness, not actually deal with it at the source. Oh boy. This is from the AP from 3 days ago now. Thick smog shrouds New Delhi and other Asian cities. That's right, it's spreading. Whoops, we lost sound. Why did we lose sound completely? Unacceptable. There we go. Situation is severe. The air is not fit to breathe. Feel irritation in my eyes. Eyes are burning. I have to wash them. I'm finding it difficult to breathe. The air has been polluted the past few days. See, the sky is very hazy. That's why I have to wear a mask all the time. I'm old and more sensitive to the pollution. It's in Indonesia.
Kalau polusi di Jakarta udah parah sih. Apalagi kalau
During rush hour, the pollution is very dangerous.
Saya pikir udah
Especially during the hot season. There's no wind. It's very severe. Yeah, it does look bad. Alright, let's go here. It's Reuters on the story.
The Taj Mahal was obscured as a toxic mix of smoke and fog shrouded the Indian capital. Smog caused a sharp drop in visibility in Delhi this week, causing a raft of delays at the city's airport. More patients flocked to hospitals, particularly children. One paediatrician told a news agency he'd seen a spike in asthma attacks.
Can't even see.
Officials blamed high pollution,
What am I
combined
looking
with
at?
humidity, low wind speed, and a
Is it a
slight
building?
drop
Oh,
in
there's
temperature.
I think I see a building there.
Daily air quality in the region crossed into the severe category for the first time this season. Air quality monitoring group IQ Air ranked New Delhi the second most polluted major city on Thursday, behind Lahore in neighbouring Pakistan. Dense smog has engulfed other parts of northern India, such as the states of Punjab and Uttar Pradesh, where visibility fell to zero in some areas on Thursday. Pakistan's Punjab province, which shares a border with India, also faces similar conditions.
Is that freedom smoke?
Doctors in Lahore said many children were coming to hospital from across the region.
This smoke tells you just how free these people in Pakistan and India and Indonesia really are.
With ailments
Like this
caused
kid
by
here
smog.
having a respiratory problem.
Delhi's pollution
He's just
is expected to
enjoying
increase.
life to the fullest right now. You just don't get it.
The smog crisis is harming our health, causing respiratory issues and illnesses. We urge the government to reassess and address this issue, prioritizing pollution reduction to safeguard citizens' well-being.
Traffic and smoke pollution are crippling our cities, keeping millions of children from attending school. If left unchecked, this toxic threat will devastate Pakistan's future.
Think about what's happening my God, think about what's happening to Palestinians. I'm sorry. That's not fair. We shouldn't be playing Plight Olympics. Everybody's having a hard time.
24-year-old Amisha Munjal moved to New Delhi to be closer to her family and a fresh start. It has been anything but for the finance executive, as toxic air in the world's most polluted capital has sent her health spiralling. The hazardous haze is wreaking havoc with her allergies, resulting in relentless coughing, sore throats and breathlessness. She's been forced indoors and into a debilitating routine.
I can't even go out for getting the basic groceries. I have to either order it online. I can't do a lot of exercises. I can't go to the gym. I can't go for a walk downstairs. I can't even go to the balcony to do yoga because the air is just so bad.
A nebula.
Yeesh. Alright. Now let's move on from the smog to... Oh, actually, I'm sorry. We have one last one. Sorry, this is the one. This is the most recent one. This is just from yesterday. Right here. Yep. Health emergency declared.
Officials in Pakistan's Punjab province have declared a health emergency over toxic smog. Two of the biggest cities there, Lahore and Multan, are on lockdown. Authorities extended school closures for another 10 days, and hospitals are reporting a surge in patients coming in with breathing difficulties linked to air pollution.
Dense smoke caused by pollutants is so thick you can't see very far. Many here in Lahore say breathing feels like inhaling toxins. It has caused a health crisis in a city of 11 million residents. Especially children and elderly people are at risk. Around 70,000 patients with respiratory diseases arrive at hospitals daily.
I've been very sick for the last 7 days. My throat is infected badly because of the smog. I'm suffering from the flu. I can't go to my office. I'm the only person who earns and feeds my family.
The situation has forced the government to declare a health emergency in parts of Punjab province.
Most important thing is to stay at home if you have not to travel necessarily. And if you are supposed that you have to travel necessarily, then please wear mask, good quality mask, then wear glasses to protect yourself from smoke. Your eyes.
I don't know, that mask is just impinging on your freedom to breathe that smoke. Don't let him do it, people. Just kidding.
Lungs should be protected directly from smoke. Then you should take plenty of fluids, keep hydrated yourself.
The local government has set up this center to monitor smog levels and advise the authorities.
Okay, I think that's enough. Well, as you can see, currently, things are just fucked. But we have more. Oh, we have more. So much more. Somehow. Although there might be one good story in here. I'm sure. But first, let's go here. To Indonesia. Once again, perhaps this is contributing to some of the smog. Probably not helping. I think that's ash. Yeah. So yeah, that's another volcanic eruption happening in Indonesia. Well, still, I guess. I think it's the same volcano that's been erupting for, I think, over a week now. Perhaps longer. Now, let's go to the Philippines. Again. For the 4th time in 4 weeks, as they've been hit again by another typhoon. Here's 5 days ago from the South China Morning Post. Okay. The Philippines is hit by its 4th typhoon in less than a month. Typhoon Toraji slammed into the northern islands on November 11th. Residents of 2,500 villages have been ordered to evacuate. The military and police are standing by with at least 14 aircraft for rescue operations. Taraji was forecast to blow out to the South China Sea after traversing Luzon. 159 is the number of people killed by previous typhoons Trami, Kongray, and Yinqing. I mean, living in the Philippines must be insane right now. Like, you must just, like, literally just be expecting to be walking through or just, like, living underwater. I mean, it's practically unlivable, it seems like. It's fucking wild. Alright, let's go to this. We got some more footage of this. Sorry, I got just like... I was just reading your messages as well, sort of zoning out listening to that music just now. Oh my god. This is cutting down on your list of places to flee. Yeah, no, it does seem like they're supposedly safe places, not so safe. On pretty much all continents. This is more footage of all this stuff from, what is this, 4 days ago? 4 days ago, showing more of this devastation. The aftermath of this fucking typhoon. Oh boy. What a world we're living in. Just crazy. I genuinely feel like I'm taking crazy pills. You just lost your money? You lost your credit cards? Retrace your steps. Retrace. Don't go doing stuff like that. Do I have more footage of this? Yeah, this is more footage, drone footage of the aftermath of all this. Now is the best time to buy gold chainsaws. That's a good one. I like that. Boy. I don't think that's the way that bridge is supposed to look. Usually they're supposed to be connected in the middle. It's kind of the deal with bridges. My limited understanding. Okay, what's this? Saying we're done with that? Oh wait, no, we're not done? What's that? A super typhoon is coming to... what's that? A fifth typhoon is coming to hit the area, and it's a super typhoon. Super Typhoon Mani has decided, well, I mean, Typhoon didn't decide, but the Earth has decided to hit the Philippines with a fifth typhoon in 5 weeks. So it's just one typhoon per week for the Philippines at this point. I mean, this is just Nutburger's crazy town. I mean, like, what the fuck am I supposed to even do with any of this? I mean, genuinely just sort of at a loss. Here we go, Super Typhoon Mani. If you thought we were done with the Philippines, well, buckle in.
Ayun lang. Turner tayo. Negative. Atras. Gawin ka sa ano. San Jose.
Totally normal. Everything's fine. That's how that's supposed to look. Oh my god. 5 typhoons in 5 weeks. And a second super typhoon. Makes sense. Totally fine. 15 hours ago. This one's now 13 hours ago.
The powerful storm left a trail of destruction in its wake. Toppled trees and debris line the streets of Catanduanes Island in the Philippines. It hit the island with winds of more than 160 kilometers per hour, before barreling north towards Luzon, the country's most populous island and economic hub. Ahead of the storm's arrival in the capital, Manila, local residents weren't taking any chances. More than 650,000 people have already fled their homes, taking refuge in shelters like these.
We evacuated because every time there is a typhoon, the water rises in the nearby river. We have children with us and we are scared. That's why we evacuated.
The dangers and threat we're seeing regarding the areas assigned to us are storm surges, sudden rises of water levels, and strong winds.
Yep, that's what comes with these sorts of storms. 100%. Oh wait, is there more? Oh, I forgot about this. I certainly prepared to do a super long stream today. Here is first post. Ton of live footage, at least at the time. This is from 8 hours ago. This posted. I guess I think it was live streamed technically, but whatever you want to call it. We're not going to watch the whole thing, but as you can see, that storm surge is clearly already there. People, once again, walking through water. I mean, how many videos have we seen of people in the Philippines wading through waist-high water? I mean, it's not quite that high yet, but this was the early footage, I think, if I'm not mistaken. Let's just keep this going. Can't watch all of it. think this is the same footage, actually. Wait, is first post? Did they repost? Is this one of these fucking first post sort of trickery things that they're doing here? Okay, whatever. Fuck these guys. We'll have more later. God damn you, first post. These people are wild. They're worse than Forbes, I swear to God. Alright, now we have a few more. How are we doing on time? We're doing fine. Doing fine. We might even get the UFOs in this half, I think. Yeah, we are. Hoo-hoo. We get to UFOs in this half. Very exciting. First, let's go to New Zealand, though. Talk about a fee that the government is considering for visitors going to national parks and other conservation areas in the country, to not just help increase revenues, but also to help pay for the conservation of those areas.
Hiking and biking through our national parks could soon cost money as the government looks at ways to generate revenue for the Department of Conservation. How much the fee is and whether tourists or locals have to pay is up for public debate. Kate Nicol-Williams has more.
Millions of people visit these exquisite locations every year. Now the Conservation Department's asking if that should come at a cost.
Fully support it, especially if it helps maintain and preserve the beauty of the national parks you guys have here in New Zealand.
The number of tourists that are accessing these places sort of demands a user pays type model.
$5, $6, even up to 10, I think, wouldn't be a big deal.
Introducing charges at 5 popular sites could raise up to $70 million a year for cash-strapped doc. Feedback's being sought on who should be charged, where charges should apply, and if the money should be invested locally or elsewhere.
Some of the international examples are that access fees do work. I'm very mindful also that there's a real genuine interest to make sure that the conservation estate is accessible for all New Zealanders, but particularly Kiwi kids.
So what are other countries charging? Well, it's $41 to spend a few days visiting Australia's Uluru Rock. Climbing Mount Fuji in Japan costs $23 per day, and international tourists pay $44 a day to visit South Africa's Kruger National Park. Locals pay $11. Back home, Forest and Bird says conservation funding increases should come from the government.
The last thing we want to be doing is shutting the door to New Zealanders being able to go and access their own backyards.
DOC's also seeking feedback on how conservation land is managed, including the Conservation Minister having the final say on decisions instead of the current independent statutory body.
All right. Well, I think it makes sense for out-of-country visitors, but I also think it makes sense for them to sort of waive the fee for locals. Well, I guess it's a fine balance to strike, and gotta figure out what to do in some of these things. But, yeah, New Zealand, I suppose, will have to decide for themselves what they're gonna do with their natural wonders, really. I mean, it's a beautiful country. I do understand why people want to go hiking. Where are we going now? Ah, yes. Let's go to the Solomon Islands, a part of Oceania, where the world's largest coral has been found. I know we talk a lot about dead coral here. Nice to see somebody, I mean, like, let's be real. This is the perfect Sunday Fun Day video. Makes me feel warm inside, talking about the biggest coral.
The largest single known piece of coral has been discovered by scientists on a research trip in the southwest Pacific Ocean. The National Geographic expedition went to explore the remotest parts of the oceans and to find out how many coral reefs are being damaged by climate change. The discovery comes as nations meet at the UN climate talks in
That thing is
Azerbaijan.
huge.
Climate reporter Georgina Ranard has the details.
Isn't a reef.
Look at that thing.
One single piece of coral.
Wow.
Seen for the first time.
The size of a
down
house.
here in the Pacific Ocean.
Bigger.
For perhaps 500
Oh
years.
my God.
Growing uninterrupted from the time Henry VIII ruled England. And it's mega. Measuring 34 meters long, it is bigger than a blue whale. It was found by accident. On the map, its location used to be marked as a shipwreck. Manu San Felix was diving with his son Inigo in the Solomon Islands when he discovered it.
What I have behind me.
Speaking from his research ship, he told me he is in awe of the coral.
To be there looking, and I was blown away, fascinated, looking to this amazing coral, and with a big smile and excited. And
Seriously.
Wow, this is really special.
This discovery has happened at the same time as the UN climate talks in Baku in Azerbaijan. This virtual background and these people here are all part of small island nations and their governments coming here to say that coral reefs and their communities.
Alright, we got more footage of this. Sorry, we already talked enough COP29. I don't need to hear more about the COP29. I think all of us have heard enough about COP29 in this stream so far. 3 times larger than the previous record holder. Huge. It's believed to be 300 years old. Yeah, you're right. Let's not kill it. It's a good idea.
The significance of finding coral like this, goes beyond simply, enjoying the moment and seeing this magnificent organism.
So vast.
Because it doesn't just captivate the hearts and minds of people like seeing something magical, but it really shines a light on the significance of coral reefs worldwide, what their critical role is in the ecosystem.
Okay. I just thought that was a super cool story, perfect for a Sunday fun day, and hope you enjoyed. Now we got more to talk about, and we're gonna go straight to it. No break in between because we are doing just a break every 2 hours, and so we don't have another break coming for like another hour. So we're gonna get straight into the UFOs. The truth is out there. Experts testify at UFO congressional hearing. Let's go to today to start us off, and then we'll go to the actual hearing itself, which was like 2.5 hours long. We're not gonna watch the whole thing. Oh, Jesus Christ. All right, alien time.
It's a question a lot of folks have been asking for decades. Is there intelligent alien life? And if so, has the government been covering it up? Well, that was actually the focus of a hearing yesterday by a House Oversight Committee. NBC's Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles joins us from Washington with the latest on this ongoing debate. And there were some surprises in that hearing yesterday, Ryan.
Yeah, that's right, Craig. At yesterday's hearing, ex-government and military officials suggested that may be the case, that there are intelligent beings that live off.
I'm disappointed I didn't see this comment during the video. Reefer madness. Incredible.
Of the planet. Witness testimony included a range of stories related to UFOs and UAPs, which stands for Unidentified Anomalous Phenomenon. One former Navy admiral said that he had confirmation of them in 2015 when he remembers getting an email from U.S. Fleet Force Command. The video showed a flying object by a Navy aircraft doing exercises, noting that there were several near mid-air collisions. The next day, he said the email mysteriously disappeared from his and others' accounts. No explanation was ever provided from another Defense Department official, and they claimed that the U.S. and its adversaries were hiding away UAP technologies. Take a listen to what he had to say.
Let me be clear. UAP are real. Advanced technologies not made by our government or any other government are monitoring sensitive military installations around the globe. I believe we are in the midst of a multi-decade secretive arms race, one funded by misallocated taxpayer dollars and hidden from our elected representatives and oversight bodies.
Now, this witness urged the new Trump administration to have more transparency, saying that he believes that Americans can handle the truth. Now, we've reached out to the Pentagon for comment, but we've not heard back. Craig?
So many questions.
So many questions.
Hey, thanks for watching. Don't miss the Today Show every week.
Okay, Al. Settle down. Let's get right into it. U.S. Congress holds hearing on UFOs. All right, chat. I'll be right back. I'm just going to step out for 2 seconds. Oh, wait. I started in the middle of it. No, we can't miss a single moment of this. I'm kidding. But I want to at least start us at the beginning and what their supposed premise for all this is, which I found laughable, considering the content of this conversation. You'll see what I mean. All right. What's the point of this again? Oh wait, no. What are you doing? No. What have you done? I don't understand what's happening right now. I said the beginning. Did you not hear me?
How rude.
Committee on Oversight and Accountability will begin shortly. Oh, I thought it was the Committee on UFOs. I'm sure they'll explain. Hold on, I'll step out after the very first moment of them trying to explain what we're doing here. I forgot. I gotta get us ahead to the actual beginning of it. Where is the beginning of the stream, please? Come on. Let's get there. I should have written down when this starts. Come on. Jesus Christ. Oh, there we go. There it is. I see it. Nancy Mace. Oh, yay. Nancy, save us from the lack of government accountability, please.
Affairs will come to order. Good morning and
Wait,
welcome, everyone.
wait. We can't miss that. We can't miss the opener.
Without objection,
That's the important part. Hold on. We need to know what this is all about, Nancy. Explain. What are we doing here?
May declare a recess at any
Nope.
time.
Why aren't you going back? What's happening? Oh God, I've gone too far. I'm sorry, chat. I'm gonna have to. Help. I hear Nancy. I can hear her. I can't see her. Nancy, where are you? Why are you whispering?
Good morning.
Good morning.
This joint hearing of the Subcommittee on Cybersecurity, Information Technology, and Government Innovation and the Subcommittee on National Security, the Border, and Foreign Affairs will come to order.
I love that the border is in there. It's the wrong aliens, Nancy. Wrong aliens. I know it's confusing. Actually, it can mean two different things.
This joint hearing of the Subcommittee on Cybersecurity, Information Technology, and Government
nowhere in here do you hear
on National Security, the Border, and Foreign Affairs will come to order.
Cybersecurity.
Good morning and welcome,
All right.
everyone.
All right, let's see how that
Without
goes.
objection, the chair may declare a recess at any time, and I recognize myself for the purpose of making an opening statement right now. Good morning and welcome to today's historic hearing, which I'm co-chairing with Mr. Grothman, whose subcommittee held an important hearing on this topic last year. I want to thank my colleagues on the Oversight Committee, including Mr. Burchett, Mr. Burleson, Ms. Luna, Mr. Mock.
I'm sure this will go super
Mr.
well.
Garcia,
Nancy's got
for their
this covered.
relentless
I know.
drive to
You don't
get
need me
answers
to
on
walk you
UAP.
through this.
They've been steadfast in demanding transparency on the sightings reported by military pilots and armed forces. Their commitment to digging for the truth is exactly what this country needs to cut through the secrecy surrounding this issue. And many high-ranking individuals in the military and intelligence communities believe UAPs demand greater attention, and thus the purpose for this hearing today. Former National Security Advisor H.R. McMaster said on Bill Maher's program that, quote, there are phenomena that have been witnessed by multiple people that are just inexplicable by the science available to us. Army Colonel Carl Nell, a member of the federal government UAP task force, said at a conference this past May that non-human intelligence exists. Non-human intelligence has been interacting with humanity. This interaction is not new, and it's been ongoing, and there are unelected people in the government that are aware of that. But UAPs remain a controversial topic. I'm not going to name names, but there are certain individuals who didn't want this hearing to happen because they feared what might be disclosed. But we stood firm. No amount of outside pressure would ever keep me from pursuing a subject to ground, come hell or high water. On that score, I want to thank our witnesses for being here.
I love how she uses Bill Maher's program. That phrase is somehow like as if she's referencing some sort of journalistic outlet.
Some of the testimony you will hear them over today does not reflect well on influential
on Bill Maher's very reputable journalistic program. We heard just bombshell evidence. That's what we'd call it in the quackadoodle community.
To being here today. This hearing is intended to help Congress and the American people to learn the extent of the programs and activities our government has engaged in with respect to UAPs and what knowledge it has yielded. This includes, of course, any knowledge of extraterrestrial life or technology of non-human origin. If government-funded research on UAPs has not yielded any useful knowledge, we also need to know those facts. Taxpayers deserve to know how much has it been invested, how much has been spent. They shouldn't be kept in the dark to spare the Pentagon a little bit of embarrassment. The reality is, despite their enormous taxpayer-funded budgets, the transparency of the Defense Department and the intelligence community have long been abysmal. The Pentagon has failed 6 consecutive audits. In fact, it's never actually passed one. Adding to this is a runaway overclassification of documents and materials, a reluctance to declassify materials when appropriate, and at times an outright refusal to share critical information with Congress. In short, it's not a track record that instills trust. So Congress has tried in recent years to lift the veil and find out if information about UAPs is being withheld, not only from the American public, but also from their elected representatives in Congress. Part of the transparency effort was legislation created in the Pentagon, the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, or AARO, but the new office is struggling to get its footing. A recent statutorily required report from AARO, intended to illuminate the government's historic assessment of UAPs, was heavily criticized by those seeking UAP transparency. The report has stoked suspicions AARO is unable, or perhaps unwilling, to bring forward the truth about the government's activities concerning UAPs. I'm disturbed that AARO itself lacks transparency. Even its budget is kept from the public. So if there is no there, then why are we spending money on it, and by how much? Why the secrecy if it's really no big deal and there's nothing there? Why hide it from the American people? Because I'm not a mathematician, but I can tell you that doesn't add up. I expect some of our witnesses to share their views on that AARO report. We will also hear from the witnesses today allegations of UAP-related misinformation and disinformation by government officials of which they are personally aware and directly experienced. And we will hear testimony today concerning recent revelations about a purportedly secret UAP program whose existence and findings may have been improperly withheld from Congress. But before we get to the witnesses, we're going to have a few more opening statements from our colleagues. And one thing I wanted to add at the end of my closing statement is there is a document that will be entered into the congressional record today. Mr. Tim Burchett from Tennessee has this document, and we just distributed it to every member up here on the dais of this document. But this is going to be the original document from the Pentagon about Immaculate Constellation that Michael Schellenberger delivered to Congress today. So thank you, Mr. Schellenberger, for...
Oh, thank you, Mr. Schellenberger. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. From what I can tell, Nancy sounds like she wants to just slash the military budget. Is anybody else picking up on that, or am I just misinterpreting her words? Oh, I'm sorry. Turn my camera back on. There we go. Hello. Okay. All right. You can't watch this whole 2.5 hours of hard-hitting journalistic or investigative. I can't pretend. We know just how garbage this is. Yeah. But I figured we'd throw it in here for fun on a Sunday fun day. Really not worth a whole lot of our time, but I figured we might as well get in there. I figured we'd have a laugh and listen to this Forbes breaking news breakdown of this hard-hitting and very important House committee on, what was it, cybersecurity and something? I don't recall. Whatever it was.
I do not want to do a complete 180
This chick is hilarious
UFOs,
to me.
UAPs, because UFOs used to be the
She's
talk
such
of
a pretend journalist. Like, I don't understand what her job actually is. Aside from just sort of like talking to people. Doesn't ever seem to have any questions that I find to be important, but you know, whatever. Maybe I'm just being unfair. Oh my god. She looks possessed right now.
I do not want to do a complete 180 here and talk about UFOs, UAPs, because UFOs used to be the talk of conspiracy theories. Now, really not so much. You participated in the House Oversight Committee's UAP hearing on Wednesday. What was your biggest takeaway? What did you learn that shocked you the most?
Well, fun note, did you know that Matt Gaetz, one of the founding members of the UAP caucus here in Washington, is now going to be the AG? Mike Waltz is now the National Security Advisor, also gavelled in to come to the UAP hearings. So, and then Marco Rubio has been a big advocate for disclosure, and he's now the Secretary of State. And so I think exciting thing.
It's exciting for her. She's stoked on that. She's like, if we can get Mark Rubio and Matt Gaetz and all these other psychotics into government, then we can get the truth out about UAPs. And this very weird sort of 80s pattern green suit won't be in vain
for our country in that regard. But, you know, look, I've always looked at it through a scientific lens and perspective. You know, when you have many people coming forward from the State Department, from NSA, from different government agencies, from the military, stating that UAPs are real, and then you have this aspect of technological advancements. For us, it is a national security issue to ensure that we know what's happening, but also, too,
it's a national security issue and a border issue. It's all very serious. But wait, there's more.
Silly from a mathematical perspective and also a religious perspective to think that human beings are the only creation that God did create. And so, as you know, we have a big galaxy and there's many galaxies out there. And so to put it in perspective, do I think we're alone? No. Am I very curious? Yes. Has it been fun to kind of help tailor and conduct these committees? Absolutely. And I think we're going to continue to push forward with more committees here into the 119th Congress. But what I will state is yesterday, you know, was I a little bit disappointed in some of the responses from the witnesses? Yes, we got some great stuff. But, you know, I'm not interested in hearing about people's books. I'm interested in hearing about whether or not people can answer the questions, because we are trying to get this into the archives so that people have access to the information. And so I wish there was a little less pitching and more talking.
So where are you going to push this issue next? What do you think is the biggest question that you want an answer to?
You know, for me specifically, I always like to look at the evidence previously and then also kind of doing follow-up on what's happening. You know, having walked over as the National Security Advisor and then Rubio as the Secretary of State and now Matt as the Attorney General, I'm going to be asking if they have access to files that were previously denied. So that's next on the roster. It helps having a Rolodex. has a lot of people in a lot of important positions now.
Apparently her Rolodex is filled with psychos. Oh, great. But I don't know if you heard it in there, but she said that God is the reason for aliens. Oh, yeah, Sasha caught that. I thought that one was great. I've never heard that one. That is a new take that I am so glad I heard it, and I'm glad somebody else also heard it, because hey, this is news to me. I thought that it was the opposite of that, but I don't know. I'm not really up on the latest sort of right-wing psychobabble. All right, now let's go on to talking about some other stuff, that being global news. We made it all the way to global news today. It only took us, what, 10 hours? 9 hours. Only 9 hours to get to global news. At this rate, we'll finish by 5 in the morning. Okay, just kidding. It won't be that long. We're doing pretty good. Probably be done by like actually a slightly earlier than normal time, I want to say. Uh-oh. You can hear the space police. Okay, yeah, let's go to Haiti. Talk about some stuff there. If you haven't heard, stuff's been going down in Haiti. Mostly because people are pretty pissed off about the fact that they've been living under, essentially an unelected, appointed, like a government appointed by other people for decades. And that's not been going super good for them, especially because those appointed people have been doing a bunch of corrupt things and have zero accountability to the people that live in Haiti. It makes it a weird vibe being a Haitian living under this sort of situation, if you will. And recently, what was his name? Not Gary Connu. Was that whatever, the most recently appointed prime minister stepped down, and a new prime minister was appointed. Once again, not elected, but of course appointed by the UN-backed transition team. Transition team should be in quotes because what's the end game? I haven't heard yet exactly when those elections are going to kick in. But with all that going on, well, things have gotten a little weirder. Now, let's remember that these people marked police may not even be Haitians. They may be other Caribbean nations that have been pulled into this situation by, by the United States, essentially, to come in and quell the uprising in Haiti. And actually, it's not just Caribbean. They might actually be Kenyan, too. That's another option. Forgot about the Kenyans. They're involved, too, for whatever reason.
Hey, journalist! Journalist!
Hey, look at that. Look at that. Journalists are being respected in Haiti more than Israel's respecting them in Gaza. Crazy. Wild. Oh, I'm sorry. This is a repeat. I forgot. Same footage. Now let's go to Haiti's airport. And to the swearing in of the Prime Minister. Unelected Prime Minister.
Violence erupted in Port-au-Prince on Monday, with shootouts breaking out between police and gangs just as Haiti was preparing for a leadership change. The fighting came on the same day the country's new interim prime minister was set to take office. Videos showed heavily armed police officers taking cover as gunshots rang out, with civilians quickly fleeing the area. In some of the city's wealthier neighborhoods, homes were set on fire. Meanwhile, the country's main airport was temporarily shut down after gangs attempted to seize control. This all unfolded as Gary Conille was fired as interim prime minister, and Alex Didier Philomé, a businessman, was appointed as his
Hey, way to use that word correctly. Appointed. Unelected. You thought it was Ethiopia? You were close. It's in the region. It's in the region. Alright, let's go here to the swearing in of this guy. What's his name? Alex... something or other. Please hold.
Le Conseil présidentiel de transition a fait choix par consensus du citoyen Alex Didier Philomé comme Premier ministre.
L'aviation, on peut le voir.
À s'adresser à l'assistance.
Le premier chantier est...
Okay. There we go. New unelected prime minister for Haiti. I'm sure they're stoked about that. Now let's go across the pond to London, where they're flicking that old festive switch. That's right. London is sparkling with that Christmas magic as they prepare for the holiday season. It is nice. Why are we getting this B-roll? This is B-roll, actually. I just remember this is AP
Regent
Archive.
Street was the very first street in London to have festive lights, and so this is our 70th anniversary. We've got the beautiful spirits behind me over my left shoulder. There are 30 of them in total. We've got 300,000 LED lights, so please come down and enjoy the shopping, the bars, the restaurants.
Okay. Well, hopefully that has lifted your spirits. spirits, or perhaps gotten said spirits into the holiday spirit, or maybe a combination of the two. All right, now let's stay in England, but let's talk politics real quick. Go to Navarra Media from a day ago. They're asking the question, is the left dangerously out of touch?
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Let's find out.
Almost a fortnight after Trump was elected for a second time, analysis of how he won is still running in overdrive. Now, that, I think, makes perfect sense. His first win in 2016 upended our ideas of what was politically possible, what people could vote for. But back in 2016, it could be put down as a fluke. His 2024 win, of course, can't be dismissed in any kind of similar fashion. That means there's more sort of deep thinking going on after this one. And after the election this year, there is a big difference with 2016. Back then, all the talk was about a divided America in which the big cities had swung to the Democrats, but it was rural and post-industrial towns that had swung to the right. This year, though, it's been different.
Donald Trump, you can remember back in 2017, the liberal cities were the resistance, the core of the resistance. What happened in 2024? You think of a major city in the United States, Donald Trump put up the best Republican performance for a Republican nominee for president in at least 20 years, if not the entire 21st century. We're talking about Chicago, Los Angeles, New York City, San Francisco. Across the map, Donald Trump put up historically strong numbers.
I mean, we're still, when we talk about these numbers, I think we should always remember that these tend to be, in terms of percentages, against the other party, in terms of votes, right? In the year. And the disparity between that and the previous year, like where, I don't know, previous year they win by 5%, or they lose by 5%, and this one they lose by 1%. And it's a huge change, but I mean, it does, that's often what we're talking about when they talk about this kind of stuff. And the fact is that we've talked about it over and over again, and Democrats just chose to ignore their base and or spit in their face, right? Because how long have we heard that young people are the base of the Democrats? But what did Democrats do this year? Oh, that's right. Joe Biden told a huge number of them, specifically the ones on college campuses who were at protests about Palestine, that he didn't care, right? So, that's only one of many blunderous decisions upon the part of the Democrats that led people that would traditionally have voted for them to just kind of say fuck it, from what I can tell. And so I think that's a huge part of this. Donald Trump did not get some huge percentage increase on what he got in 2020. It was only by like 1.5 million votes, I think, that he increased his numbers, which is really kind of representative of population increase, if anything. And sort of him staying, his base staying with him. Whereas Democrats, Kamala lost, I think, over 10 million votes still. We were talking about 15 million on the night of the day after. The numbers have come in more, and so it's not quite that number anymore, but it's still just ridiculous in comparison to 2020. And it shows you just how, and the fact is, it's the second election in a row where instead of giving people a platform to get behind, they just did a repeat of 2020 and said, Trump is bad. We have to make sure he doesn't get into office. And Biden tried to do it for a second time himself, even though he had said that he wasn't going to. It's like, it's like just literally just not learning from ourselves in a way. It's very frustrating.
For Republican candidate for president in places that, truthfully, if you had asked me 8 years ago, I would have never thought possible.
No, I mean, it is really stunning. So what exactly is driving it?
What's driving it? You know, I think immigration, one of the things you mentioned earlier on in that last segment, is part of it, but I think crime is a big part of it as well.
Yep.
If you look at Gallup polling and you ask Democrats nationwide, are you satisfied or dissatisfied with our efforts to control and bring down the crime rate? What you see is the dissatisfaction number now versus a decade ago. Look at that, the unsatisfied number from 35%.
Yeah, but part of that, right, has everything to do, partly with the pandemic, but a huge part to do with the framing of the media, which is in the pockets of corporations who were crying about this at a time when they were losing money for a lot of reasons that weren't crime, right? People like Walgreens and all these people who were very vocal about this. And the fact is that we all know that retail's been getting hurt left and right, that, you know, Amazon, Temu, all these people have been, you know, eating their lunch and their dinner. And, you know, couple that with a pandemic, with, you know, them charging more, right? Wanting to make more money, you know, in this inflationary environment. All of that is certainly, you know, more likely a reason for them wanting this to be framed in a particular way, right? And why people were so unsatisfied. Because if you watched, you know, mainstream media for at least during a certain period of time where they didn't have other stuff to talk about, that was literally all they were fucking talking about, I swear to God. Even people like TYT, yeah, you reminded me, thank you, Sasha. Even people like TYT, Chilean crime gangs taking over the streets.
To 58%, the satisfied number dropped by 20 points. My goodness gracious, and I think that's part of the reason why you have seen these liberal DAs be ousted in places like San Francisco, in places like Alameda County, in places like Los Angeles. The crime rates have simply moved a lot of these voters to the right.
And you know, look, obviously we're sitting here
The
in
crime
New York,
rates.
talking about
It's interesting that Harry Enton brings that up because they didn't put the crime rate graphs over over this time. Let's do that. Sorry. Please hold. So we're going between 2014 and 2024, you say? Okay. Let's try, I don't know, murder rate. US 2000s. Images. Oh, weird. No, that's actually the one that goes all the way up to 2024. Yeah. Let's go here. All right. Oh, it won't even let me do it. Oh, you fucking assholes. Oh, there's gotta be a different version of this graph somewhere. There's it. There's one. Here's humanprogress.org. Crime rates falling steeply from 1960 to 2017. I mean, this is this must be right here around 2017. And honestly, the crime rate is essentially where it was in 2017 or lower. So unfortunately, this doesn't give you the whole thing. The one that I was trying to find, I couldn't find. The fact is that crime is technically down in that time for most of these statistics, and I just love how Harry Enton sort of gives himself away when he says stuff like that.
Right. And you know, look, obviously we're sitting here in New York,
yes,
talking about this in Manhattan where there was a swing. But when you look at a map of New York City, biggest city in the country, the big swing.
All right, I'm sorry.
Yes, it was.
I forgot this was U.S. We should let this in the U.S. stuff. We're gonna skip this. I know it's Novara Media, but it's a U.S. story, and I feel like it's throwing me the fuck off. We're moving on. Sorry, people. Moving on. Let's talk fine art. What do you say? Let's go to France 24 English from 13 hours ago. Apatosaurus. Largest dinosaur skeleton ever sold. Fetches 6 million euros. That's a lot of bones.
Adjugé 4,700,000.
If you've ever thought about owning your own dinosaur skeleton, be prepared to fork out the cash. This is an Apatosaurus, nicknamed Vulcan, and now the biggest skeleton ever sold at auction, going for 4.7 million euros. The giant skeleton dates back some 150 million years.
The skeleton wasn't spread out across a large area. Luckily, the bones were not broken into pieces, one of the reasons why we managed to reassemble 50% of the skull.
It was discovered in the US state of Wyoming back in 2018 in a dig paid for by a French investor. The skeleton underwent a 2-year restoration process before going on display.
It's magnificent, very impressive. I'm impressed by its size. I saw one lately, but not as big as this. It's been well conserved.
Pretty sweet. Pretty sweet. Now let's stay on collectibles, expensive collectibles. This next one, though, I think might not be worth the money. You tell me. We're going to quickly go back to the United States for this one, but it's ridiculous.
We are looking at an ordinary banana and an ordinary piece of duct tape. However, what makes the ordinary extraordinary is the intention of the artist who put this together. There is, simply put, no other artwork of the past 100 years that has provoked the kind of response that Maurizio Catalan's Comedian did upon its installation at Art Basel Miami Beach in 2019.
The fact that the Comedian premiered at an art fair is a significant piece of context, as opposed to premiering in a gallery or museum context. Art fairs are extremely expensive to go to, so they are primarily going to be trafficked by art collectors. It asks a question of who he wants to provoke first. If it's art collectors, then the question is this work a bit of a gambit? Are they going to gamble on?
This is one of the dumbest things I've ever seen. I'm not going to lie. I know she seems pretty stoked on this, but I mean, someone bought this thing. It's just a banana with a piece of duct tape on it.
A semi-absurdist idea? And of course the answer was yes.
Comedian carries an auction estimate of $1 to $1.5 million. What you buy when you buy Catalan's Comedian is not the banana itself, but a certificate of authenticity that grants the owner the permission and authority to reproduce this banana and duct tape on their wall as an original artwork. Comedian is on view now in Southern New York at 1334 York Avenue and will be on view until the sale on November 20th.
He's often thought of as this.
This is giving me ideas. I'll show you. We'll see.
Sort of like trickster artist. But when we're seeing his work with that duality of
this is so dumb. $1.5 million for the rights to put a picture of a banana with a piece of duct tape over it. Shut the fuck up.
Could you draw about?
It's almost worse than an NFT. I'm not I'm not sure which one is actually worse at this point. If it's a commentary on that sort of the way culture is, you know what makes more sense? Still not worth $1 million. Okay, now let's go here. Talk about a couple tech stories. Well, really just one. But, I mean, in a way it's due, but not really. Media stories, really. Let's go to Reuters here from a few days ago. Apparently, Facebook has been fined by the EU nearly $1 billion over its apparent abusive practices.
Illegal.
The EU hit Facebook owner Meta with a huge fine on Thursday for breaching antitrust rules. The tech giant must pay just over $840 million for abusive practices that benefited its online classified ad service, Facebook Marketplace. The European Commission accused Meta of tying Marketplace to its personal social network, Facebook. It further said Meta imposed unfair trading conditions on other online classified ad service providers. Meta said in a statement it will appeal the decision. The US firm said in the meantime it will work quickly to find solutions for the points raised. The EU decision argues Meta imposes Marketplace on people who use Facebook in an illegal tie. But Meta said that ignores how Facebook users can choose whether to engage with Marketplace, and many do not. Meta said the Commission claimed Marketplace could hurt the growth of large online marketplaces in the EU, but didn't find any evidence of harm to competitors. Companies...
Shit. What, did I just click that? What just happened? Son of a bitch. I did. Sorry, chat. Hold on. Oh, God. I hate when I click those. I wish I could turn off end cards entirely. I fix it?
The EU hit Facebook owner Meta with a huge fine on Thursday for breaching antitrust rules. The tech giant must pay just over $840 million for abusive practices that benefited its online classified ad service.
International media accused of skewing Amsterdam riots. Not just accused of, I think proven. What just happened? Why do we have no sound?
How rude.
All right, time now for our media show Scoop. Two pillars of any news outlet: credibility and accountability. The former built on a history of accuracy and impartiality. The latter from admitting when you make a mistake. On the night of November 7th to 8th, there were clashes in Amsterdam before and after a football match between Ajax and Maccabi Tel Aviv. There were anti-Semitic attacks and attacks by Israelis on locals. Tension over the war in the Middle East boiling over. Here is the CEO of Maccabi Tel Aviv.
This was not connected to football, and that's why you're all here to report, because lots of people went to watch a football game to support Maccabi Tel Aviv, to support Israel, to support the Star of David. And for them to be running into rivers, to be kicked while defenceless on the floor, to be trying to suggest and beg people to believe that they're not Jewish, that's very, very sad times for us all, given the last year that we've had to experience.
though some international media were heavily criticized, accused of telling a one-sided version of events. Here's Teo's Mehdi Hassan.
Erupted in Amsterdam this weekend when what started as a soccer match between Maccabi Tel Aviv and Ajax devolved into violent chaos across the city. Headlines poured in about anti-Semitic attacks in Amsterdam. But these stories largely overlooked on-camera, blatant anti-Arab racism from Maccabi supporters well beforehand. And yet it was barely a footnote in the coverage.
And Britain's Sky News made a curious blunder. It managed to file a correct report first, then re-edit it inaccurately. Take a look.
I don't want reality.
Maccabi fans were seen attacking locals as a police car can be seen driving by. A video posted on social media shows a large group of hooded men dressed in black running down the street.
Yeah, that seems to be pretty clear evidence. Honestly, it gets worse, but I think we should go to a different outlet. The HIC, that being the Hasanabi Industrial Complex, has us covered on this.
Amsterdam has banned demonstrations through the weekend after what authorities are calling an anti-Semitic attack on Israeli soccer fans.
And to see again Jews who have to run away, innocent people who got nothing to do, did nothing bad to those who harmed them.
What are you feeling? The most safe place on earth for us is Israel, is home.
Videos on social media showed riot police intervening in clashes, with some attackers shouting anti-Israeli slurs. But some footage also showed Israeli supporters chanting anti-Arab slogans before Thursday's evening match. So if you're saying something anti-Israeli, that's a slur. If you're saying something that's anti-Arab, that's a slogan. Maccabi Tel Aviv hooligans chant racist anti-Arab slogans ahead of match in Amsterdam. Let the Israeli army win. Fuck the Arabs.
So fucked.
And then every other outlet, of course, in the Western world, I think, didn't necessarily cover that aspect of it at all, like, or what events that triggered this back and forth clash, and instead specifically said that this was a racially charged anti-Semitic pogrom that was conducted. Violent attacks in Amsterdam tied to anti-Semitism. From the New York Times, reporting on the racist Maccabi Tel Aviv fans is exactly what you expect. The New York Times just basically published an Israeli press release not mentioning once that the Israeli mob was chanting about killing Arabs and mocking slaughtered Palestinian children. I think originally the way that this story unfolds is that there is a match between Ajax Amsterdam and Maccabi Tel Aviv. At the beginning of the match, there's a 1-minute silence observed for those who died in the floods in Spain. The Israeli hooligans refused to pay respect and tried to break the silence by behaving shamefully and inappropriately. Is like what Ajax? Okay, sorry. And then the chants that you heard were repeated all around. It bugged me that I couldn't find the video of the entire genocidal song, but then came Maccabi Tel Aviv fans. They arrived at Ben Gurion Airport fleeing from the fake pogrom and started singing the entire song. Yeah, one of the lines is, "Why is school out in Gaza? There are no children left there."
That is fucking
the song
disgusting.
that they're singing, full lyrics of the MTA fans
That is maybe
from Maccabi fans' website.
I mean, it's hard to sort of quantify racism, but that is, I mean, at least for me personally, that one just I don't know why, just horrifies. It's just even more than the rest. I don't know why. I couldn't tell you. It just does.
The second verse is, "Why is there no school today in Gaza? There are no children left there." The site as the song is used specifically in games versus Palestinian team B'nai Sakin, or depending on the security situation. The Judeo-Nazi ultra fans of Maccabi Tel Aviv march around Amsterdam singing "Let the IDF win, f the Arabs." The police seem to be cool with it. So the ole, 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 like that's a very common, it's a very, very common chant in soccer. it's international. Everyone has their own version of it. It seems like the Israeli Maccabee one is insanely fucking racist. So how do we get here? Was this just like unrestricted anti-Semitism overflowing, filled to the brim? In order to continue framing the anti-racist counterattacks on the Israeli football fans as anti-Semitic, any news organization will have to explicitly ignore or spin the video evidence that clearly shows that they were racist and a violent mob. Video has emerged of the crowd swearing and chanting anti-Arab slogans in Amsterdam amid a violent incident in which Israeli football fans were targeted, including but not limited to tearing down Palestinian flags. Overall, the point is they ripped down Palestinian flags. They were chanting anti-Palestinian, anti-Arab shit, being incredibly racist, as, for the record, most football fans are. Just so you understand, this is not exclusive to the Israeli football fandom. Like Italian fans will throw bananas at their own black players, all right? Ultras across the board, hooligans across the board, make up a massive amount of neo-Nazi paramilitaries even. Azov Battalion, which originally started as a neo-Nazi brigade, is comprised originally almost entirely of football fans from Ukraine that were neo-Nazis themselves. Football hooligans across the board have incredibly bad politics, with some exceptions, right? You'll see like some Irish or some Scottish ultras that are like Marxist Leninists or whatever, but like usually it's very commonplace. Here it is: football sounds over Argentina's racist chanting is deafening and damning. You got SS Lazio in Italy. They love to get drunk, they love to get belligerent, they love to get racist, and then they love to fight. This guy says, I went to Amsterdam recently and left in one piece because I respected the locals and I didn't chant about killing children. Then this guy responds, locals. Local in Amsterdam means tourists. Dutch people are like 5% of the people you encounter. Seems to me like it's a bunch of rowdy, incredibly racist fans of footy behaving in the way that they normally do. Now, of course, it's unacceptable. And at first I thought this was like, again, somewhat of an anti-Semitic canard when people were like, dude, Mossad was with those guys. When someone in my chat said Mossad was amongst them, I was like, shut the
Yeah, we talked about this a few days ago, how that was true.
It's true.
Yeah.
Just in case, Mossad agents joined Maccabi Tel Aviv football club trip to Amsterdam from the Jerusalem Post. In the first year of the revamped format, the yellow and blue currently sit in 34th place out of 36 teams in the Europa League with 3 losses from 3 games. I don't think most hooligans laughing about children. No, what? They absolutely would. What are you talking about? Do not act like the fans of like Maccabi Tel Aviv football club are uniquely racist. The only difference in this circumstance is that like they are upholding current existing genocide. Guys, I'm Turkish.
I'm Turkish is how he starts that off. Okay, we can't just watch this on for the rest of the night. Let's keep this going. Or can we watch this on for the rest? I don't know. Am I in charge of the? Who's in charge? Me, you say? I guess we can watch a little more, Hassan. Or can we? I don't know if we can, actually.
This is why I didn't want to get into
the
it.
BBC coverage, its live feed is the following. The BBC has spoken to a fan who went to the match last night, who reports seeing Maccabi Tel Aviv fans, supporters, on the Amsterdam metro, going up and down the carriages 3 or 4 times looking for a fight. Connor says everyone was going into the city, so everyone knew what was going to happen. He's shocked by the betrayal of the incident in the media, adding that the attacks were completely provoked and Palestinian flags were torn down the night before. It then adds in italics as a disclaimer below it, though. As a reminder, authorities in the Netherlands have condemned anti-Semitic attacks on Israeli fans, with Amsterdam's mayor reporting Israeli supporters were actively sought out for violence across the city. Look, anti-Semitism is real. It's a danger. It's rising. It has to be confronted. The constant attempt to dilute its meaning is beyond irresponsible. If Russian football hooligans had chanted their way through a minute's silence for the dead victims of a country which had taken some sort of stance against the invasion of Ukraine by chanting in support of the mass murder of Ukrainian children, if they had rampaged through a city ripping down Ukrainian flags, if they were chanting death to Ukrainians, if they violently attacked residents of that city, if they then suffered violence, how would the media frame it? You know the answer to that question.
Yeah, straight up. I spoke with Jews in Amsterdam. Were Jews attacking the streets? Yes, but those Jews were also violent hooligans, one told me. This is from Forward magazine, dude. And then another article. How bad is anti-Semitism in Europe? Amsterdam pogrom following rising hostility. How the Amsterdam pogrom is and isn't like Europe in the 1930s. Anti-Semitic hit and run squads. Amsterdam temporarily bans demonstrations after Israeli soccer fans attacked by street mobs. It is a perfect story for Americans who also don't know how football hooligans operate, right?
Yeah. Yeah, the ones who are just hoping to see this sort of stuff in a very sick sort of, like, what do you call it? Like oh my god, I've been going for 10 hours. A reinforcing sort of, you get what I'm saying. God damn it. I'm losing my sanity, people. Losing my goddamn sanity. Your cat had surgery? She's in a cone? Aw. Poor Snixabea's cat. Thoughts and prayers. Thoughts and prayers. Alright, where are we? Let's leave Amsterdam, go a little east to Serbia, where thousands of Serbs have taken to the streets in the recent days demanding the resignation of their prime minister. Damn, they weren't kidding about thousands. That's a lot of people out there.
Ne znam šta da očekujem. Ja lično sam na prvom mestu ovdje da pokažem počast I saosećanje sa građanima.
I don't know what to expect. Firstly, I'm here to show my respect and condolences to the families of those killed and all other residents. Secondly, I can't stand that incompetent and unskilled people take on serious jobs, including leading a state. That is a very serious job that I am technically skilled. I don't understand how it is caused. Thirdly, I hate that arrogance and impertinence are taking over all pores of this society. On the other hand, I demand peaceful and democratic change of power. Elections are our only way to change something. I hope the Serbian people will not allow this to happen once again. Okay. Seems like a bunch of Baltic region states kind of dealing with some crazy stuff, and or former Soviet states. Where are we? Serbia. All right, let's go here real quick. Wait, why is this one here? This shouldn't be here. This should be down here. Move down here. All right, now, yes, let's go here to a State Department meeting. Oh my god, what just happened to my list? Oh, holy shit, don't do that. There we go. Let's go to here, Pentagon official being pressed on Trump's apparent plan to create a buffer zone in Ukraine.
Thank you. I would like to stay on Ukraine. Is the Secretary concerned about the plans that are reportedly considered in the incoming administration's team of creating a buffer zone, a demilitarized zone as it would derail the administration's legacy in Ukraine? And secondly, what are the next steps in the remaining weeks of the administration to maybe ensure that Ukraine has a better position?
Here's one thing I don't think is addressed here, and maybe, you know, actually I'll talk about it afterwards.
The negotiating ticket. Maybe ensure that Ukraine has a better position at the negotiating table.
Yeah, so a few things there. So first of all, I'm not going to speculate or get into hypotheticals about the next administration. You know, we're very focused on, as I highlighted earlier, on the situation at hand right now, and frequent communication with our Ukrainian counterparts to ensure they have what they need to defend themselves from Russian aggression. You know, Secretary Austin has talked many times about the fact that Ukraine matters. That Ukraine's security matters, not only to Europe, but also to the United States. And we've seen strong bipartisan support for Ukraine. So yeah, here's the thing about this whole plan that confuses me. First off, where the land would come from. Would it be all Ukrainian land? Would any of it be Russian land? Because Ukrainian troops are still on, at least on the Kursk territory and a couple of other areas in the western parts of Russia. But also, who would be in charge of this buffer zone? Would it be Russia? Would that make it a buffer zone, or would that just be Russian territory? Would it be Ukraine? Or would that just be Ukrainian territory? Or would it be NATO? No? The UN? I mean, who exactly would be in charge of this zone? This sort of fictional zone we're talking about. You know, I'm just wondering. Anybody? Anybody got any ideas on that one? Right, now, all right, let's go here to this story. This was from 4 days ago out of the Associated Press. Russian doctor sentenced to over 5 years in prison.
Illegal.
For criticizing the war in Ukraine. Oh, weird.
Don't be creepy.
Why would you want to do that?
I don't want reality.
I would like people, everyone, to be happy, to have happy families. But unfortunately, as they say, there is no heaven on earth. The world is not perfect. I wish it was, because people have so many problems in life. So many different illnesses that need to be fought. New methods of treatment needed to be found. Ideally, NATO. You think NATO? You think that would? You think that would improve it? Or because isn't that literally? That's basically Vladimir Putin's entire justification, aside from denazification, which, as we all know, is an even more ludicrous justification, especially coming from that guy. But because it's not World War II anymore. Let's be real. Russia's got its own Nazi fascist problems, and it's like if NATO was in charge of this goddamn demilitarized zone, that would basically just sort of do the very thing that Vladimir Putin's saying he doesn't want, is to be on the border of a NATO country or NATO in at all. So it's very confusing to me exactly who it is that would be in charge of this zone. China, maybe? Whoops.
China.
Yeah, maybe China.
I have to have my China.
Could be it. Let's go here. Reuters from a day ago. Apparently, Russia has decided to cut off gas to Austria. Okay.
Russia halted gas deliveries to Austria on Saturday, hours after Vienna said Moscow had given notice it would cut off flows. But Russian state-owned gas giant Gazprom continued to pump steady volumes to Europe via Ukraine.
Wir lassen uns von niemandem erpressen.
Austrian Chancellor Karl Nehammer said on Friday Austria was prepared. We will not let ourselves be blackmailed by anyone, he said, not even Russian President Vladimir Putin. Moscow's gas flows to Europe are soon to end. One of the last main routes, a Soviet-era pipeline via Ukraine, is due to shut down at the end of this year. Supply to Austria was through a transit agreement that Ukraine had with Gazprom, a deal that Ukraine said it decided not to extend, aiming to deprive Russia of profits that Ukraine says helped to finance the war against it. Austrian energy company OMV said it had been preparing for the eventual cut-off of Russian gas and can serve its customers by...
I know that the Trump admin isn't proposing it to be NATO. Honestly, I do know that. But then who exactly? The United States? Because it's not like Russia wants that either. Even if Vladimir Putin likes Donald Trump more than he does most American leaders, it's not like... He of all people knows that America changes leaders much quicker than they do, and he said it as much publicly about how he's aware of the fact that, you know, one president to the next, he sticks around and blah blah blah, and you know, like, whoa, you know, like he doesn't want America to be in there maintaining this zone. Might as well be NATO at that point.
Importing gas via Germany, Italy and the Netherlands. On Saturday, Austria's energy regulator E-Control said Gazprom's deliveries to OMV had stopped, adding that prices and supplies to Austrian customers were steady. Russia, which before the Ukraine war was the biggest single supplier of natural gas to Europe, has lost almost all of its European customers, as the EU tries to reduce its dependence. Moscow will now only supply significant gas volumes to Hungary and Slovakia. The US has become the world's top gas producer.
That much is true. All right, let's go here to Ukraine. Euronews from 15 hours ago. Russia launches over 200 drones and missiles at targets across Ukraine, mostly targeting what I understand to be the energy grid and other infrastructure in this particular round of attacks.
Russia launched a massive attack early on Sunday, hitting targets across Ukraine with around 100...
You would broom Nightbot from your chat? Why would you do that? Oh, you mean the command? Like the AI? Well, that's... Honestly, that is the doing of one of our moderators, and, you know, I find it amusing sometimes. At other times, I found it very annoying, but, you know, for now, it's sticking around until it causes us too much problems. But, I do get what you're saying, and there's times where I want to lower, like, or increase the count on it, things like that. Specifically on the AI response ones. Like, I don't mind the automated stuff that I personally created, like the commands for many of these things, but not for the chatbot, which is hooked up to ChatGPT. I mean, I feel like we have learned stuff though, haven't we, from the chatbot?
Missiles and 90 drones. Here in the southern city of Mykolaiv, 2 people were killed and 6 others were injured, including 2 children, President Volodymyr Zelensky said. Russia also targeted parts of Ukraine's energy infrastructure across the country, just as winter is approaching. Its strikes have been hammering power plants ever since it invaded in February 2022.
Yeesh. Okay, we're going to stick with this topic, but we're going to go to this breaking news, which happened literally during the stream. That's how long we've been going. This is from 8 hours ago, CNN. Joe Biden authorizes Ukraine to use long-range U.S. weapons in Russia. I haven't even seen this yet. It literally, like, I just saw I saw the breaking news while we were streaming and added it to the list. Gotta keep you all updated. The latest happenings galactically.
President Joe Biden reversing a long-standing U.S. policy involving the war in Ukraine. Biden now going to allow Ukrainian forces to use long-range U.S. weapons inside of Russia for the very first time. CNN's Kevin Liptak is traveling with the president in Brazil. Kevin, what more are you learning?
Yeah, this is a major change in American policy, and it comes at a critical point in the war in Ukraine as Russian forces mass in the city and around the city of Kursk as they prepare for an offensive there, and as North Korea has sent thousands of its troops to fight alongside Russia in that conflict. President Biden making this decision to allow Ukraine to fire the American ATACMS missiles inside Russia for the first time. And this had been the subject of a long-running debate inside the American government about the wisdom of allowing Ukraine this new capability. There were officials who were concerned about the risk of escalation in this war. That's something that President Biden has been concerned about throughout the conflict. You also heard officials worry about the stockpiles of ATACMS. These are not resources in endless supply. At the end of the day, the addition of the North Korean troops to this conflict certainly has created a new sense of concern in Washington about where this war could be headed. It's a subject of conversation that President Biden has had throughout his trip this week in South America. He discussed it earlier in Lima, Peru, with the leaders of Japan and South Korea. He also discussed it yesterday with the Chinese President Xi Jinping, trying to apply pressure on Beijing, to apply pressure on its largest, or on North Korea, which is China's largest trading partner, to try and convince Kim Jong-un that this was a mistake.
It's like a terrible game of
Put his
telephone.
own troops at risk. But now this decision, I think, certainly for America.
Did you tell China to tell North Korea to tell Russia that they don't get weapons anymore, please?
Officials, they do hope that it could help turn the tide in this conflict, but also send a signal to countries like North Korea that it sends its troops into this war at their own peril. Frederica.
All right, Kevin Liptak, let us know when you know more. Thank you so much.
Okay. That certainly will most likely change the the direction of all of this, the ramifications of which I can't begin to determine right now. It will most likely escalate things rather than de-escalate them, certainly for the time being. Long term, I don't know. Perhaps it will improve it. I genuinely couldn't say, because of just, you know, the vastness of all of this. And honestly, really wish people would get some diplomacy going on. Seems like that's taken the sort of back seat in practically every conflict on the planet right now. Even Sudan, we were talking about it a few months ago, how one of the sides in the Sudanese conflict just didn't even show up to the peace talks. I mean, what the fuck?
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
Like, seriously. Okay. Oh, shit, I'm tied up. Yep, there we go. Yeah, that's what I have. Yep, okay. By the way, if you are quitting Zitter, like many of us are, and switching to Blue Sky, check me out. I am now on there. That's right. Breaking news. Wait. At GalacticStreamLord.bluesky. Wait, hold on. I'm just gonna make sure I get this right. At GalacticStreamLord.bsky.social. Galactic News Network is the headline of the page. I'll be bringing you all of your galactic happenings there. Well, not all of them. Probably not. But we'll be trying to use it like Twitter. It'll be weird because I've taken quite a hiatus from that platform. Mostly due to the fact that it's, kind of populated with a bunch of the worst people. Now, let's get to this break here, because it's 10 hours into this fucking stream. What do we listen to? This is getting wild. I can't believe how far I've made it on this stream. Let's go here. I think do we switch it? Do we switch it from the Brazil vibes? Honestly, I don't know why today, but it just feels right. Peace out, fellow humans. Hey, if you gotta go, you gotta go. No big deal, no hard feelings. This is the longest galactic stream pretty much of all time, I think, so. How have I lost my music? This is what happens when I take on this song. See, the thing is, I took off a bunch of the music off of my soundboard because it was slowing down my computer. Because it was like auto-loading it in the background. There was no way to stop it. There we go. I did it. I did it, folks. I found it. Okay, here we go. Space break time. If you haven't already hit the like button, don't forget to subscribe. Once you've done those two things, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are funded by viewers like you and only. We don't have any super sweet, what do you call it? I can't even think of the word because I don't have any. Product. My God. My marketing lingo is completely eluding me right now. We don't have any promotionals, don't have any sponsors, don't have any Jeff Bezoses or Koch brothers funding us. Just people like you. You got all sorts of options now these days. You got YouTube monetized, that's right. You got Twitch monetized, that's right. We got Cash App, we got PayPal, and we got my favorite, Patreon, where you can get access to a super sweet cornucopia of space benefits. Like getting an avatar here at the pool with me. Okay. Well, do consider it because only have 2 weeks left until the end of a current promotion we got going on where your first month, that's right, count it, 30 days, half off that already low price of $3, bringing it to a total of around $1.50 US to become a Galactic patron.
Are you not entertained?
So do consider it if you got that extra couple dollars. Or just go follow, because now on Patreon they allow you to gift subscriptions. So if you're following, you might get gifted a subscription and get benefits, fringe benefits unseen. About the rest of Earth. Alright, now enjoy this intermission. Unob is right. The savings are out of this world. Literally. Alright, I am back. You know, that means, chat, time for you to get back to those seats so you don't miss any of the galactic content. Content which is about to be coming at your face holes momentarily. I started 10 hours ago. Sunday is an early stream. It is today. It is today when full full metal jacket on this stream. We're already into the normal times. How does it feel? How does it feel, chat? We're back into late night space radio hours. Boy, oh boy. It's been quite the Sunday Funday. Hope you've all been enjoying all this. It's been quite the time. Don't forget, Galactic News Network is completely funded by viewers like you. Alright, where do we get back to this all at? Alright, let's go to Georgia. Not the state, but the country. In Asia. Where things are popping off in their parliament and in their streets. Let's go here. Associated Press from a day ago.
ფორმალური პროცედურა იმის გათვალისწინებით, რომ დღეს ხობს იმას, რომ შესაბამისი
This is a very important and historic election for our country. Unfortunately, this challenge was not met by the central election, chaired by you. Today, due to your personal leadership, your involvement, and your unlawful decisions, our country is heading towards Russia. Today, you have a document in front of you that does not reflect the true choice of our voters. Damn. Get paint in the face, dog. This dude's pissed off. Everybody's pissed off. Oh boy. With such actions, with such pressure, bullying, and personal insults, it once again becomes evident that in reality there is no tangible proof that indicates that the elections were manipulated. Hey, thanks for the super sticker, Mono. That lemon's giving me a look right now.
Protesters in Georgia's Russia-backed breakaway region of Abkhazia on Saturday refused to leave the parliament building they stormed a day before. They occupied the building in protest of an investment agreement with Moscow. The region's president, Aslan Bajania, said he would resign and hold a snap election if the protesters left, according to Russian news agency RIA. He said he planned to run in that election. Abkhazian opposition leaders said the agreement would allow for investment projects by Russian legal entities. They added that it would price locals out of the property market by allowing far more.
Now, this is something we touched on really quickly earlier this year, months and months ago. Jesus, it must have been like 6 months ago, but we talked about how some groups, specifically the sort of unelected, I forget the name of this party, but it's almost like a royalist party, but not quite that. But there's a certain group of people in Georgia are attempting to profit from Russian oligarchs trying to park their money in non-Russia places for different reasons. They see that as being, well, beneficial to them, but unfortunately not so beneficial to everyone in the country.
money to flow in. Protesters used a truck to smash through the metal gates surrounding the capital's parliament. Video from the scene then showed people climbing through windows after prying off metal bars and chanting in the corridors. Moscow said on Friday it was following the, quote, crisis situation with concern and urged Russian citizens to avoid travel to Abkhazia.
All right, let's go here. One last video here, I think, in Georgia. Yeah. We got some stuff to do in China. It's sour hour? Well, with sexy lemons like that, yeah, I think it must be sour hour. Though in a way, it's a little bittersweet, if you will. Sorry. These jokes of mine, just terrible. Who's in charge of the comedy on this show?
All those who want to steal your election, for all those who want to steal your votes, who want to steal your freedom, we can repeat famous words of Ukrainian soldiers. Ruski военный корабль.
Okay. Let's moving it along. Let's moving it along. That's what you get from me 11 hours into the stream. Complete disregard of verb conjugation. It's just really all the English language. What do you how did Georgia is a neighbor of Azerbaijan, yeah, to the east, I believe, if my memory serves me correctly. Now to China, where a bunch of shit's going down. First, let's talk airplanes, because China had its biggest air show ever in Zhuhai, featuring all new fighter jets and helicopters. This was, yeah, 4 days ago. Another one. Thank you, Megastar. Oh my god, I am loving these stickers. I don't know who's in charge of stickers over there, but they have a certain eye for things. These are great. What? So, does this lemon have like a mini lime they're just friends? Is that what it is? Because that appears to be another mini lime with a super lemon. A super lemon super sticker. I'm getting lemon-cepted. It's a citrusception. Now we have a lemon lime flavored duo over here. Some sort of maybe it's a mariachi band. What do you suppose they're playing right now, Sasha? Thank you for the super chat, by the way. There seems to be just an endless supply of these things. I just keep seeing new ones. I know I've already said it. I'm going to say it again. I really wish I could make my own too and throw in some galactic super stickers. Hopefully soon. Everybody pray to Gary that I get my YouTube letter in the mail so that we can get memberships, because I think that's what's holding me back. I've been trying to do some research on all this. I know it varies. This was partly annoying about doing research about this, because YouTube's monetization literally varies per country and region. But hopefully everybody pray to Gary that I get that letter so we can get at least the memberships, so people can get some specifically galactic energy going on here. Although I do love the sour hour. I'm feeling it. It is very shocking. Another thing is that the development of aviation in these 2 years has gone beyond my understanding. In addition to aircraft for military use, I looked at low-altitude drones. There are many product innovations, including application scenarios that I had not thought of before. That thing looks crazy. Look at this thing. As sci-fi. Looks wild. This looks like some straight up like future war shit. Good God. Epi Mew with the £3 super chat. You'll be back. Ooh, what? And it's waving in the wind. So cool. My God. Donald James with the 100. 100 indeed. Well, you're all keeping the Galactic News Network alive right now. Each and every one of you. I appreciate you. So yeah, looks like China is staying on the cutting edge of technology in many places, including military advancements. Now we're gonna stay in the same region of China and go to a completely different situation. One which is disturbing contains just, I mean, the details of this are pretty fucking wild. Death toll from this event we're about to look at is in dozens. Nearly 36 people died from the latest count that I have on this tragedy. This also happened in Zhuhai, China. But seemingly completely just separate from this event, on the same exact day, if I'm not mistaken, of this air show, a man attacked people walking on the street in a van. Apparently just decided to start driving over people. Just it is just horrifying. And let's go to this first one I have, South China Morning Post, from 4 days ago. Whatever it is. 5 days ago. Apparently, the group of people were exercising. Actually, I didn't actually catch that detail because it was in these little subtitles. Jesus Christ! Apparently, he was upset over some court ruling between him and his wife. I think It's not entirely clear what the fuck happened here. And the fact is, the Chinese government tried to keep people and journalists from the area at the time of it. Ah, boy. Let's go to this next one. Same story, BBC covering it, so I don't have to read. Because my voice is, well, maybe not shockingly, getting a little tired. After 10.5 hours of talking.
Killed in a car ramming in southern China. A car broke through a barrier and ploughed into people exercising outside a sports centre in Zhouhai in Guangdong province. At least 43 people were injured. The driver was arrested at the scene. Well, our China correspondent Stephen McDonnell tried to report from the scene, but local people appear to have been organised to keep journalists away.
People in China are in shock following events which unfolded in front of this stadium. Now, the complex is now closed off, but normally you can go in there and exercise. There are running tracks and the like, and you have groups of community dancing and this type of thing. But then a man in his 60s drove in there and ran down people. According to the police, dozens of them have now died, and dozens more, many more have been injured. The death toll may even increase. And come over here, Ed. So we're just getting hassled here by so we're obviously getting hassled here by these people. So we'll just walk over here a little
Jesus,
bit.
this dude is like, oh my, he's
the party to try and stop this type of thing happening. No, Baljimba. Xi Jinping has called on
Jesus Christ, the looks this guy is giving right now.
Community disputes to prevent this type of thing happening in the first place.
Buddy,
And
chill
I suppose,
out.
What is he going to say after all? It's really an inexplicable event. According to the police, this official, the official reason they're giving is that this man was upset about his dispute with his wife after the division of his property following his divorce. And for some reason, this has led him to drive into this complex and kill people. He also harmed himself.
Yeesh. This story is just upsetting on so many levels. Oh boy, just senseless death. Completely senseless. So much of it too, all over the place. Doesn't seem to be skipping any countries. It doesn't make me happy that there's some sort of equity going on. Well, I don't know about equity, but you know, some sort of, you know, it's not the sort of stuff that we need to be uniting over. Well, I mean, I guess if anything, we're uniting over in the other direction to try and stop it, for fuck's sake. I mean, gotta do something. We're staying in China, but I figured since it's Sunday Funday, we would try to end the China specific talk with something not horrifying. Let's try this. Fingers crossed, everybody. Knock on wood. They got the desk here on the space station. Oh wait, sorry. This is not. This is not what I meant. I didn't. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, that was not intended to be a joke. This is the one I meant. Take two.
In secret corners of China's cities, techno beats pulsate. Underground raves are flourishing. with a growing footprint among China's young people.
For me, it's a way to release my emotions. Coming here, raving and dancing, listening to music, I feel very happy. The daily pressure of studying disappears instantly after listening to music. Ha ha ha.
Attendees say these gatherings, called Yeji or wild dances, offer a rare space where they can not only have fun freely, but show their resistance to China's rigid societal expectations. Space for culture and creativity has been shrinking in China as authorities have ramped up censorship of concerts, shows, and other cultural events. Promotions for raves are cryptic, and locations sometimes aren't revealed until an hour before the show. By day, Xinglong reviews corporate contracts. By night, he DJs and organizes raves.
After meeting basic needs, such as a place to live, transportation, we will have more needs, spiritual needs, and electronic music is a kind of spiritual need. Music brings pleasure to people. This kind of culture will gradually emerge among the new generation. The reason I like electronic music and underground music is because of its authenticity. I can hear what he really likes, not what the DJ thinks the audience likes.
Unlike the US rave culture, illegal drugs are rare.
And ecstasy.
But promoters still face risks from authorities who have little patience for unapproved.
I mean, in China, I mean, they certainly have the access to the chemicals to synthesize them. Whether or not the people themselves can get access to them and are willing to face the potential ramifications of that in China may be a whole other story to unpack. Not going to do that now. Trying to have fun.
Gatherings. Some take their chances holding raves in any available space, including on public streets.
Hell yeah.
One of Xing's recent raves took place in Chongchuan. Among those playing that night was Du Zizhe, a local DJ. He compared his hometown with Detroit, known as the birthplace of techno, since Chongchuan has a similar history as a formerly prosperous motor city. He traced...
All right. Well, it's kind of funny. It's almost like a Chinese Rust Belt, the way that they go on about the place that this is, what this place is like. It was a formerly more industrial town that sort of lost its relevance to places like Shenzhen and others. Okay, now let's go on to other things going on in Asia before we hit up the Middle East, which we certainly have plenty to talk about there. First, though, let's go to South China Morning Post once again from 2 days ago to take a look at this. Japan, South Korea, and the United States holding joint military drills. Yay. More war. Just what we need. The US, Japan, and South Korea have held joint naval exercises.
If you look at the region, and
God, Rahm Emanuel.
You want to ensure the security of America's interests. It's better to have allies, because remember, in this area and region, we have a lot of allies, and China does not.
I have to have my check.
The drill off South Korea's Jeju Island followed a North Korean missile test in October. This exercise reflects our commitment to deter and respond to the threat caused by North Korea, as it recently launched an intercontinental ballistic missile which hinders the peace and stability of the Korean Peninsula and the broader Pacific region. Japan and South Korea agreed to a three-way security pact with the US in 2023. Okay, now let's go straight to this in a place somewhat south, as Indonesia and Australia are now holding joint military drills as well. How great. Everybody, calm down. This is in East Java. This exercise is a bilateral exercise between Indonesia and Australia, involving the Indonesian National Army and ADRM. And this is the largest Indonesia-Australia exercise that we have ever done. The vibes right now on Earth are not great, not going to lie. Being in space has never felt better. Sometimes I wish I could stay in space permanently. Unfortunately, sustaining life on a forever basis in space is currently not super plausible. So sadly, I have to keep coming back down to this nonsense place we call Earth. Okie dokie, how are we doing on time right now? 10 hours and 40 minutes in. we took a 10-hour break, right? Didn't we? When did we take our last break? Yeah. Took a break at the end of the Russia-Ukraine talk, right? We got back to it on Georgia. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so we've been going for like 40 minutes. Okay. The fact that I'm talking about that, I think, probably tells you that I am probably getting a little tired. It certainly tells me that. But that's okay. I will persevere. I was actually considering... I wasn't sure how much content I had. I was considering getting you all to provide content by way of what we've done on, like, what do you call it? Like the Patreon drives. Why can't I think of the actual name? Like the subathons, where you donate and like add a video. But damn, did we make it all the way? Like the rest of this is gonna take at least, I think, if I'm not mistaken, the next couple hours, probably going to go until at least 2 in the morning, Eastern Standard Time, which I think is, I mean, it's a little early for us technically, but the fact is, my God, did we get through stuff? And honestly, I feel really good about it for multiple reasons, not just because all of you have donated a bunch and helped make all of this possible and financially worth it for me today. Also, because we've gotten to hit so many topics that many I've wanted to hit that we haven't hit because of all the shit that's been going on. And I feel like we're in something of a lull, knowing the outcome of the election, having talked already about the entire, well, not the, but almost the entire, we looked at it earlier. We really did we blasted through it. I've been meaning to clip that, but I just haven't done it yet. But I mean, just, with everything that's been going on, it's been nice to take this entire day, and just go through all of this crap. Oh my God. Like I was mentioning earlier, but like some of the AI stuff I was sitting on for the entire year. What else did we do that I've been sitting on? Well, a bunch of just current-ish stories that I've been wanting to do more than anything after the AI stuff we've been doing now, because of the election, right? Like all this global and environmental news. And it just seems like stuff keeps getting worse while we aren't watching. And it makes me... oh, God. Makes me feel things. Things I don't like. All right. Few more stories left in Asia. No, just one. This is a great one to end it on, actually. Let's go here to New Zealand's Parliament from 2 days ago. This is how I feel some days here. I feel like this. I feel like many here perhaps do as well. Maybe not for the same reasons, but
if 6 votes opposed.
The House is suspended until the ringing of the...
The House is suspended? Yeah. Suspend the House. Whatever.
is to be cleared.
All right, that'll end our Asia coverage for the day. I think that ends it with a bang. Now it's time for the Middle East. I almost feel like I need a second. I almost feel like I need a break after that. After all of this, this short 45 minutes was rough. We can get through it though. We can get through it. Alrighty then. 30 minutes from getting out of... Hey, you gotta do what you gotta do, you know. I'm just glad you didn't lose your job, or that you have a job, because there was talk of you losing a job, and you... Better to have the job than not, at least in this current climate. You know? But yeah. Did Lance cover this? Nice. Glad to know I'm not the only one in, I guess, BreadTube. Am I in BreadTube? Am I bready enough for the bread club? Yeah, good to know I'm not the only one paying attention to the best parts of the internet. Alright, on to the Middle East, starting from 5 days ago. And I've mostly set this up in a chronological order, as I tend to do when I'm behind on stuff. Let's start it off here. Talk about that old deadline that supposedly existed and also passed. Here's global news with a reality check for everyone. See how this goes.
Naja El-Kafarna says her first thought every morning is about how she'll feed her children. She says she's been sheltering in this school for 3 months, and that in that time, food aid has only come once or twice.
Famine is imminent, if not already happening, in the besieged north. And while we receive testimonies from people on the ground asking, begging for pieces of bread, for water, the United Nations remains denied access to this area.
Life in Gaza now largely depends on external aid. The U.S. gave Israel 30 days to increase the number of aid trucks to at least 350 per day or receive less military support. That deadline expires Tuesday. The United Nations says Israel failed.
Whoopsies.
Today for a population of 2.2 million people who need absolutely everything.
Yeah, it doesn't sound... The math ain't mathin' on that one. No. No, it's just not... Doesn't check out. Yeah.
Part of the American demands. The IDF claims
laugh or cry.
Trucks is far higher, and the problem is Hamas steals the food.
Oh, it's Hamas's... Of course.
Israel points out international law compels Israel to ensure aid.
Oh, international law.
He doesn't know.
Oh boy, watch
US
out.
is likely to enforce its threat on Israel.
Still a threat from Iran. The Israelis are still fighting.
Yeah, US's threat, enforce, red line. Why do I feel like I'm in some sort of a weird, what do you call it? I'm trying to think of the word for this one. Echo chamber is the wrong one. It's like the Matrix again, like a deja vu type of deal. Where it's like, I feel like I've seen this, heard this sometime before in the past. Let's see if Vedant Patel has anything for us on this. Vedant Patel, of course, the State Department spokesperson.
Going back
Yeah.
What I
No, we're starting at the beginning.
Our hope is that with those changes, we can see that number achieved.
Before you move to Lebanon, can I just ask you, why did you bother to put in 350 trucks a day?
I'm not going to speak to the...
Yeah, great question. Why did he bother? I don't know. It's like a hard... But you know what? I'm not gonna... Let's get... Wait. Oh, actually, wait. Is this the beginning? I could have sworn... Whatever.
We didn't give the Israelis 30 days to do all this stuff.
It's true.
Did. And now those 30 days are up.
Are you sure?
From everyone, so
Are you sure it wasn't journalists who gave Israel 30 days and not America, the only country and or group of people with leverage in this particular situation?
and these aid groups that came out last night, they haven't met them.
Oh.
All of a sudden you say that the metrics that you put out don't matter.
I never said that they don't matter. What I
Really?
said
That's what's happening right now.
Like you put out, it's not a rabbit.
Or well, I think this is a cut ahead. I think Jantaka.
Specific tit for tat on like truck numbers.
Well, then why did you let them in the letter?
I don't know if anybody's seen, I assume many people here have seen Jantaka's clips, but they usually start these press conferences off with what they think as being the most sort of clippable moments. Although I think I know an even better moment later that comes, but whatever. Teach their own.
On like truck numbers.
You can't hear the video. Oh no. I just realized the video volume's all the way down here. How long has it been like that? I can't remember when I switched it. Thank you for mentioning that, Mono. Thank you. Should be fixed now. Feel real bad. I think it's been only for a few videos like that, right? But
the metrics.
That is my bad. Here we go.
I don't have anything off the top, so Matt can dive right into questions.
Yeah, okay, so I think we all saw the readout of the Secretary's meeting with Minister Dermer yesterday, which didn't really say a whole lot. So I'm just wondering if you can expand on whether you guys think that, or whether you have made an assessment that Israel is meeting the criteria that was set out in the letter.
Sure. So I'm sorry that you found it unsatisfactory, but
no, I didn't say it was unsatisfactory. I just said it didn't say a whole lot.
It didn't say anything.
Let me make a couple of points. So over the past 30 days, Israel has taken a number of steps to address the measures laid out.
Like what?
In the letter that Secretaries Blinken and Austin sent
Step one.
Earlier in October. We
Step
continue to be
one.
in discussion with our partners in Israel about these steps that they've taken, which they took as a result of U.S. intervention, as well as additional steps that we feel that still need to be taken. Ultimately, Matt, the U.S. It continues to be the largest provider of humanitarian assistance to the Palestinian people, and we're going to continue to do everything we can to surge humanitarian assistance to people in Gaza. And ultimately, the view continues to be that the only long-term solution to alleviating the suffering of Palestinians in Gaza is bringing this war to an end, and we're going to continue to work to achieve that. The Secretary raised all this with Minister Dermer yesterday.
Well, that's the end of it. Okay, never mind.
I don't believe I heard an answer to my question.
No, you didn't. No.
Look, Matt.
Are they have they met? You guys yourself set this 30-day deadline. Today is the deadline. Did they meet? Did they meet it, or did they not?
So I think first, when it comes to assessing the humanitarian situation in Gaza and the region writ large, I think it's important to remember that we have constant evaluations ongoing and constant assessments ongoing about the circumstances. And
evaluations and assessments.
Specifically, before I answer your question, that we've seen some steps being taken over the past 30 days. Specifically,
step one.
We have seen the reopening of the Erez crossing. We have seen a new crossing at Kisufi.
What does that even mean? If it's open, then why isn't more aid getting through? It's weird. But hey, at least there's step one. I mean, I'm not sure that I agree step one done anything at all, considering the number of trucks, according to all the aid organizations on the ground, seems to have been, insufficient.
Open as it relates to the Jordanian Armed Forces corridor. We have seen a wave of a waivement of certain customs requirement that humanitarian organizations had previously said was an obstacle. We've also seen some additional delivery routes open within Gaza, including Bani Suhaila
inside
Road,
of Gaza, you say?
Expanding the use of the Israeli fence road, as well as
the road the Israelis built on top of the destroyed Palestinian roads. Dude. This is not going good, Don. I know I'm not, privy to all the State Department details, and I'm not your boss. I'm not Joe Biden. I'm not Joe Biden. I'm not Tony Blinken. But, geez, it just doesn't feel like this is going good.
Repairing the coastal road. We've also seen some deliveries resume and restored in the north, first to Gaza City and in this most recent week to areas surrounding Jabalia. We've also seen the expansion of the Musavi humanitarian zone, and we have seen the institution of periodic operational pauses. This is all to say, Matt, we at this time have not made an assessment that
back to the assessments.
That the Israelis are in violation of U.S. law. But most importantly, we are going to continue to watch how these steps that they've taken, how they are being implemented, how that they can be continued to be expanded on. And through that, we're going to continue to assess
on the expansion
their
part
compliance with U.S. law. We've seen some progress being made. We would like to see some more changes happen. We believe that had it not been for U.S. intervention, these changes may not have ever taken place. But most importantly, we want to see continued progress.
Yes,
and that's what
continued progress.
Right, so essentially,
at this
there
rate,
isn't going to be any
with this rate of progress.
Consequence for.
Hold on, Matt. I'm sorry, pal. You're great, but at this rate of progress. With it being at 10, they basically have not increased it at all. I mean, so fractionally, we'll give them 1%. I think that's being generous increase since they have asked for the return to normal trucks coming into Gaza. That being at least 350, which is actually subnormal, but we're just gonna give that. We're gonna get past that for now, just to finish this comment. Point is at that rate, what did I say? What were we giving them? 1%. So they went up 1% in that 30 days. So every 30 days it increases by 1%. Hold on. What did we say? 37 aid trucks made it in this month. Times 1.01. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, Please hold. It's going to take years at that rate to get it up to even 100 trucks a day. So that's not looking great if you're a Palestinian, not going to lie. And yes, it was 500 pre-war. Sure, yeah, I mean, 350 was the U.S. stated goal, the one that Israel didn't even meet, that was clearly, as you're claiming, well, rightfully, factually, lower than the pre-war number of trucks. And this is the most cynical thing I think I've said all stream, but hey, at least there's a few less Palestinians to feed now. That will be it for jokes for the rest of the night.
We want to see continued progress, and that's what we're looking for.
All right, so essentially there isn't going to be any
likes. It's not even deserved.
Any consequence for Israel not meeting the
I certainly don't have a change in U.S. policy to announce today, Matt, but as you just heard me say, we are constantly going to assess the circumstances on the ground. We are looking for some of these steps that we've made. We want to make sure that they are sustained and expanded upon, and certainly if we don't see that, if we don't continue to see steps in the appropriate direction, we certainly will enforce U.S. law.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about
good.
You guys were the ones that gave them the 30
I'm so stoked to hear about that enforcement of U.S. law. When is that going to happen exactly? Because I feel like we skipped that a bunch of times. We had multiple opportunities. I think, didn't that report that didn't the Department of Defense report say that we were potentially violating Leahy law, and then we just said, you know what? I forget why we even asked for that report.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Deadline. It's hard to see your answers today, such as they are, as anything other than kind of giving them a pass for not meeting the criteria that were laid out in the letter.
I would not view it as giving them a pass because one, no one is up here, certainly I'm not, saying that the situation in Gaza or the humanitarian circumstances are rosy. It is a very dire circumstance, and what we need to see is these steps acted on. We need to see them implemented, and the ultimate hope is that through these steps, some conditions have been created in which we can see things like additional aid, additional food trucks.
When will we see
measures being taken that ultimately will be beneficial to the Palestinian people in Gaza? That's what we aim to see.
When will that happen?
And as you've heard me say, and as you've heard Matt and the Secretary say.
By the way, this is when things are about to get, in my opinion, this is the part that I thought right around here. And where I felt that this really all just sort of falls apart for Matt here.
That's what we aim to see. And
why did I call him Matt?
Vadon. Secretary say previously, if we don't see steps being taken, we of course will appropriately enforce U.S. law. But
correct
today,
me if I'm wrong. Isn't that what you guys said a month ago?
That is what we said a month ago. Oh. And that is why we laid out.
And they had not.
I said Matt because that's the name of the reporter. I just remembered. But yeah, Matt just comes in. He's like, "Wait, dude, you just said that literally a month ago. What is the deal? We're literally living in some sort of weird time loop. We have Bacula. Scott, what do you have to say about this? How do we switch the timeline to your pal? How do we alter this one to one that makes, I don't know, just a modicum of sense?"
That is what we said a month ago, and that is why we laid out.
And they have not yet met them because you say that they have taken some steps, but more needs to be made. In other words, they have not met the criteria by the deadline, and you are giving them a pass. Is that? I don't understand. There's no other way to look at it.
No, I don't think that is true. That letter was specific about some specific areas where we wanted to see them.
He's right. Matt is fucking right. We're just giving Israel a fucking pass. We made another fake red line. They didn't take it seriously because they knew it was fake. And now we're just confirming that you're right. That was a fake red line. And you get another pass.
take some additional steps.
Keep up the good work.
We have seen some of those steps being taken. Yes,
Some.
yes.
But it didn't say some, it said all, right?
Matt, the point is, more than any singular step, we outlined a number of steps that we wanted to see taken. What matters most is not just a specific action or a specific item, but the totality of the progress that we see.
You sent the letter in the first place, but I'll let others have a crack at it.
The point is, Matt, that we want to see the totality of the humanitarian situation improve, and we think some of these steps will allow the conditions for that to continue to progress. Go ahead, Jenny.
But I mean, if it's the totality of the humanitarian situation, we have eight aid groups who came out today and said that the situation.
She's like, go ahead, Jenny. And Jenny just immediately returns to the exact same conversation Vedant was hoping to not continue. Oh, it's perfect. Oh, it really is. All right, let's see how Jenny does.
Allow the conditions for that to continue to progress. Go ahead, Jenny.
But I mean, if it's the totality of the humanitarian situation, we have eight aid groups who came out today and said that the situation has not only not gotten better, it's gotten worse over the past 30 days. So how do you square that with this assessment that you have, or non-assessment that they are in violation?
Yeah,
Jenny,
the assessment
I
of the
can't speak to the kinds of assessment that these groups made. Certainly have seen that reporting. But to Matt, I just laid out some of the metrics that we saw. We saw the reopening of Erez. We saw a new crossing opening.
Measure. You're saying, okay, they did this, but we were told, you guys said it would be based on the results on the ground that have not borne out here. So I get. Can you talk us through the deliberation here?
Please,
I'm not going to get into the deliberative process, Jenny, but specifically when we're talking about specific metrics or specific actions or things on the ground, the hope is
one
that
specific.
The operational changes that have been made through some of these things, for example, just the waiving of the customs.
He just keeps talking about open he just keeps talking about open crossings. That's all he can talk about. But if those openings aren't actually open and nothing's getting through them, then that's really the least important part of all of this, isn't it? You know? Doesn't matter if it's open if nothing's getting through it. There's clearly something wrong here, Vedant, and definitely shouldn't be using any of this as some sort of claim to success.
Of certain crossings, the additional internal routes that we've seen open up. The hope and the desire is that things like that will make it possible for an additional increase in humanitarian aid and truck.
The possibilities are endless when you when you literally believe anything. I mean, for fuck's sake, Vedant. I know I'm on a spaceship, but this isn't the Star Wars universe right now. I mean, come on, pal. We're gonna need a little bit more hard evidence and reality, fact-based stuff, please. Less wish casting. That's my job, not your job. I'm the spacecaster. You are the spokesperson for the United States government. It's clearly some sort of a dichotomy here. Maybe I'm the one not understanding what's going on. Am I in charge? Wait, hold on. Please hold. No, looks like I'm not a spokesperson for the United States government. I'm just some guy in a spaceship talking to people on YouTube and other platforms right now. So that's weird. Okay. I just wanted to make sure that I wasn't. Maybe we had switched timelines and I was going to be able to dictate Middle East policy with my billions of dollars. But nope, bank account still is where it's at. I still am not an elected government official or otherwise. It's all not sort of tilted in Not my favor. Let's go here now to the AP from literally the day before this blunderous meeting that we just watched. Or was this the same day? Might have been the same day. But this is a discussion of the banning of UNRWA in Israel.
It's a great pleasure to receive you here today at the Vocational Training Center. We're very concerned by the two bills that were adopted by the Israeli Knesset last week. We still seek to understand exactly what is the actual implication, the meaning of these two bills. But from what we can see, it would appear that the impact on UNRWA's ability to continue to deliver its services in the West Bank, in East Jerusalem, and the Gaza Strip would be severely curtailed, if not made impossible. If these bills are indeed implemented as they are written, there would be, in our view, very concerning implications for beneficiaries, for our ability to provide services, for the humanitarian situation in the Gaza Strip.
No doubt.
And of course also more broadly for the security and stability situation in the West Bank and likely in the region. We provide services to more than 800,000 Palestinian refugees in the West Bank, East Jerusalem. We have more than 96 schools operating in the West Bank, East Jerusalem.
96.
With more than 47,000 students. We provide primary healthcare services to more than 500,000 patients through 43 health centers. We provide at the moment
think about the can you hear just the cost of this decision made by Israel's parliament, supposed only democracy in the Middle East, which is banning a UN aid organization servicing 96 schools, 50,000 children in the West Bank. I mean, it's just hundreds of thousands of people on healthcare services and all these other stuff. I mean, it's insane that anybody can continue to claim that this democracy is anything but really just a fucking fascist regime bent on just destruction and human suffering.
To roughly 200,000 poor Palestinians for various instruments, including social protection payments, cash assistance, food aid, including in areas that have seen military escalation recently in the northern West Bank.
Okay, I'll see. I have to fucking look at it. Boy, I am fading fast here. Perhaps not shocking. Let's go here to the United Nations themselves, their YouTube channel. This came out the same day.
The aid entering the Gaza Strip is at its lowest level in months, as approximately 1.7 million people in October, that is 80% of the population, who did not receive their monthly food rations. There's a looming famine. We have winter approaching. The shelters that people have are completely insufficient. Nothing is waterproof, and people are sleeping on the floor. We are extremely concerned when the rains come to the Gaza Strip. What will happen to 500,000 people who are in areas of flooding? No one from UNRWA has been able to access the besieged north.
I can't even imagine. I didn't even consider this. Rain? Excessive rain in Gaza? can you imagine? I mean, we've talked about the open air garbage dumps and sewage that is, I mean, was adjacent and is now sort of already intermingled with the tent camps, refugee camps. You've seen the images, it's fucking horrifying, toxic sludge. And then imagine all of that suddenly being sort of washed together by rain and into people's, well, homes is a stretch, but tents, rubbles.
Over a month, we received testimonies from people on the ground asking, begging for pieces of bread, for water. We've also had pleas and testimonies from the doctors in the hospitals in the north. These hospitals have been bombed. They have run out of blood supplies. They have run out of medicine. There are bodies in the streets. Our call for Hamas, as well as the Israeli forces, is a ceasefire. It is unacceptable that the war continues and that civilians keep suffering.
Okay, what do we got next? I think we gotta go to Lebanon now. Oh, no, first...
What I think I found particularly disturbing...
we're going to go to UK's parliament. Yeah, UK's parliament. To a doctor, surgeon, in fact, that was in Palestine over the last year, giving testimony. Testimony which is pretty difficult to listen to.
What I think I found particularly disturbing was that a bomb would drop maybe on a crowded, tented area, and then the drones would come down and...
Please take your time. We're incredibly grateful. We'd like to start the very first session of the International Development Select Committee. It is a new committee that we've got here for this new Parliament, and it is my great honour that our very first witness is Professor Nazim Mahmoud, who is a Professor of Transplant Surgery. But Nazim, you're here in front of us because you have recently returned from Gaza and doing some work in the hospitals over there. We really appreciate you coming and speaking to us today. It's very difficult to get first-hand testimony, obviously, about what's going on in Gaza at the moment. So thank you for coming and sort of sharing your experiences. I wonder if you could sort of properly introduce yourself and what you were actually doing out there and when you came back.
Yes, so I'm no longer a Professor of Transplant Surgery. I retired from the NHS a couple of years ago. And I've spent my time doing work overseas. So I had a month in Gaza, mid-August to mid-September, working in Nasser Hospital with medical aid for Palestinians. And I'm happy to tell you about my experiences there.
Please, tell us, so when did you go? Why did you go?
Why did I go? Because I thought I had the skill set that could help. I did, when I was sitting in the convoy, going in across the border, I did have second thoughts, but it was too late then to get out of the convoy. And I think when we crossed the border, the first thing was really a complete sense of shock.
What did you see? What did you smell?
You see a landscape that looks as though it reminded me of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Devastation, buildings reduced to rubble for miles around as far as you can see. Nothing growing, no people, a few looters here and there, but nothing. You drive through that for about 20 minutes, and then you get to the central part of southern Gaza, which was the designated the green zone. I can't bring myself to call it the safe zone or humanitarian zone because it was neither. That green zone houses about 1.3 million people.
What sort of area is that?
It's probably about the size of the City of London. You can walk across it fairly easily if it was safe to do so. And a large part of it comprises of tents. And when I say tents, some of those are proper tents. Many of them are just pieces of carpet and plastic stuck onto sticks. And these are in the middle of the road, side of the road, every possible space. There's no running water, no sanitation, no electricity, obviously. And people are having to roll those up and move on at very, very short notice. Time and time again, most people have moved 6 or 7 times.
What does it sound, smell?
Well, the sound is mainly of 2 things. One is drones, so there's constant drones. And the drones existed before October last year. It's been a feature of Palestinian life for some time. But now the drones inspire fear, I think, and they inspire fear in me. And when I used to debate about sleeping outside on the stairs or inside in this very crowded hot room, part of that decision was whether the drones had the ability to pick me off when I was on the stairs.
Identify you?
Sorry?
Identify you?
No, shoot me. So that's what they do. Those drones are surveillance drones, but they are also drones that shoot people regularly. And I can tell you more about some of the people I've operated on who experienced that. So you have this constant whine, which is very psychologically very affecting because it represents danger and it's constantly there. And the other sound that you hear are bombs, which were going off every hour or 2 throughout the month that I was there. And we spent the whole month in the hospital. We deemed it not safe to travel. And we were aware that there was a curfew, so we wanted to be in the hospital if casualties arrived at night. We did have a guest house. We didn't want to stay there, partly because of the travel, but also because one of the MAP guest houses had been bombed in January of this year.
I think we can all kind of have a sense of what this man went through. These people here watching the stream, I think, because everybody here's sort of been along for the sort of the ride, if you will. Sort of horrifying way to say that. Let's go back to State Department here. Vedant, well, he's going to try and make up for the last press conference. I'm sure this one's going to go much better.
As it relates to the UN Commission, I've seen some of that reporting, and we've seen some language coming out of that indicative of their belief that some of the actions could be constituted as, this is their phrasing, genocide. That is something we would unequivocally disagree with. Again, we think that that kind of phrasing and those kinds of accusations are certainly unfounded.
You're saying that all accusations against Israel are unfounded?
No, what I'm saying is the accusation of genocide, specifically in that UN commission, those accusations are unfounded.
And you said that you disagree with the term genocide to describe what's going on in Gaza.
So yeah, that's what the conversation's gonna be for the next 25 minutes. Vedant Patel, State Department official spokesperson, is going to attempt to defend the statement Israel is not committing genocide.
I don't want reality.
Would you drum up?
Okay, pal. Let's see how this goes.
I mean, you guys have done that time and again. Now we know that there are 44,000 dead as of now, at least what the Ministry of Health says from Gaza. The Lancet group says maybe 186,000. There are 10,000.
The Lancet said that 3 months, 4 months ago.
Do you have a definition for what genocide is?
Good afternoon, everybody.
Okay, here we go.
I don't have anything off the top, Matt, so if you want to kick us off.
Nothing off the top.
Please, thank you. Before we get into what I'm sure will be Middle East related things, I just want to check on the state of transition. Has there been any contact between the Secretary and nominee Senator Rubio?
There has.
Okay, we're actually going to skip this tiny piece of it, get to the Middle East.
Would want him to see the course.
Ksenia, I'm just going to jump in right there and just echo what you've heard the Secretary, the President, Matt, and others say. There is one president at a time. There's one Secretary of State.
Okay.
Get back to news of the day.
Yeah, I just want to. I wanted to ask you about the latest after our exchanges on, I guess it was Tuesday, about the aid situation and this new UN Commission report that is very harshly critical of Israel. One, since Tuesday, have you seen anything that would make you think that they are now more in compliance with the criteria that were laid out in the letter? And number two, what do you think of this UN Commission's?
Let me get to the second part of your question first. As it relates to the UN Commission, I've seen some of that reporting, and we've seen some language coming out of that
Cheyenne twist there, or like
their belief that.
It's actually more like, God damn it, Kill Bill. Who's the director of Kill Bill? My brain just broke. Oh my God, Tarantino. Do a little Tarantino action here, but that's okay. Start second one first.
We've seen some language coming out of that indicative of their belief that some of the actions could be constituted as, and this is their phrasing, genocide. That is something we would unequivocally disagree with. Again, we think that that kind of phrasing and those kinds of accusations are certainly unfounded.
This is not founded. Really, Vedant. I'd love for you to expound on how that's the case.
Relates to the humanitarian situation. I laid out on Tuesday some of the steps that we have seen taken. We expect some additional steps to take place as well over the course of this week. Particularly, we anticipate that the IDF and COGAT may make some adjustments to the list of items, the dual-use items that would be allowed to be categorized within humanitarian aid.
Okay.
Certainly, progress in that space would build on the many things that I outlined the other day on Tuesday. And all in all, what we want to see is all of these things in their totality continue to contribute to an improvement in the humanitarian circumstances on the ground.
But they haven't done that yet.
That we expect a decision to be made on that sometime this week.
Batteries.
And there's still been no meeting of this civilian harm reduction.
That is my understanding. But again, these items were
October 31st, even before the last the deadline on Tuesday.
Certainly, our hope and our expectation is such an engagement happens as soon as possible. But ultimately, Matt, look, we talked a little bit about this the other day. We want to make
hopes and expectations are basically the State Department's version of thoughts and prayers.
But ultimately, Matt, look, we talked a little bit about this the other day. We want to make sure that these kinds of efforts are sustained over an extended period of time. You and I and many others have had a fairly extensive back and forth on Tuesday about the contents of the original letter that Secretaries Blinken and Austin sent in October, but also the results that we're seeing on the ground.
Oh my God, that from Matt there was just amazing. I don't know why the timing of it just broke me.
extensive back and forth on Tuesday about the contents of the original letter that Secretaries Blinken and Austin sent in October, but also the results that we're seeing on the ground. Obviously, colleagues in the humanitarian space had some perspectives and points of view on this. And I say all this to say that at the end of the day, we welcome criticism of the United States record. Certainly, we even welcome criticism of Israel's record when it's warranted. But certainly, it ultimately, at the end of the day, needs to be grounded in facts. And the facts are is that on many of the items that were outlined in this letter that was sent by the secretaries, we have seen progress and steps in the appropriate direction. What we need to see now is these kinds of events sustained over a significant period of time. And our hope is that through the significant progress steps that we've seen.
What period of time? The next 2 months until the Biden administration leaves office?
That the operational space has been created to see an additional inflow of trucks, see an additional inflow of humanitarian aid.
With our eyes?
All in all, contributing will hopefully help address the dire humanitarian crisis in Gaza.
All right. Well, yeah, I mean, you keep using the word hope and the words hope and expectation. You know, it's just, at this point, it kind of sounds like, thoughts and prayers.
Seriously. Okay, I forgot. I knew I heard that somewhere.
Are you saying that all accusations against Israel are unfounded?
No, what I'm saying is the accusation of genocide, specifically in that UN commission.
Specifically that one. Other ones are founded.
The point that I was making about criticisms of Israel needs to be grounded in facts.
I'm claiming it.
Our viewpoint is that some of the metrics that were outlined by some of these humanitarian groups in their scorecard release the other day are inconsistent with what we're seeing on the ground. And just some examples of that. That scorecard said that humanitarian aid had been cut off in the north. That is not accurate from our reporting and not accurate.
The royal we?
It had been cut off in the north. That is not accurate. Not accurate from our reporting and not accurate from our engagements with people in the region. Food and supplies had been delivered to Gaza City for weeks now, and last week we've also saw some progress in Jabalia and some of the surrounding areas. That scorecard had said that the Musawi humanitarian zone had not been expanded. Also not true. We have seen the humanitarian zone in Musawi
it's bigger
expanded.
now.
So
Same amount of
aid,
aid, but it's bigger.
Like this that we think are inconsistent with the facts on the ground. That does not mean to say that the humanitarian situation in Gaza is perfect. It's not, as I said on Tuesday. But any criticism of the United States or Israel and our humanitarian undertaking absolutely needs to be grounded in the truth on the ground. And
really, how much aid has the United States actually helped to deliver? I know that the $500 million aid pier didn't deliver fuck all. So what else have we helped deliver aside from bombs to people?
Those metrics are inconsistent with what our colleagues and those who have been engaged on this deeply are seeing directly.
Well, I'm kind of surprised you want to get into metrics contained in the NGO report, since you absolutely refuse to get into your own metrics when you were asked about it numerous times on Tuesdays.
We certainly did. There was no resistance to get into some of those metrics.
Let's get into the most basic metric, which was the number of trucks of aid going in every day. You said 350 was the bare minimum. What is it?
That certainly was the metric that was outlined in the letter. And as I said on Tuesday, the metric that we had as it related to...
That pause was so long. It was perfect. Matt was just sitting there watching him like, you said 350. And Vidal was just like sitting there waiting, like he's going to say more stuff. 350? Was it us? Oh yeah, it was us. Let me speak to that.
On Tuesday, the metric that we had as it related to between November 1st and November 9th, let me just pull up my notes, and I unfortunately don't have a more updated figure for you at this time.
No, the State Department doesn't have updated figures? Weird. What's up with that?
And I unfortunately don't have a more updated figure for you at this time, but the metric that we had seen between November 1st and November 9th was 404 trucks. Again, I don't say this to say that we are satisfied with that number. We certainly are not. And some of the changes that I outlined on Tuesday, the opening of new gates, the waiving of the customs requirement, the Jordanian corridor, some other measures, the hope is that the government of Israel, the UN, and other regional partners can utilize those changes to see an influx of trucks go in. That is what the United States certainly expects, and it's what we're going to continue to push for as well. Daphne, go ahead.
Thank you. Human Rights Watch said today that Israeli authorities have caused forced displacement of Palestinians in Gaza to an extent that constitutes war crimes and crimes against humanity. Have you seen anything that would make you agree with that assessment?
We have not. Certainly, forced displacement is something that continues to be inconsistent with the principles that Secretary Blinken laid out in Tokyo. And again, I will let our partners.
I'm confused. It's almost like the State Department just isn't looking at it. And so, because if they don't look at it, then from what they've seen, quote unquote, everything seems fine. As long as you don't look at it. Because I think if you do, even from my vantage point in space, you can see it. So, what's up with that?
IDF speak to the specific military tactics and operations, but it is wholly consistent and acceptable to ask civilians to evacuate a certain area while they are conducting certain military operations, and then for them to be able to go home. We have not seen any kind of specific forced displacement.
Didn't see it. Can't see it.
I prefer to say consistent.
We haven't been
something
looking.
that we're going to pay incredibly close attention to, and if we see kind of,
but they're just like they're paying very close attention.
But inconsistent with
but
what
they're
is
staring at
expected of our partners. And
here's the thing. Like they're paying very close attention to the region, but they're specifically not looking at Gaza or the West Bank. They're looking at like Tel Aviv on like a bright sunny day when there's no like Iron Dome going off or anything like that. Or sometimes I think they focus more in on like the Red Sea and what's like happening beneath the surface in the Red Sea, stuff like that. And over in those places, things are fine.
We'll take appropriate action as well.
Right. So you don't agree that there's been forced displacement to the extent that constitutes war crimes?
We have not made such an assessment.
And how can you say that you've not seen crimes against humanity, war crimes, genocide, anything like that, if there's still assessments that are going on within the State Department?
What we have said is that these assessments are ongoing, and we've been very specific. We have not closed the door on.
See, the thing is, that's what's up. Like that's what they gotta keep doing is they just keep assessing it, right? As long as they're still assessing and they don't ever finish the assessment, as long as they never actually, as he said, close the door on these assessments, and there's no way to say for sure whether or not Israel is committing any war crimes, because they're still in the midst of assessing it. You can't ask them to rush these things. A year? That's not enough time to figure that out. As the one main provider of weapons to Israel, that's not enough time. You need at least a decade to finish those kinds of assessments. And then, and only then, can you close the door on those things and make conclusions and all these other sorts of people. Like, you know, the International Criminal Court or the ICJ or the UN or any other rights and human aid like organizations, things like that, are just, they're all being hasty. It's rude.
How rude.
Don't appreciate it.
Necessarily coming to that conclusion. What we are talking about is that these are ongoing assessments,
Mhm.
and we are going to continue to pay attention to the kinds of actions and behavior that we're seeing.
Great.
And can I ask on Lebanon?
Sure. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Israel launched airstrikes on Beirut's Hezbollah-controlled southern suburbs today, keeping up its unusually intensive bombardment of the area for a third consecutive day. Lebanon's health ministry said Israeli attacks killed 21 yesterday. Do you have any concerns about these airstrikes? Does this hinder ceasefire efforts?
We certainly would have concerns. Look, you've
really?
heard us say time and time again that we do not want to see these kinds of consistent operations in Beirut.
Have you? What does that mean, even? So you prefer inconsistent operations in Beirut? I don't understand. What does that even... What does any of this even mean?
Especially as it relates to densely populated areas. This is something that we're going to continue to stress with our partners in Israel. Ultimately here, Daphne, why we have been pressing so aggressively for a diplomatic resolution is because we want to see the conditions created that allow for civilians on both sides of the blue line to be able to
You know, the fact
we
is,
also want to see 17
like, we've hit peak stupid with these press conferences because, as we know, this whole line has been garbage from pretty much day one. And now, more than ever, the Biden administration has zero leverage on this particular situation. They certainly did at one point have a ton of leverage and squandered it. Not even squandered it. Like, threw it out, like, in our faces and said, we don't need that for a year plus. And now that Democrats are on their way out, people like Vedant are just kind of here to repeat the dumbest of the things that we've heard and maybe double down on them on the way out here to make sure everybody knows how great of a job they did. Because they won't have an opportunity to remind us of all that over the next 4 years.
UN Security Council 1701 effectively implemented, which would require Hezbollah to disarm and withdraw to north of the Litani River. Certainly, we have not seen that yet.
And just on that, a senior Lebanese official signaled that Hezbollah is ready to pull its forces away from the Lebanon-Israel border in any ceasefire while rejecting Israel's demand for freedom to act against Hezbollah in Lebanon in the future. What do you make of this? How much of a sticking point is it at this point? And how can you resolve it?
I'm certainly not going to get into the specifics of the negotiations, Daphne, but consistent with 17.
You're going to miss these press conferences. Oh, they're going to only get worse. Who do we have again now? Kathleen? I forget this woman's name. And Stephen Chung. Oh my God, the press conferences are about to get just shockingly worse. So don't get ahead of yourself here. I mean, these are gonna. Actually, I take it back. Maybe you actually might miss these press conferences in the future because it's gonna somehow it's gonna get worse than this. You're gonna look back on these and think fondly of the time when things made more sense.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
One, of course, is that Israel is also required to withdraw to a certain point as well. But beyond that, let's not lose sight of the fact or forget that Hezbollah is a terrorist group, a terrorist actor, and certainly we would need to see some significant progress in the implementation of 1701 as part of this. Go ahead, Sean.
The Human Rights Watch report. In addition to, or as part of this, they're pointing out that the large parts of Gaza are now completely uninhabitable because of the Israeli military campaigns. Does the State Department take issue with the facts behind that the military operation has done that?
Sean, I'm certainly not going to stand up here and dispute the fact that there has been.
Oh man, it is getting rough. The fact is that I think the reporters can feel it too. It's this sort of blood in the water. Like they just know the Vedant has been given orders to walk the plank, essentially. There's no one at the helm anymore. Captain has jumped overboard. Oh boy.
Damage done to civilian infrastructure.
Pointing out that the large parts of Gaza are now completely uninhabitable because of the Israeli military campaigns. Does the State Department take issue with the facts behind that the military operation has done that?
Sean, I'm certainly not going to stand up here and dispute the fact that there has been damage done to civilian infrastructure and numerous civilian facilities across Gaza and have certainly made some of them inhabitable. ultimately, though, that is why one of the things that Secretary Blinken and others have been so deeply engaged on is finding an end to this conflict and ultimately pivoting to a conversation that is related to what happens the day after. And at the crux of that
the
is
day after
what steps are we going to undertake to make sure that Gaza can rebuild, that it is no longer...
You're not going to be rebuilding anything, pal. I mean, not that Vedant was ever personally going to be doing it with any rebuilding with his hands or anything like that, but I mean, the administration is out the door. The day after what? I mean, it's not like this is going to end between now and January 20th. Oh boy, it's just just a bunch of wish casting happening here by Vedant, while I guess reporters do the same in a different way, wish casting for a better administration and maybe some answers that make modicum of sense. Just a teeny little snippet. Dash.
Board for terrorism against the Israeli people, that it is no longer under the control of Hamas. All of those things we think are vital.
And the I mean, you mentioned that there was, of course, damage done. The State Department acknowledges that to civilian infrastructure. How is that distinct from what Human Rights Watch is talking about? Their conclusion being that this amounts to crimes against humanity and, in their view, ethnic cleansing. Why do you dispute that?
So I'm not going to get into the specifics of this of the report specifically. I haven't had the chance to read it in detail. It simply was asking Daphne's question if we agree with the conclusions that we've seen some kind of forced displacement, which we have not. That being said, that certainly would be a red line for the Secretary and certainly be a red line for us, which is something that we laid out pretty clearly in Tokyo almost a year ago. And those principles that the Secretary laid out in that speech continue to be the pillar of how we view the ongoing conflict, but ultimately what we want to see, what we want the building blocks of the day after to look like.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead, Said. Unless you had anything else, Sean. We'll come back to you. Go ahead.
Okay, great.
On the letter itself, I mean, 2 days after the deadline, whatever it is, do you consider the letter to be nullified, canceled, or fulfilled? The content of the letter. What is the status of the letter today?
Said, none of the above.
None of the above.
Did you see that?
That's how I feel too. It broke him. It broke me too. He gave him all the possible options, and Don came back with, you know what? When faced with all possible options, I take none of the above.
I got boxes full of Pepe.
Oh man, that's great. That's great. That's true politics for you. This guy's going places.
I hope you were paying attention to the very extensive...
I'm sorry. I gotta get the exact moment where it breaks, Matt.
The deadline, whatever it is. Do you consider the letter to be nullified, canceled, or fulfilled? The content of the letter. What is the status of the letter today?
Said, none of the above. I hope you were paying attention to the very extensive back and forth we had on this on Tuesday. The point of what we said was that these are issues that we're going to continue to pay close attention to. We're going to continue to make assessments on them, and
they're paying so close attention
that we believe are
inconsistent. That's the other thing, right? Sometimes you pay too close attention to one detail that you miss. You miss the forest, right? For the particular trees that you're looking at, right? Sometimes you zoomed in too close to notice the genocide happening right behind you, right? And that's one of the problems here. They're just too focused, and they're assessing too hard to notice all the other stuff happening right behind them or in front of them. On our dollar.
A major partner like Israel to conduct itself will appropriately raise those things and will appropriately enforce and take action as it relates to U.S. law. Our intense focus and our close looking and our assessments of the humanitarian situation in Gaza did not start when the Secretary sent that letter.
Ooh, when did it start?
End after that 30-day period. This is something that we have been intensely focused on certainly in the context of this conflict since October 7th, but even more broadly, the humanitarian situation in Gaza is something that, of course, the United States has been deeply engaged on for many time before that.
I'm not asking a humanitarian question. I'm asking a technical question. The letter had a time limit. I mean, it had very specific things. That part of it, is that nullified? Is that over? Is that canceled? Is that shelved? What is it? The 30-day period, is it extended?
Side, the letter was designed to inject a strong sense of urgency and produce...
It's just that it was fake. It was just intended to inject urgency into a situation that didn't have any urgency to begin with. I mean, what in the fuck? What in the actual fuck is he talking about? How much more urgency? And did there? I mean, like, the fact is like, this whole situation is just gonna get worse, and I don't understand how. Because look at this shit. Look at what we're dealing with already. But now we're gonna be told while we watch, Kushner Tower getting put up on the coast of the Red Sea, that it's not actually, it doesn't exist. That's gonna be the next iteration of all this, I guess. But boy, it genuinely, when listening to this, doesn't feel like politics can get much worse than this. Or diplomacy,
the letter
or
was designed
whatever
to
you want to
inject
call
a
it.
strong sense of
Whatever you want to call
urgency and
this.
produce action, and we believe it has done that. We are now going to continue to remain engaged on this, and if we see actions that we think are detracting from these steps of progress, if we see actions that are inconsistent with the kinds of things that we want to see, we of course will appropriately make the relevant assessments that we need to make within U.S. law. The letter is not void, it is not null, it is not canceled. The letter was
So many assessments.
It is one piece of the puzzle as it relates to how we are approaching the issue relating to the humanitarian.
You know, for the most well-funded government on the planet, you'd think they'd be able to put together a puzzle a little faster. I think most people during the pandemic managed to put together more puzzles than they have in this particular amount of time.
Situation in Gaza.
Just one last on the issue of the letter, but the part that expired on the 12th of this month, is that over?
What part are you talking about, Said?
It had a definite time limit. That's
there was
so that, I mean, I understand.
It laid out,
be renewable.
It laid out. I think you were focusing a little too intensely on the letter. It laid out some specific steps.
Focusing too intensely on the letter.
Let me finish. It laid
Why are you so focused on the letter that we made a huge deal about? I don't understand. Matt. The United States government came out and made a big deal about this letter. They made a big red line. They said, you have until 10 days after the election to, or whatever, 1 week after the election, with no political reasons at all, to meet these very specific metrics. And now that we're here, we just want to say that we were kidding. And actually, it's about a broader picture that doesn't actually include metrics at all.
Specific steps that we wanted to see. It laid out some progress areas that we wanted to see. We believe that we have seen some progress in some of those areas. We're going to continue to assess and see what happens, and if we see
so much assessing,
detraction,
so much
or
assessing and
steps backward
seeing
as it relates to that progress, we'll take appropriate action. It's as simple as that.
Okay, so let me ask you about the number of trucks. You said 404 trucks entered since between November 1 and November 9. That is like 44 trucks a day. That's way below.
And in talking to Matt, I will echo what I said again. That number is incredibly and deeply unsatisfactory and
it is
inconsistent
Why'd
with
you say it like
the
it was
goals that
good?
we've set out. But with the changes that have been made, the operational changes, some additional border crossings, some routes that have been opened up and repaired within Gaza, some changes that have been made to the Jordanian corridor, the work that is ongoing with our partners in Egypt and our partners in Israel relating to throughput and and capacity issues at Kerem Shalom.
Capacity issues? Oh my god, that's so disingenuous. Capacity issues, Jesus Christ, pal. As if somehow there's just so many trucks getting through at once. It's slowing. It's like a bottleneck. You see, it's a lack of capacity. Oh, that makes sense since it's at less than 10% of the pre-war usual trucks. This all checks out.
Our goal and our hope is that we will be able to reach that number, and that's what we're going to continue to press for.
And you said that you disagree with the term genocide to describe what's going on in Gaza. I mean, you guys have done that time and again. Now we know that there are 44,000 dead as of now, at least what the Ministry of Health says from Gaza. The Lancet group says maybe 186,000. There are 10,000 under the rubble presumed dead and so on. Do you have a definition for what genocide is? Can you tell me what is the definition of the government of the United States of America in describing genocide?
Thanks, Jeff, for the question.
That's a great question, Matt. Thank you for asking what should be a very simple question. I am sure Vedant is going to have a very good answer for this. Like, I don't know, just a textbook definition.
Can you tell me what is the definition of the government of the United States of America in describing genocide?
Said, I'm not a lawyer, so I'm not going to offer a legal definition for you.
Right.
What I can say and what I'll
Your
reiterate again
business
is
school
that
training
the
is
allegations
not
of genocide we continue
helping
to
you right now.
Believe are unfounded.
Come on, pal. You can do better than this.